Hello, we are back, and I'm Sasuke this time, not Tupaloop to start, so that's a change.
Yeah, this time you got your name right.
I did.
So
Yeah,
good job, good job. You are back for round two, which is going to be so exciting. It is the last round before top 16.
yeah, we're gonna try and get a win in. I believe it's Kai'Sa versus Yi for this
Hmm.
one, so I'm excited to see this matchup here. There's a couple of spicy takes for both the decks here. I got to see Consult the Past in the Kai'Sa list, which I don't think is very common, and then for the Yi list, two Dead Bloom Predators as well as two Primal Mites, which I thought was kind of interesting.
I think the Primal Mites are good in the deck. I like Primal Mite a lot. And I think that like to me it's always been surprising that we were like cutting them at least out of the main deck. So and we even saw last game how they can really come in handy. That
Right.
+7 is insane.
Plus, it's a lot of stats. It's a lot of stats,
It's a lot
and
of
it's very
stats.
quick too. Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I think Primal Might's fine as like a one-off, just to kind of force your opponent to play around it. I think most players will play around only one, which is why I think he kind of made that adaptation to just put that second one into the main deck. Because after they see the first one, they're like, okay, I'm no longer afraid of Primal Might, and then he gotchas them.
Maybe he gets them that way. You're right. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what or how the games go. I mean, we've seen. I mean, Kaisa versus E is not the newest matchup, but it's always fun to see.
I agree. I agree. I think it's always great to watch two of the top decks of the meta
Hmm.
just face out, like clash with each other. It's not fun watching mirrors, and it's not fun watching only the top two decks clash against each other. But you know, I think this is going to be only the second time we see a Yi versus Kai'Sa in the tournament so far on the broadcast. So I'm excited to see it, and we'll probably see something similar to that in the finals as well. I know Annie made it into the top 16, so hopefully she
Let's
makes that
go.
to the
Fingers
final.
crossed.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with that.
Yeah, I think there's gonna be a lot of interesting things coming to the top 16. We haven't seen too much Kaiso or and Yi. I feel like we've actually seen more Annie on the stream than we've seen Kaiso and Yi, which is
This is
it's a good
true.
cool
This is
thing.
true.
Cool thing.
Well, I mean, what's surprising is that like what was it? We had I think I saw on the tables around 10 to 15 Annies, and then
Hmm.
of those 10 to 15, like 6 of them were at the top of the tables.
That's awesome. Fantastic. I think Annie is so good. It feels really, really strong, especially in Kaisa. It feels like it's a
Hmm.
good matchup in Kaisa. The deck that I'm so sad we haven't seen though is Teemo.
Yes, Timo did not show his face literally at all at this tournament. So players are shuffling, so we're just going to go pan over to them right now. Oh, actually, they're right into the thick of it here. Burning just going to use that Find Your Center here on turn one, which is usually the best turn to play it here. So Nathaniel just going to respond in kind by using that Watchful Sentry to get himself that point, be able to use two of those runes freely because that is a Targon's Peak. So going to exhaust rather, at an additional two, and then just have that one ready right there for you. So
Yeah, and we were able to use up all of, or I think all of our runes, but because of Tarkon's Peak's ability, and we can bring it up here real quick for everyone.
get it.
He's actually able to get those two runes back, which kind of emulates that ability that we saw with Annie all throughout the weekend.
Yep. And then now this, I feel like this has been a very common play for a lot of these E players. Just drop down a Kiana, pit rookie it, make it 5, get it out of that range with that 4, which kind of bullies out the or the Kai'Sa as well as that Trifarian Hopeful, or Noxus Hopeful rather. And yeah, I mean, he's going to be able to hold, which means that he gets 2 points here. He will be able to retreat it if he so chooses, but I mean, maybe he just wants the card at this point. He's already gotten 2 points
Hmm.
out of that card, kind of done everything he's wanted to.
Yeah, the only reason I would think that maybe we would, well, I guess there's like a couple of things to think here, right? Like Yi can be really strong in the defense with that +2, so maybe we don't want to give him Targons. But while we're holding Targons, we're not going to get that extra 2 mana. We have to have conquered it the turn, I believe it is. Yeah, it is when
Mhm.
you conquer. So we won't be able to capitalize on any more Targons Peak if we just continue to hold it. But it looks like we're going to be taking both battlefields, and we're up to 3 points while Burning still at 0.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very good start here for the Kai'Sa player. He really wants to be able to get under that Yi before he's really able to stabilize through those Dead Bloom Predators. We do know that Burning is on that double Primal Might, so maybe he'll be able to stabilize a little bit earlier just because we do know that he's playing a little bit lower to the ground here. And then he's going to try and go ahead and get himself into that Targon's Peak, wants to be able to utilize this Kiana Conquer effect here, but Nathaniel just probably going to do something like a smoke screen here, is forced to recycle one of
Ooh.
these runes. So now this Kiana is set to 1, and it's going to be up to Burning to have either an On Guard or Discipline to respond.
Yeah, it's 1-1 right now between the two. So it would be a trade unless he has something. And he does have a lot of mana, or a lot of runes up. Looks like we're going to have a Defy for the smoke screen. Uh, do we have anything else? And it doesn't look like it, but we will get to do that Death Knell, which is draw a card.
Right. And so now that this Kiana gets to Conquer, she's going to get essentially 2 effects now, right? At the end of this turn, he's going to be able to ready 2 of those runes. And then as well, this Kiana is going to either exhaust or draw a card. Looks like it's going to be that exhausting right there. Or sorry, channeling of that rune. So Defy honestly doing a great job here, essentially just making his Kiana Conquer net neutral in a sense, because it does use that power to play that Defy. But it doesn't feel too bad here, especially because you do get to use those runes. So now he is going to force himself to tuck another card here. 2 runes have been recycled here for this Kaiser. I feel like this is honestly a fairly big deal here. And then a second Defy is going to respond in
Ooh.
kind. Now, Burning is right back up to 2 points, and Nathaniel is going to have to find something here. He's stuck at this 6 rune on this next turn because he's recycled so many runes. And while Burning is recycling all of his runes, I don't think he minds too much just because he's still at 5 runes. So it's like, you know, he's going to be able to go up to 7. He was able to channel twice this game through that Kiana plus the Find Your Center. And so now Nathaniel's really on the back foot here. I mean, 6 mana on turn 4 definitely doesn't feel good, especially when you don't have control of the board here. And he just sent 2 cards essentially into his discard, right? Because they were defied, so they didn't do anything other than just recycle his runes. And so now this Falling Star is going to come down as well, and he will be able to get rid of the Pit Rookie and that Clockwork Keeper as well. So not going to feel too bad. Going to be able to recover at least a little bit here, but still forced to deal with this here. And that Discipline going to be responded in kind.
Yeah, Discipline's going to bring that Pit Rookie up to 4 health, or 4 might, which means not only does he get a draw card, but Pit Rookie could survive this Falling Star. Oh, and a second one, they might both survive here. And after how many runes Nathaniel spent last turn, almost seems a little bit impatient, and he's lacking the runes here. Hopefully the Falling Star can complete.
Yeah, I mean, the double discipline here feels pretty devastating, as now both of these units will be able to be out of reach of this Falling Star, and so Nathaniel has to figure out something a little bit quicker here. We'll be able to send in that Ravenblood student if he wants to deal with this Pit Rookie, but this Kiana is just too big to deal with right now, and because of how few runes he has available, it's going to be a long time before he's going to be able to deal with that Kiana.
Yeah, this could be a bit of a problem here for Nathaniel. Yeah, it feels like you need to do something now, but his impatience is what got him into this position. So it may be a moment to take stock of where we're at. I don't like it. It feels rough right now, but it looks like we're gonna be cleaving this Noxus, and it completed, or it resolved. So Noxus is coming up as a 7 versus a 5. He's able to beat. Oh, sorry, versus the 7 Kiana because the +2. They're able to trade, but Ravenbloom is a 3 right now. We could potentially trade into the Pit Rookie, but we could also take Targon's Peak as another option.
And a second Falling Star at that. Listen, I mean, he's down to just 3 runes in play right now, but it's going to give him a little bit of space to recover. I think really his biggest issue right now after that double Falling Star, being able to clear that full field as well, definitely puts him in a lot more ease. This Master Yi will be able to come down if he so chooses, though, and that will be able to ready 2 more runes if he decides to go right into this Ravenbloom student. And while Nathaniel does finally have control of the board, he's down to just 3 runes like we had just stated, and only 1 card in hand. I feel like this Kiana is just getting starved. Or, sorry, this Kai'Sa is getting starved.
Yeah, I feel like this Kai'Sa just committed way too much this last turn. We'll have to see, I mean, what he can do, but 3 runes versus going to 9 here for Burning, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it was 7, my bad. I didn't realize he'd already channeled his runes. But going versus 7, it's a huge discrepancy between the two. I'm very concerned for Nathaniel right now.
Yeah, and one of the big things here is that Burning still has 3 cards, so he's just got so many more resources here available to him, and while those resources are available, he is afraid of that smoke screen because that does pump up the Raven Balloon student and force the Yi actually to a 2, which means that the Raven Balloon student does actually beat him. So just too afraid to deal with that smoke screen for now. Doesn't actually have an answer as of yet, but 3 cards are going to be exhausted here. It looks like it's a retreat in hand, so really not too much to be afraid of here. So Yordle going to come down, just be able to find another card, which I think is everything Nathaniel needs right now. And then now he's just going to move that unit back, which should tell Burning that, hey, look, he did feign the smoke screen, but he doesn't actually have it. So maybe in these next following turns, he takes note of that and takes advantage of it here. So we'll have to see how this goes. Burning is 4 to 5, is going to put himself right back up to 5 here. Nathaniel for sure has no answers to deal with this 6 might unit.
And we get the mask down. I think this is the first time we've seen the mask this game. It is mask, right? Yeah, Mask of Foresight.
Mask of Foresight is one of these cards that I thought was very interesting. I think it makes a lot of sense in a Yi deck where you just only want 1 unit on the field here. So he's just going to use the Meditate just to be able to draw a card because it is efficient use of the card here. Sometimes you are able to draw 2 cards just because you are always keeping the big dude just by himself. You're not really moving him off the battlefield there. And while this Yi is a 9 might unit essentially, Nathaniel has to figure out how to get around it. And right now, I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult for Kaisa to come up into. Let's see here. He's up to 2, 4, 7 versus. I mean, I guess it's back to 8 for E, but he'll be going to 9. I mean, 7 is Watcher technically.
Sort of. All right, so he's just going to use the
Kaisa
Kaisa here. I like this a lot. He just
Accelerate.
needs to be able to find some more cards. He needs more options, obviously, here. This Yi is just too big to deal with right now.
Yeah, he's gigantic. Especially like once it comes into defending, he's going to be a 9.
Yep, and I think one of the other things here is that Nathaniel's playing around this Primal Might. Might have seen Burning playing a little bit earlier and seen it, but I mean, it is a fairly common card to see as a one-off here. And with that many runes available, you have to be afraid of this Yi and what it might be able to do here. So now he's just going to recycle 1 rune. Looks like he's going to hide a card there, and I think we know exactly what that card is.
Yeah, I think in this case, we definitely do. There's also just like not too many that Kaisa would have, which makes it interesting because now Burning is like, oh, you have a hidden card? Is that anything other than Consult in Kaisa? If I'm wrong in that chat, obviously, give other ideas, but
Sprite Call, and then what's the name of that 2-cost unit that when it's 2 might, when it comes into play, you give another unit -2. That's the only other thing that would be played in there, but I think he's just playing it to just kind of throw off the opponent and figure out what the heck he's doing here. So thank you, chat. Blast Cone Fae. Yep, the Blast Cone Fae.
yeah, I just don't think either of those are too common in Kaisa. Maybe
No,
I'm wrong with that.
not at all.
So it was interesting. Like, what is there? What is it, right, that Burning has to deal with?
So yeah, I mean, it's just one of those cards. So he's just going to send in his Dead Bloom Predator. I like this a lot. It's going to be a 9 for right now. And so now Nathaniel is forced to use this Consult the Past. I think Burning just kind of had the read. It was like, it can't be anything other than a Consult the Past. So just going to play around that, or play through it here, and then just force it to be used. And so now this Kaisa is in a pretty bad spot. So Retreat going to be the response in kind. I like this a lot. Going to be able to channel 1 rune because he has been starving for him.
Yeah, and he was able to draw some cards too, which is never bad. Normally, Kaisa is not in need of this many cards because it's able to draw consistently throughout his game, but it does seem like we're low in the hand count here.
Yeah, absolutely. And so now another card going to be hidden. We have to assume that that is a Zonia's here. So I think Nathaniel is just going to be playing around the Zonias as well as he can. But the problem is now Burning has a 9 and an 11 to get over.
Yeah, that's
and
insane.
yeah, that's going to be tough.
100%. And I'm assuming this is going to be a Zonia's here on Burning's side with that hidden underneath the Dead Bloom, which means even if he can get through the 11, he's got to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be the nightmare scenario here. So we'll have to see what happens here. Actually, here's a question for you. If the unit gets Zonia's inside of Vilema's cave, does it stay inside the cave because it can't go to base?
I assume from how my guess is that it would be worded, it goes back to base and it's able to go away from the vile maw. Because otherwise, that just doesn't seem like that's. I'm assuming that it would go back to base. There's like probably some wording. I'm sure this. I think they've like redone some wordings with erratas where it goes back to base. Yeah.
Okay, so it does.
It's the
Recall
wording
is
for
not a
recall.
move.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
Thank you, chat.
thank you.
That was a weird one. I'm just gonna trust chat here, even though like 90% of the time chat is wrong. But I just trust you enough. I don't know why. I believe it.
I
It
trust
sounds
chat.
reasonable.
Chat's been correct most of the time. So far right now. Let's see. It'll change, but it's okay. I'm a chat believer. So we do put 4. I think we have the voice seeker go on to that Yi, who
Yep.
for now is a 6. So he only needs 2 more damage to get knocked out. But if we see someone go up, he will become a 9 and there'll be 5 damage. So Void Seeker makes Ravenbloom a 3. We have the 2 Yordle, and I don't remember which character got the cleave. But both are going up. Oh, no? No.
No.
So we just scoop.
Just a scoop there. I think he realizes that, like, even if he deals with this here, the Zonias is going to be able to protect the Yi, and Burning will be right back, right at 7, I believe. I think he was at 6. I can't remember because they cleared it too quick for me to take a look right beforehand. But yeah, I mean, that was a pretty tough situation here. I think Burning navigated this game 1 here very masterfully here. Knowing when to play the Yi, I think is one of the most difficult things for a lot of these Master Yi players to perfect, I guess is the best way to put it. And because he wasn't able to find really any footing after that Yi came down, it just kind of ended it there. And I think also it comes back to that turn where he just double falling starred and Hextech raid and just used way too many resources to deal with all those small units.
Yeah, we got impatient and just burnt through all of our runes. It was really painful, and it doesn't seem like we were able to recover from it. So we'll have to see if Kaisa can, fix it this turn. But I think we went first last game,
Yeah.
and we'll get to go first again. But it's not like we have any more of an advantage this game.
Yeah, and I mean, no Targon's Peak either makes it a little bit more difficult here for the Kai'Sa player. I think that the Yi was able to utilize the Targon's Peak a little bit better than the Kai'Sa player himself, which never feels good.
Yeah, that's like the worry I feel like of like Targon's Peak, as especially your game 1. Your game 1 battlefield is A, you don't even know if you're going first or second, and B, it definitely can help your opponent as well. But let's see what we have for our going first. That was in our battlefield deck. Let's see.
I have to assume it's Dreaming Tree. I mean, usually Dreaming Tree is played on the blind for these Kai'Sa players. Just being able to utilize the draw on 9 different spells in your deck makes Dreaming Tree just such a great blind because you don't really care if you go first or second. You still get to utilize that effect fairly often. So it is going to be up to Nathaniel to be able to bring it back here into the series. But Yi is obviously a very favorite matchup into Kai'Sa. It's what brought it into prominence to begin with. So yeah, I mean, looks like a Dreaming Tree and Void Gate is going to be the battlefields now.
So let's see here. We are going to be going to the mulligan, and just for those of you who are new to Riftbound or just tuning into the stream, we do start with a 4-card hand in Riftbound, and you're allowed to mulligan away 2 of them. They go to the bottom of your deck, and you draw the next 2. There's no shuffling that happens in between your next draw or anything like that. So even if you draw into like the worst cards possible, you would have drawn into them either way. So we'll have to see what happens. We do have a 2-drop here, which is going to be that Ravenbloom student. And Burning also gets one, but he has one rune left unexhausted.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good place here to be if you are Nathaniel. You have the Ravenbloom students to start the game here, which I think is usually the best 2 on turn 1 here. So just going to be able to put down 2 more units as well. Doesn't really mind if this Ravenbloom student gets taken out here. I don't know if Burning wants to utilize his Disciplined or On Guard just to be able to get rid of the student. I think it makes a lot of sense. And oh, okay, Pit Rookie makes a little bit more sense here.
Hmm.
Don't have to commit anything further than just playing a 2-drop, and you get another unit on top of the fact here. So going to be able to clear out that Raven Blue student, and then possibly in this following turn here, be able to utilize that 1 mana for an Unguard as well. Looks like a Mask is going to be played. So now this Clockwork, which once was a 2, is now essentially a 6.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. He's kind of emulating a little stalwart Poro right now, but he gets that +1 all the time instead of only during defense. But oh, with the cape, the helmet as well. Oh my god, I missed the mask.
Yep.
Uh,
So,
insane.
ooh, there you go. That's a great answer here.
Ouch.
Unyielding Spirit going to be able to deny that Falling Star completely here, and now no damaging spells are going to be able to work here. And while that Falling Star once was going to clear that whole field, I mean, that Unyielding Spirit definitely showing how good it is in the board.
Exactly. Yeah, what are we supposed to do now? I mean, we could commit a Noxus Hopeful. There's no more runes left up, it looks like. And it would be able to deal with a 3, but it's still painful to lose lose your falling star like that when you already spent all those runes.
So that cleave is going to be able to be utilized here. Be able to protect that Noxus Hopeful, get over that 6 might through that mask and the Yi here. So now this Pit Rookie kind of stuck by himself here, kind of forced almost into this Void Gate. So yeah, Burning's got to find himself a little bit more footing on these following turns because Nathaniel is just getting so much pressure early on here. While that Unyielding Spirit did feel really good, I mean, he still has all of these 4s to deal with. He still has to deal with this Sentry, and then on top of the fact that Nathaniel's up 2 points.
Yeah, that is for sure. And it's going to be hard getting into it without the +2 of the Yi defense. We do get the +1, I guess, from the mask, but it's only if you're going in by yourself, I think.
Yes, yes,
Yes.
yes. Whenever he attacks are alone or defends alone, yeah. So, I mean, I think the second mask here is really what Burning is trying to find into this matchup, just because if he gets that second one, then all of his 2s are actually 4s. And once that second mask kind of hits the field, I feel like it's pretty difficult to deal with literally any unit that the Yi has. Really, the only ways to deal with it would be just hard removal in those Hextech Rays and Falling Stars and Cathian Rains and what have you here. So, Nathaniel just definitely navigating this as best as he can here. That Pit Rookie is going to be essentially a 5 right now.
Hmm.
And it's going to be up to Nathaniel to kind of get around it here. He doesn't quite have the answer as of yet. We'll have to commit something like a cleave. But yeah, I mean, I think right now this is Kai'Sa favored. It still feels very back and forth. I'm not really sure who kind of has the edge here. But yeah, it's going to be up to Kai'Sa to maintain this tempo and close out this game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because I feel like we started with a little bit, more points last game as well, and they were able to come back. Unless I'm misremembering, could be as well. But at least we do have the Void Gate, which is going to boost up our damage. But Defy comes down again. He's got it in his. I mean, he had it in his hand this time and last time. It's going to really hurt to be spending all this without it actually doing any damage.
Yeah, I mean, that Defy has been really the tale as old as time here, if you will, for Burning. He just doesn't have any answers to it, and even if he does something like Smokescreen here, it's not going to have too heavy of an impact. But this Riptide Rex is going to come down, be able to develop a 6 as well, or a 6 might unit as well, and so now Nathaniel going to be all the way up to 5 points, and Burning is falling further and further behind as this game goes on. These holds have been very difficult for him to break. And he just doesn't have enough resources right now to be able to deal with it. No Yi as well just makes this increasingly difficult.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a rough match. Riptide Rex was an interesting sideboard by Nathaniel, though obviously it did end up helping him here. Uh, and not defiable.
Yeah, I think that's one of the main reasons why people have been putting it into the boards. I haven't seen it too frequently, but I have seen it enough to kind of, be like, oh, that
Ooh,
is a card. So
primal.
looks like Primal Might's going to be dropped down here. Going to be able to draw him another card through that Dreaming Tree and be able
Yep.
to get rid of that Noxus Hopeful as well. So thankfully able to answer one of the things that's going on here, but doesn't quite have enough resources yet to deal with everything else.
Yeah, we're able to break into here. The really cool thing that I think, or interesting thing to me always is with Dreaming Tree, even if it, obviously Kaisa can't defy it, but I mean, like, even if someone's able to defy something at Dreaming Tree, you still get the draw because it's I think it's like at cast is how it's worded or something. But you still get it even if it's defied. If you, oh, it's at oh my god, what's the word? 1 second.
Chosen.
Yeah, when you choose instead of when it's like the card goes off. No, he drew off of the Dreaming Tree. Or I thought he did.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Let's see here. So it looks like we're also gonna play up a Watchful Sentry. +1 is not like too much, but it will be a potential draw. But Raven Bloom can be absolutely gigantic sometimes. So
Yeah, I mean, Nathaniel's been navigating this game very well here. This Riptide Rex, I feel like, was pretty much a game changer for a lot of this here. And now, yeah, I mean, just no way to break both of these fields, battlefields here. So Burning just going to go ahead and go to game 3 here. Might make a couple of changes to his list here just to be able to answer what's going on with Nathaniel here. He is going to finally be on the play, so that will be a benefit here for Burning. I mean, what's the ideal here? I don't remember the battlefields that he was running. I know we know that it was Dreaming Tree. It's God Willow. Okay.
yeah. So yeah, I mean, Burning's been going second both these games. He's very excited to go first. And God Willow is so nice into Kaisa with that draw on hold. He will have to be able to hold it, but he obviously has a lot of answers to make sure once guys are in there that they stay. And it's just going to help offset the fact that Kaisa draws so much.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Nathaniel saving the Dreaming Tree for game 3, which I thought was interesting. Usually it's played on the blind, but chose to use that Targon's Peak, knowing that he is into the Yi. And, I mean, it just didn't pan out for him. So game number 3 here, I think the Yi is favored, especially on the play here. I would like to see a Stalwart Poro, no, not Stalwart Poro. Is he running?
I like Stalwart Poro turn 1 for sure.
Yeah, but I don't think he was on Stalwart. He was? Okay.
He was. I thought he was. He's got a lot of small guys.
That's right.
So he should run Stalwart Poro.
We just haven't seen it in 2 games.
I thought he had Stalwart Poro and Clockwork Keeper.
We know he has Clockwork Keeper for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he played it a bunch. And he's got the Pit Rookies. What's the other 2 that he was running?
I thought
yeah, it's got to be Stalwart.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's got to be.
We're not running Sith Beer or something like that. And I'm pretty sure it had Stalwart. He's gigantic. Like a 5, nothing else. You get a buff, he's a 6. If you have a mass down, he's a 7, and he would cost you 2. Like, you better run Stalwart Poro, I feel like, if you're running.
Plus, he's got an adorable helmet.
He does have an adorable helmet. He's just adorable in general. I think he'd adorable even if you took the helmet off.
It's true. I really like the Poros. I know that they made the Poros to be cute and to be like a fan favorite, and it worked.
It worked. It did. You know, the PSYOP got us. They were like, these guys are going to be cute. We're going to give you a cookie to feed them in the beginning of your league game, and you're going to fall in love with them. And you have no choice. And we said, yes, Rito, yes.
It's true. This is true. This is Rito's best success is the Poro.
No, not false. Not false. Yeah, these mats are absolutely gorgeous. So if anyone is interested in them, we have these Aries, we have a Misfortune, we have Jinx, all for sale here. They're custom made by an artist that keeps like looping. You'll see on here. I think it's like Mike Angel is the name, and they're also Dream Ink is the company that I think that prints the
Diamond
mats.
Ink.
Diamond Ink.
No,
yeah, I knew it started with a D.
GFQ Underground is the one that we use for the mats. There's the Poro. Look at that helmet. Look at that helmet. He looks adorable. Look at the guy.
But no, okay, yeah. We got the Poro, and he's gonna come up into the God Willow. We are gonna immediately set Hex Tech come down, but immediately Defy is here to protect him and say, no. That's mine. That's my battlefield.
And then, yeah, I mean, this is going to be very difficult to break here. I mean, again, this is one of the Yi's best lines. Just drop that turn 2 Poro, put it in the God Willow, and then good luck.
Yeah, and he decides not to recycle energy here on that Clockwork and leave up a whole rune, which means there's a lot he could do. That could be an On Guard to protect. That could be another Defy. And in fact, it could actually be an Unyielding Spirit, which means that Falling Star is doing nothing.
Yeah. Oh man, I feel like this is devastating here for Nathaniel. Want to be able to get into that God Willow, break the draw here, and while Burning is just dumping cards out of his hand, he's going to be able to refuel very quickly as well. And now it's going to be up to the Kaiser to break parity here. He knows he's behind on tempo. He's just going to continue to play as slow as possible, try and find some room for recovery, finding whether or not he wants to commit to the Dreaming Tree or try and break the base here, or put it at the base to later break it. The word I'm looking for is escaping my mind. Battlefield.
The
That's the word.
battlefield, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, and he gets the hold. Honestly, I say it too many times. I'm a parrot saying the same thing over and over again. Holding is already so strong. Normally, when you put a guy up to the battlefield, you've already accepted he's going to die. So you pay some cost in losing your character to take the battlefield. But when you hold it, it costs you nothing. And in this case, we're also getting a card.
So he's going to be able to draw 2 cards here. That Discipline's going to be able to take away that Ravenbloom student. So feels very good here. He still has 2 runes available at his disposal for just some sort of tricks. So if there is a second Discipline, it's going to feel very bad. And now Nathaniel has to have a cleave or anything really to just trying to break through this field here. But the fact that there's 2 runes available makes things all the scarier here. So just going to use 5. Looks like 6.
Singularity.
Okay, Singularity.
Unyielding Spirit.
That has got to be devastating here. You see the smirk on Nathaniel's face.
The smile.
Both of these players are laughing at it, you know. I mean, that is got to feel bad here if you're Nathaniel, but he's just a great sport about it. And I mean, that has got to be devastating. I just don't know how you're supposed to be able to recover from that. That has got to be the moment, or the straw that breaks that camel back here. Oof. How do you, like, if you're Kaiser, do you just say, oh my God, I hope this isn't game 3, but it is?
I guess so. I mean, what exactly are you supposed to do? The 2 masks come down and it looks like we're scooping. Wait, no. We were just, as you can tell, I would scoop here. I would scoop here.
This feels bad, man. I mean, that double unyielding spirit. I mean, you play around the first one. You expect your opponent to run 2 possibly. But, I mean, if your opponent's running 2, you never play around the second one. You just hope to God that they don't have anything about it. And so now a Cathian Rain has to come down on top of the fact here. So finally going to be able to break that hold that Burning has been developing here for these last few turns. And so now going to be able to finally get a point. But, I mean, it's 2-5. You're the aggro deck essentially in this scenario here. As the Templeist, you know you get outscaled by this Yi, and now Yi is able to come down if he so chooses, and he will be able to, come in for 8, and Nathaniel's tapped out here, so looks like Yi is going to be the choice, and he's just going to send it right into that Dreaming Tree, and now Nathaniel has to figure out something quick.
Yeah, I'm sure Nathaniel thought he had much better control of the board after that Cathian Rain, but Yi is waiting in that chosen champion spot to do anything whenever he wants.
Yeah, and now 2 more runes going to get exhausted. Looks like it's going to be Riptide Rex. That's going to be able to answer that board here. So thank God for the Riptide Rex. Going to be able to clear out the Yi finally, or not finally rather, but clear out his field rather finally. And unfortunately for Burning, there is no answer to this Riptide as of yet. Deadbloom Predator can't quite get into the field yet, so Pit Rookie going to come down. Looks like another 2 is going to come down. Looks like it's just going to be that 3rd Pit Rookie as well. So, or is that 2nd with this game? The 2nd one this game. The games are blending together.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen a lot of game 3s this weekend.
No, we have not. It really has felt like the better player consistently has been winning. So a lot of 2-0s have happened here. A lot of these players are still learning how these games work out here. Darius likely going to be the card. No, instead it's going to be this Kaiser, going to be able to accelerate her into one of these battlefields, which is nice. So.
Yep, she is up and into it, and now they're going to have to attack her back, but those 2 masks are immediately going to give a +2. And I mean, that does mean both these Pit Rookies are automatically a 5 if they have the buff, and that doesn't have to deal with Kaisa. Not automatically enough, though, to deal with Riptide Rex.
That's true. I mean, he does run 2 of the Primal Mites. We don't know if he cited either of them out yet, but we did see one on game number 2 here. So Nox was hopeful just going to be put down there to try and answer what's going on with what Burning has on his field here. So we assume that if he just wants to take that field, he'll do it one at a time there. And yeah, I mean, Dead Bloom Predator really is going to be the death knell here, I feel.
What does he get off the death knell here?
No, just if the Dead Bloom Predator hits, that's the end of the
Yeah,
game.
I was trying to make a joke off the keyword. Sorry, I'm a dad. Let's see. Yeah, Dead Bloom though would be disastrous. I completely agree. It's coming in not only as an 8, but a 10. I hate these masks, I've decided.
So now it looks like Discipline is going to come down here, going to be able to
Okay.
draw an additional card and get rid of that Riptide Rex. So
Oof.
now that does not feel good, and he's already at 7 points. So if this field gets taken here, this is the game. He does have 8 runes available, does have Dead Bloom Predator. That does mean it's game. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how this goes. He's really just praying and hoping that, that it doesn't end here. And it looks like 8 is going to
Ooh.
get exhausted. And now 2 of those runes coming down and that
Dead
Dead Bloom
Bloom.
Predator coming down. And that's the handshake. So, yeah, I mean, this game 1 really felt like that Stalwart Paro hit the field. And then he tried to Falling Star. And yeah, it just kept going from bad to worse. You're like, okay, the Falling Star didn't answer. All right, what about Singularity? And that didn't answer. And then he was like, okay, what about Acathian Rain? Surely
That
the
worked.
Acathian Rain, right? And that finally worked, but it felt like it was just too little too late.
Yeah, he was like, here, time for Cathian Rain. Okay, cool. How about my Yi? How about my Yi? And just like that, what a fantastic job, though, by that Yi. I mean, he went into game 1 going second, still won the game. And those unyielding spirits in game 2 and 3 were insane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, game 2, it was almost enough to get him there, but I mean, Nathaniel just navigated that situation perfectly, was able to just bring back that tempo. And while he did exhaust a lot of resources to do so, that did push him over the edge to be able to get that final point.
Yeah, very true. I think they did both like a great job. We did see though, especially like game 1, just how important handling your resources correctly is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, too many runes were burned, and
It was
what do you do?
burning ship from there, or someone, some may say sinking, but in this case, it was a burning ship.
The ship was on fire and sinking while while fully engulfed in the water.
Yeah,
That's how on fire that ship was.
It was a falling star. I'm sorry. I have too many bad jokes. But that being said, I don't know. I love seeing. Oh, let's reword. I don't know if I actually love seeing the Kaisa Ymir, but it's really interesting to see the two like try to interact with each other. Yi obviously has answers for Kaisa, and Kaisa also obviously has some answers for Yi as well. So I'm sure we'll see it again later, but great job by these two players.
Yeah, I mean, really great job. I guess for now, we'll just send it right back to the BR back screen, and then when we come back, we'll hopefully be at top 16. Might do a couple of interviews just to fill some time.
Awesome. We're going to see you guys later then, and have a great one. See you for top 16 maybe.
All right, I'm here with your winner. Pretty good round, pretty good result. Should get you into top 16, I imagine.
Yep, I hope so. I was ranked 11 before this, so I imagine winning.
I think X2 should just be in, from what I heard about a little bit on the math, but we'll see. We'll see shortly thereafter. Pretty good overall. Is this your first time at Charlie's?
It is.
What do you think?
There are a lot of players, but I love how competitive it is. I can't get this kind of experience playing at locals.
That's fair.
The stakes definitely makes it a lot more scary, but at the same time, it's also pretty cool. So
it's been a pretty tough event. I mean, a lot of different decks. Anything that you've been running into that's been a little bit unusual as far as some of your matchups, some of the decks?
Unusual.
Pretty typical meta, just a bunch of Kaisers and.
I haven't seen anything too unusual. I have been playing my fair share of Kaisas. This was my fourth one, which actually isn't too bad since there were 9 rounds. But yeah, I've been able to progress through, but fairly well. But sometimes I do brick. Actually, had a rare game where I bricked on runes.
Runes, ooh.
I didn't know it was
only one
possible.
color. I mean, it's not super common, but it can. The power cost can be kind of tricky sometimes.
I hit 6 greens in a row and was unable to play Kiana in one of my matches. Actually, it happened twice in a row in my best of 3 with that same player.
That's a little awkward. Speaking of Kaisa, let's talk about Unyielding Spirit a little bit. Why don't you tell me about that? I imagine it's been pretty good this weekend.
I love that card, but sadly, even though I sideboard 3 in, I never find it when I fight Kaisa. So I guess I just transferred all of the luck I never had with the card into this one match because I was able to draw it in both the games I sideboarded it in. And in the last match, I managed to draw it twice, which was extremely lucky.
And right when you needed it. And it's a pretty good one. For one, come on. It's so good. Super strong.
Hey, I had to recycle one too, so I was just like the Kaisa.
That's fair. But a huge blowout of a card when you get it.
Yep.
Definitely very, very powerful. Do you have anybody that you want to shout out at all? Any testing groups, anything like that? Anybody from home?
I have a friend I test play a lot with, and one of the other competitors, my brother, also plays Kaisa, so he's also a pretty good test buddy for Kaisa.
Excellent, excellent, awesome. So I will let you go get a little bit of a breather before Top Cut, if that's going to be there. We'll probably maybe see a little bit more of you. But I will let you go. Thank you for the interview.
Thanks.
And good luck in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Okay, so we did actually get that interview that we were talking about.
I'm so glad we did. And that is so funny what he said about that unyielding spirit. I actually ran up to both of the potential interviewers and I was like, guys, you have to talk to him about that unyielding spirit. He doesn't even draw it in the other times. Doesn't even draw it. This is the one time he drew it.
Listen, the time that it matters the most, it's there, and that's all you got. That's all you got to worry about it for.
True, true. But yeah, I sometimes I have that feeling every time I mulligan. I'm like looking at a mulligan. I'm like, I'm never going to see you again. Goodbye. And then you're like, wait, do I put more of it in my card? Like, I feel like that's like when you're like, okay, well, what do I put in my deck? You know, like, you got to be really careful with the counts in this game because if you mulligan it away, you're never seeing it again.
This is true. Yeah, I mean, if you mulligan away, you're never seeing it again. There are no shuffle effects in the game as of yet. I feel like they're specifically trying to avoid doing that on purpose, which I
like it.
I like it. Yeah, I mean, shuffling does slow down gameplay patterns enough, and I mean, this game is very complex already, so
It's
it's just gonna add more time. We're already over time all the time.
Yeah,
That's gonna make it
exactly.
worse.
You go over time already that I cannot imagine shuffling. I know in Pokemon, it feels like that's where a lot of the time goes. It's like the action shuffle, action shuffle, action shuffle, action shuffle. That's where all the time goes.
Yeah,
So I like the choice. I like the choice for sure.
yeah. I mean, Pokemon has so much searching that like it's you're cutting multiple times in the same turn.
Yeah, sometimes.
And so, yeah, I mean, I remember there was like a Pokemon player that took like a 20-minute turn once. I forget what that was, but
I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised. There's a couple of them that'll do it. There's a couple of them. Like,
yeah,
the deck is gone now, Annie, but like, I sometimes do a cut up to 4 times a turn. Let's put it that way. More than 4 times a turn.
oh my goodness.
But especially if you're on a different sporter. But yeah, so really, it's very much not helps determine, but like it affects your card count a lot.
Absolutely.
So it's really interesting to see what he said with that. It sounds like he cited in all 3. It worked for him this time.
Yeah, I mean, he finally got to draw it, and then, you know, the Falling Star, it felt like it was a blowout for that Falling Star, and then the Singularity was even more of a blowout because he spent 6 runes to use it, and then it didn't do
Anything.
jack diddly dot.
Yeah, it was supposed to do 12,
Swat.
and it did 0.
Yeah.
Not good.
That does not, no, that does not feel good. I mean, the Kaiser mitigated like the cycling of the second rune, which felt okay, and then the Riptide Rex was able to, you know, sort of even the playing field, but by then it was just too late.
Yeah, it was a tragic ending, but really great job by the Yi player, and I'm excited to see if we're gonna see him into our top 16, and even more so, how many other Yis are gonna be playing Unyielding Spirit. I've seen it in side decks, but I feel like this is the first time I've seen it actually make its way onto the board.
I think it was in the side deck, actually.
Yeah, I'm like agreeing. Like a couple others have it
play
in the
it.
side deck, but like actually ending up playing it, I haven't seen it too many times.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, at least in my locals, because my locals, we get like 20 plus
Oh, wow.
people, so we just don't have the ability to do best of 3s.
Mm-hmm.
So we just do the fun best of 1s, and so everyone's sideboard cards just don't get used ever.
But at my local, we like get the 30 people, and for some reason they still decide to do the best of 3.
Oh,
and
that's
it
why
starts
you
at
leave at
7
3.
p.m. and it ends at 3 a.m. and I'm like, yeah, you have to. I'm saying best of 1's way better than that. Best of 1 is way better than that. I promise. I want best of 1. I want best of 1.
Oh no.
I'm also just like not used to sideboarding, so I'm like,
Mm.
oh, game 2. No, I don't need a sideboard. I have a whole guide on how to sideboard, but I don't need a sideboard.
That's fair.
I don't need to do it because I've never done it in my life. But I need to learn how to. We are going to be getting standings soon. Top 6. This last round is, I don't even think close to it. It looked like a lot of people were still playing. Round.
Yeah. I mean, this is probably the last round when everyone's in there winning in. They're going to be playing slow because they feel the pressure of everything. They really want to get that top cut.
And the math, there's just so much like complex math. I think I was even talking to someone about like a Fiora math. It's like buff Fiora has this, depending on what this happens, how all the different things you have to count for when even just deciding to move into the battlefield. A lot of math to be done, and with that, it takes a lot of time. So, we'll see how this goes, but we'll have stats at the beginning probably of top 16.
Yeah, should have that. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, with that, I think we'll just send it off to a break for now, and we'll be back with that top cut.
Awesome. See you guys for top 16.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. I'm Sasuke, joined here with Jeebus,
It's me.
and we are in the top cut.
Sure are.
Yeah. It's I think it's a pretty good spread for the top cut so far. I think we have a set player, we got an MF player, we got
I have the
Annie
actual
and a couple
breakdown
other ones.
of what we have for
Okay.
the decks. Okay. So we have one set, one Kaisa. Sorry, 8 Kaisa. It's a half Kaisa.
Mhm.
One Misfortune, 4 Yi, 2 Annie. So there were a couple that were also on the bubble that didn't make it. It was 2 Annies, a Yi, and a Kaisa did not make it with the same records. So a little bit of bubble boys this event, which is unfortunate. But it'd be like that sometimes.
It do
So
be like
I
that.
think that they are just about ready to start. We actually got Colin again on set, who is the #1 seed, against Zane, which snuck in at 16
Oh, there you go.
on Kaisa. So let's go ahead and send that over. Unless you
Yeah.
want to touch on anything else before we do.
No. Let's send it over.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So
All right.
the boss set, and we got Kaisa over here. So I would say that. Oh, how did it get so fuzzy again? Unfortunate. I
Yeah.
will fix that after this, but we can see it just fine. So it looks like we have. What is that?
Void Gate and Dreaming Tree.
Yeah.
So very likely Colin on that Dreaming Tree there. I don't really see any reason why he would ever be on a Void Gate. So yeah, Cytheria is just going to be his turn 1 play here. One of the best cards for set. It just lets you use that early drop, create a buff, so it essentially becomes a 2 might unit once you play another unit. But you get to use that buff for things like Call to Arms, as well as the, what is it, Monastery of Hirana. That's the one that when you conquer, you can spend a buff to draw a card.
Yeah.
Not in this game, but I mean, still a very useful effect for Cytheria here. So just probably very likely going to go into that Dreaming Tree here. And it looks like he's just going to go ahead and develop that set while he has the opportunity. And then, yeah, so Cytherea here just going to be at 2, and it looks like he doesn't want to play into that Hextech Ray here, so just going to pass the turn and allow Zane that freedom.
So here's the Kingpin. This has been sort of the major focus this weekend, I think, for Colin here. Most of the set lists generally favoring the, I guess, kind of more traditional brawler lists. I really like it.
Yeah.
I like that it's cheaper. I like that it is
Bigger.
Most of the time, right? The other one can be bigger, but this one is more consistently bigger. The tank is very valuable and very relevant a lot, especially if you are sending a bunch in. So getting an additional might for each buffed friendly unit at a battlefield, that can be easily a 10 if you are rumbling in with a couple units, right?
Yep. He
And
does
all of a
trigger
sudden,
himself.
he just protects everything and it counts itself. So very, very, very good. I've been enjoying it quite a bit, and in his games, we've seen how powerful it ends up being.
Yep. So there's a Stupefy there, just going to be utilized by that Dreaming Tree, allow him to draw an additional card here. I think this is one of the best uses of Stupefy. It's kind of been like a little hidden, a little secret. I feel like a lot of players have kind of figured it out on their own, but it took a couple of games, maybe a couple of weeks for the North Americans, at least in my Nexus nights, for people to realize that you could do that with Stupefy.
Yeah, draw 2 cards for 1 at reaction speed, pretty strong. Being a reaction means that you can do that on your opponent's turn as well, to basically any time that you have priority. If they have something that causes really anything to trigger, then you have priority to be able to do that. And since Dreaming Tree specifically says, once per turn, right? You can do it on your turn and then do it again on their turn, and you can really keep a lot of cards going. It has been very impressive to me. So sending them both in, set being now still only a 7 because we only have one other buffed unit with him, but your smaller units are just forever safe because of the tank. The tank is incredibly powerful.
Yep, and yeah, I mean, this is just one of those issues here, right? So this is exactly what you were talking about earlier, where that tank comes in useful, protects that Cytherea, makes that set just that little bit bigger as well. So coming in with, what is that, 8 into the 2 here, really nothing that Zane can do about it. So just going to get pushed off of that Dreaming Tree for now. And it looks like that, I always forget the name of that gear there, but it allows you to buff exhausted units.
I believe it's the Arena Bar.
Yes. Arena Bar going to come down there and buff that set right up. So 2 more ink going to be exhausted, or runes rather, going to be exhausted for this Daring Poro. And now Zane very likely going to be forced to just give up on this Dreaming Tree for the time being, as this set is just way too big. So now Zane gonna have to consider all of his options here. Only has that Watchful Sentry for the time being, so might just opt to go for this Void Gate here, just get that point while he has that opportunity. Very likely is Kaiser going to be able to hold the Dreaming Tree for the time being. I just don't see how he's supposed to get around this without a card like Singularity or Acathian Rain, which he does not yet. Oh, he does have access to it. He is exactly 7 runes, so has the opportunity to do Acathian Rain if he so chooses, but might not opt to do so, as that set will be able to be protected by his leader or legend.
And the thing too about, just because we're tapped out here does not mean that we have no ability to cast things, right?
It's true. Call to Arms does
Call
exist.
to Arms does exist, and we have 2 buffs, right? Sorry, Call to Glory, rather.
Call to Glory. Okay.
Call to Glory, so it gives a +3. So we can make sure that this set is not at risk, right? If they decide to do Rain, we can very easily buff it almost outside of the range that they can even hit it. And if they decide to fully commit everything into it, then we just use the other buff and save it. So it's really hard to want to overcommit into trying to remove these units.
Yeah, absolutely. So this guy's just going to come down here. I think Zane realizes that he has to play this a little bit slower right now. Understands that this set is just too much to deal with for right now. And as you were alluding to, I think this is like one of the big changes that I've seen from a lot of set lists here is that most set players go for the 5-cost set that when he enters, he gets a buff, and then whenever he conquers, he get a buff, and then you can spend the buff to give him +4. That has been the main set as their chosen champion. And so I like to see the yellow one here. Again, that tank just proving to be really annoying to deal with. And then now with this arena bar, it's just going to be even more difficult to deal with all the units that he has. So this Poro very likely going to go into this Void Gate, hopefully find himself something more useful to do this turn. Just in that this Poro does feel very at risk to a plethora of removal spells at Zane's disposal. We don't know if he has any of them available, but it looks like he does. So 4 ink going to get exhausted, or 3 ink rather, going to get runes, going to get exhausted. My brain is melting right now. I'm kind of blending all 3 of my main games, Magic,
Little
Arcana, and now Riftbound together.
So here comes a Void Seeker, right?
5 damage. Could get marked.
It is 5 damage. We'll see if Colin even really cares too much. I don't know if he necessarily does in this spot. We're not that far behind here. We can easily retreat something, showstopper if we really want to get into that. There's plenty of ways of having ready characters. We can just challenge.
Challenge has been such a powerful card here. I think this is one of the cards that a lot of players were kind of overlooking for a little bit here. I think it's just so strong because it allows you to interact with people at their base. And it's one of the very few cards that can do so in Riftbound at this time.
Especially, the few cards that can interact at base, Vacation Rain can do it. Void Seeker, Falling Star rather can do it as well.
Mm-hmm.
But they're kind of
Singularity,
but they're limited in how much they can do.
Yeah.
I mean, the set here, in combination with First Mate just moving over, taking out the battlefield, and we're already up to 3 versus 2, but with an empty board is so brutal.
Yeah, and the sabotage is going to come down here too and just restrict even further what Zane has at his disposal. And there is that Acathian Rain that we were talking about, so it's very likely going to get stripped away here. I can't imagine him just taking away one of the 2 cleaves. It feels like it's not going to be doing much as of right now. It's going to take a couple of turns to set up. So
I think if we could, we would probably take the Thousand Tail Watcher. But it is non-unit. So in that case, I mean, I don't think you take the cleaves. I don't think that they matter. But I don't think the rain matters either here. The best that it's going to be able to do is sort of clean up the other characters. I don't really think that you can overcommit into using your whole turn to take out the set, but the cleaves are also completely useless. We don't have any units.
yeah.
What are we going to do with cleaves?
Well, he does have Noxus Hopeful. He does have a Yordle, a Lecturing Yordle, so he can activate that. And so then just set up for that following turn here. But that will mean that by the time he is able to interact, his opponent will be at 5 points. So this is a very difficult situation to be here if you are Zane. That Acathian Rain isn't going to protect him from anything right now. And while the set is in that Void Gate, he's not going to have any damage to deal with it for now. And so, yeah, I mean, the Acathian Rain just sent to the bottom of the deck. Properly. There we go.
Yeah, you would think it's a discard spell. It is actually a recycle a card spell, which is notably very different.
Yes, very, very different. It's interesting, though, because I think every time I've seen Sabotage on screen, the opponent just throws it into the discard initially because it just feels like that kind of effect.
Especially if you're coming from some other games that have similar effects. Generally, they are just discard spells. And we do have discard spells in this game.
Yes, Mind Splitter.
Mind Splitter does discard. So especially if you're playing against an MF, perhaps, you may think that they both do, but they don't. The set has 7 might.
Yes, 7 might.
Yeah, it's 7, because it sees itself, and then it is also buffed. So it goes 6, and then the 1 from its ability, which is very powerful for a 4 cost.
Very efficient.
I've been impressed with set. As long as you have the ability to, actually get buffs on, which Arena Bar is good for it.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna ignore chat and just continue to yeah. So
yeah,
lecturing
that
Yordle.
wasn't a Raven Bloom. That was the draw card. It was a Sentry.
Yeah. So Noxus Hopeful here going to come down as well. I assume the second Noxus Hopeful is also going to hit the battlefield
Makes
or
sense.
base here. So yeah, I mean, in a pretty good position is Kaiser finally going to get passed back to him here. Only 2 runes available, and we got to see his hand, which just means that there's 2 cleaves in his hand. It's not going to do anything for right now. And yeah, I mean, look at how many strong units are there here, right? I mean, this arena bar has just made everything so kind of hard to deal with. I mean, the first mate coming out as a 4, Cythria obviously buffs herself, but the ability to get that buff on the set super early has felt really, really difficult to deal with here. And I mean, Zane still has no answer to the set.
Yeah, and I have been really impressed with Arena Bar. Being able to continually give this, you think with the other set, with the ability to keep putting buffs in and get in and really, keep the buffs flowing without huge cost is very valuable.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think once you've committed one arena bar to the field, you never want to see another one. I do know that he runs 3, right? I believe
Does
he
run
runs
3.
3. Yeah.
So you want to see them as often as you can. Sometimes it is not great, but there are always Zon Warrens sneaking around sometimes that you're able to get rid of them. If you draw enough cards, it doesn't really matter. But the thing about set that is so powerful is we don't have to keep committing things to the board necessarily. None of this really ever leaves. Once it gets there, you have your leader ability, and it just sticks around forever.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly difficult to deal with here. So 2 runes are going to be recycled here. 5 was exhausted, so not sure what. Kiana, sorry, 1 rune rather. Okay, so Kiana's going to get dropped down here. Going to come in with the buff through that arena bar there. He does need to exhaust the bar for that buff there. There we go. And then, yeah, Set's just going to retreat. The rest of them are going to retreat there. He's already at 5 points, doesn't need to hold anything here. And with how much power, or might rather, is on the side of Zane, he'd rather just let him get the 2 points and then retake here. So it is going to be up to Zane to figure out how to defend once he does do the take. But yeah, I mean, this is a very difficult situation to be in here if you are Zane. Even if you do get these 2 points here, Colin will be able to clap back, will be able to bring himself all the way up to that 7, and then it's going to be up to Zane to figure out how he's supposed to break parity once that is done. On top of the fact that this legend still has not been used once this game, which means that he still has plenty of runes available to recycle with.
Yeah, and one of the things too, because Set has tank and gets additional might for every unit that we bring along that has might, we can take whatever battlefield we want for sure and hold it. Outside of specifically deal 12 to everything, which is very rare in game 1 for sure, we can just hold for 3 turns and the game may just be over with what we already have.
Right.
If we put everything in the same battlefield, right? Assuming the Dreaming Tree, probably not the other one. Set is looking to be already 7, 8, 9, 10 on his own. Straight 10.
He's a chonker, is what we call that.
So just to get through Set alone is already 10. Kiana's 5. The first mate is 4.
Cythria's 2.
Is a 2.
So that's another 11. So 21 might.
21 might that they have to get through, and they can't punch through anything until they get through 10.
Yeah, what's weird, though, is if you do stack everything right onto that same battlefield, one thing that is a little bit overlooked is that we did actually get to see that Kaiser has 2 call to arm, or is it call to arms? No.
Call to Glory.
Call to Glory, thank you, yes. Call to Glory in his hand. So these buffs actually are a little bit counterintuitive, right? Because the Call to Glory normally would give you +3, and you just have to take one of the buffs from one of your benched units. But if you have them all there, the way that the set interaction works, it's actually only +1.
Yeah, assuming that we consume it, but you don't
Yeah.
have to. You can just play it.
That's true.
You just pay 3, play it as a reaction.
I don't want to do that.
I mean, we have quite a few runes available, so we haven't really been recycling anything. We're just moving Kiana in, which to me means that they likely have, obviously we know about the 2 Call to Glories. It could be that we also have, was he playing Primals? Thought he had,
Primal Might?
thought he had a couple Primal Strength.
Primal Strength, that's right.
Thought he had a couple of these, if I remember right.
No, that was the Yi player that was running 2 specifically. I'm not sure
Hmm.
if he might have been on 1. I don't know. Primal Might's been showing up in little whispers here and there pretty consistently, actually. I think it's one of those cards that has just been. Oh, he has 2.
He has 2.
He
We
has
we
2.
saw the deck list, the whole deck list yesterday in the deck.
Yes,
deck.
I couldn't remember. This is my brain is not
Unbelievable.
working very well. I don't know what to tell you.
We know.
Mm.
Unlucky. I mean, with all these Noxus, there is an awful lot of might on the other side, but if Kiana just gets to take this for free, that's going to be pretty rough.
Yeah, that feels pretty bad here. I mean, this Hextech Ray doesn't have quite enough in the gas tank here. And then if you wanted to use that smoke screen, it is going to force you to recycle one of your runes there. And then if he does have that primal strength like we were alluding to, then the game kind of feels like it's over. Not to mention, even if he just has like something like we know he has the double Call to Glory. So even if he just double Called to Glory there, I would feel like the game is pretty much over there as well. So I do like the patience from Zane. I think he is on the back foot here. He was on the draw as well. So it just makes things that much more difficult. So now Set going to come into this lecturing Yordle, and even with the smoke screen here, that Set is just still too big.
Yeah, and because we have the Call to Glory, because we have potentially Primal Strength, we have the ability to sort of play around a single smokescreen, double stupor, direct damage or whatever, and they know that. I think Zane is trying to be as conservative as possible to try and not burn runes now, so that with the Thousand Tail Watcher play next turn, can hopefully try to claw back. But if we're only putting 1 unit into both of these, like, it's just not going to be enough. Again, it's the same problem that we had mentioned, where this set plus these units with the buffs is just insanely huge. And Thousand Tail Watcher only works on Zane's turn, right? That the might reduction is temporary. So it is going to be hard at 7 points to really stop them from, at the very least, being able to conquer 1 and then hold.
Yeah, I think this is really just kind of the nightmare scenario here if you are Zane. So this Kiana is going to get pushed right back into the base here. Understands that he really wants to protect it over the Set. And I like this movement from the Set here. You bring an additional 4 points in, essentially 5, just because it is buffed as well. So an additional 5 might going to be added to the board. 12 might now Zane has to get over. Now with this Thousand Tail Watcher that is likely coming down on this following turn, he might have enough for also a smoke screen, but I can't imagine he also has enough for that cleave.
Yeah. We also, because we have the Kiana, and if we decide to move the other first maiden or not, I'm unsure, but we have a showstopper too, which is not super relevant here. Looking at the hand, it looks like a unit, probably a first mate, I would guess, based on the art, and then 2 Call the Glories. So the Call the Glory is going to be plenty on its own, I think, to protect. We can use one of the buffs from the Kiana, just cast the other one. I suspect that we're actually going to put the first mate in here as well.
No, I like it at the base there just because, again, that Call to Glory doesn't really get nearly as much value if you do have that first mate in there. And then not to mention, if he does have the first mate in there and he does have the Thousand Tail Watcher, which we know he does, it makes it a lot worse there.
We also get to draw a card off the first Call to Glory because it is Dreaming Tree. So there's a world where we rip into something that is better than what the current plan is. I wouldn't even be surprised if we decide because of that to use the first Call to Glory as a, remove a buff free cost.
Right.
As opposed to paying for the first one. Just in case, we draw Primal Strength or challenge or something that we want to make sure that we can cast as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Dangerous Duo was played on the following turn there. So, actually, Two Might is not going to be utilized here. Looks like that is the Thousand Tail Watcher going to come down. And Zane is at 12 runes. He did just recycle 2 of them. So, that does mean he has still 4 runes available to him. Now, what is that? That is 1, 4, 7. 7 might has been taken away here. So, that would be Set is at, oh man, math is hard. What is he at right now? He's 7, 8, 9 minus 3. So he's a 6. Okay. Set
So
is 6.
Set is a 6. And the other 2 are
1 and
1 and 1.
Yeah. So, okay. So 8 might. Thousand Tail Watcher alone is not quite enough as of yet, but a smoke screen onto the Set does make him pretty vulnerable here. We'll have to see what Zane decides to do, but I mean, the fact that there's still just 2 Call to Glories that's been sitting in Kaiser's hand this entire game, or at least for the last few turns, is really going to prove to be a surprise to Zane. I feel like at this point in time, you're kind of not playing around it and just hoping your opponent doesn't have a second Call to Glory. I think you can play around 1, but playing around 2, I think you're just going to lose anyways.
It's hard. You only really have the luxury, especially with being so far on the back foot, to play around a little bit of stuff. If we were not looking at the hold point for victory here, I think you can afford to be a little bit more conservative. But at this point, we kind of just have to hope that they don't have it, that their hand is maybe a single buff. Maybe we can play around that. But we're just a little too far behind to be able to do that. Now, we can lead with the Hextech Ray here, which can allow us to remove some both buff as well as a little bit of the might off the field before we get in with into combat at all.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 more runes going to be exhausted, and a smoke screen is going to come down as well. So the Set is actually finally going to get dealt with here through this Hextech Ray, through this Thousand Tail Watcher smoke screen, and everything else that's got thrown into it. So now Set very likely will have to get broken here, sent back to just the base, because he does have the Set in, or the legend that does protect him for at least 1 turn. It does spend the buff, but you do have the arena bar on the following turn to potentially buff him right back up. It will he will have to be exhausted for that to happen. But that said, pretty difficult situation to be in here if you are Kaiser. So, yeah, I mean, I potentially might use the Call to Glory to protect him, but I think this is just overall the better line. Your opponent just used 3 resources to deal with it, and then now your units aren't even big to begin with. So
I think you just win with Double Conquer next turn. We have the Showstopper as well, which
Right.
Can both give a buff, and also if we play any additional unit from hand, we just move it in even if it's tapped. So if we still have first mate, we can even have Set conquer the other battlefield and then pull it back and then move it in.
this is true. Yeah, and I mean, again, the double Call to Glories, I feel like, are just going to play a huge part in this right now. So both these units are going to get pushed off of the base here, very likely going to be able to get rid of the Yordle. So I'm just going to take the trade while it's available there.
Sure.
And yeah, I mean, the Thousand Tail Watcher is 7. It's a little big to deal with, but without that Yordle protecting it, I feel like it's a lot less threatening.
Yeah, I mean, you can also just send Set into it as 7 alone, and then trade, and then Showstopper it back in.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is because we have the ability essentially to recall a unit in that case, then instead of it dying, that's a really good spot. Because, like, how do you lay it out here? We have a modest amount of size for both, but I don't think it's enough to beat both sets. And you can't just do nothing here from Zane's perspective. You have to put something in there, otherwise it's free.
Yeah, absolutely. So now a whole bunch of these units you're going to have to try and defend here. You only have one card remaining in hand, or one rune remaining available to you, which means that at best he can Stupefy or Hextech Ray. So fairly easy to play around those, I would suppose.
Especially with the Call to Glory, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and so yeah, I mean Zane's just kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place here. Going to try and just bulk up as much as he can on as many battlefields as he can, and just pray that Kaiser doesn't have the showstopper that he does actually have in hand already. So
Yeah,
two runes going to get channeled here, and he's going to go all the way up to 11, I think. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, 4?
It's 9.
9. Okay, my bad. 2 off. 2 off.
This should be more than plenty, I believe, with the double pump. Because it's the full turn, I mean, you can just use both Call to Glories pretty easily. Like this, yeah, just Call to Glory for free, I think. Lets you keep all of your resources. And that should be enough. Like, okay, if they want to save this battlefield at all, they have to use their trick right now. And if they do, then that's probably not enough.
Yep, and so now he's going to be able to draw 2 cards. Why did he draw 2?
It should just be 1.
Oh, right. Kiana, duh. Kiana draws 1, and then he's already at 7 points.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay. So, Pit Rookie going to come down here, going to be able to buff that set, just make things that much more difficult here. And then Arena Bar, very likely just going to be used to buff the Pit Rookie. I'm actually surprised that he decided to do it in this order here. He's just going to... Oh, actually, okay, I see now. Yep, that makes perfect sense. So Call to Glory here, just going to be able to buff set all the way up to a 10. And yeah, Zane has to figure it out, and he can't. So that is going to be game 1.
Because we have the showstopper in hand, even if they're able to make that like a tie, it's still not enough because we just then showstopper it back in afterwards. So it's very hard there. Even if it's do this, take out the 1,000-tailed, go back in, that's going to be plenty. So well navigated there. With our yellow set, the king.
Yeah, I mean the #1 seed here, Kaiser. He's been playing incredibly well all game or all tournament.
Yeah, let me go see if I can focus the camera a little bit.
Okay. All right, chat. We're gonna be alone together, but yeah, I mean this is definitely. Oh, DeCandio. All right, I'm okay. I you know what? He knows some secrets that I don't know here. So he's gonna go ahead and focus the camera here. I don't know why it is so zoomed in now. Okay, there we go. And oh, okay. All right, we're just gonna be talking about. I don't even know what we're supposed to talk about here right now, Chad. I mean, for me, I think if you're calling here, I think you kind of want to stay on the big set here, the big tank set. He might opt to go for. We know that he's got 2 of the orange sets in his board here. So yeah, I do think that the 4-cost set here is the best option. He has his battlefield already selected, so I'm not sure what he's going to be playing on the draw in terms of battlefields. I know that we went over the deck tech yesterday, but again, my brain is it's melted. It's
All right,
gone.
that's a little clearer. Not perfect because I'm reaching over the top of the players, but that looks a little better.
It looks better.
Yeah, the set has been very impressive. I've really liked the Kingpin over the Brawler quite a bit. I do know that, you know, again, because we did the deck tech, that Cont has some Brawler in the sideboard. I do not believe that it is for this matchup at all.
Yeah, I think it's got to be potentially for the Yi matchup, just because you need big bodies.
Yeah, I would imagine it's for the calm, you know, your green matchups in general, where you just need the ability sometimes to be a 12, to be a 16, you know, with a couple of buffs with this. Then the multiple arena bars would be more relevant, right?
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely here. So, again, I mean, I think this is just going to be a very difficult for the Kaiser player. I think that Kaiser, when he built this list, he built it intended to be able to beat Kaiser.
Yeah.
And that makes perfect sense. It is the most played deck by far, and then immediately after that would probably be the Yi players. And then you have everyone else. So Annie's been rising in popularity. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think Annie a lot of players are now kind of coming privy to the fact that Annie might actually be the third tier 1 deck.
I think it's pretty good. I actually think it's not bad against this set list either.
Mhm.
At least more so than Kaisa. Depends on, again, how much damage-based removal you are, but like this set at a battlefield doesn't care that much about Falling Star, which I think is maybe what is the most relevant right now. Is Falling Star is hugely problematic. Yeah, I'm sending you to the Shadow Realm, Sarek, where you belong. Back in there. Why aren't you subscribed? That's it. That's all it is. But also, we're in between the games, so we run the ads because people were complaining that they were during the games, and now we're sideboarding. So relax. Call your senator if you care about it.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, or call the head of Amazon,
Yeah,
Jeff.
call Jeff. Call him up. Just
Be like, hey Jeff,
hey Jeff, fix the ads.
it's too many ads.
Let's talk about set's ability a little bit here. So normally recycling your runes is a pretty big cost, but in this deck and in most of the set lists,
Mhm.
you are able to leverage it as just like a tempo play, basically, because the things that you already played and commit to the board, you're just relying on them a little bit more. You're keeping them around a little bit more aggressively than you would if you would be really anything else. So you're using that ability on their turn because it's only recycling, right? You don't have to be untapped. It plays a lot closer to like the way that Annie does. You're able to do things on your turn and then still do things on their turn. You know,
Mhm.
we're able to take buffs, maybe that we got from Arena Bar, and actually leverage them for, casting Call to Glory, or in this case, removing it to the monastery to draw an extra card.
Yeah, I think the monastery is actually very, very good on the draw, just because it feels very one-sided in terms of its effect here.
Oh,
So
it's incredibly one-sided against Kaisa for sure.
yeah, I mean, Monastery of Hirana is just very difficult to deal with here for Kaisa, honestly, just because it's very one-sided. But also, I think it's interesting that Zane's on Targon's Peak here, just because it does actually feel a little bit one-sided in terms of favor for the Kaisa. I just don't see very much interaction with the set list. There is challenges to be able to answer units on your opponent's side or opponent's turns, so that could be the really only effective use of the card or battlefield rather. But besides that, I just don't see any reason why you care about readying 2 runes as a set player.
And you may not, and that's why it's, on the play game, we want our best battlefield, the one that is, the swingiest, right, on our draw game in game 3, assuming that we win our on the play game, right?
Right.
So it could be that this is, this has been seeing more play in these lists as sort of like a neutral ground. Yeah, the untapping 2 runes can be helpful for you. Sometimes this can be helpful for your opponent, but you don't just get buried if they end up getting advantage out of it a little bit.
Right.
Where
like
some
the
of
God
them,
Willow.
like the God, sometimes you can, if they draw a couple cards off of it, they hold, it's a disaster,
Complete disaster.
like
yeah.
actual complete disaster. And in here, it's not so bad. I would look to see Showstopper here. Yeah, dump set right into the peak. Probably leave the buff on. Oh no, we have the Arena Bar. Oh, we're looking to take out the unit now. That makes sense.
Yep. I like this a lot here. And then he gets to ready 2 more runes as well. So he very likely has something like a challenge just to be able to deal with this Kaisa on the following turn as well. So now Zane has to find a way to get around this here. 7 is just too big to get over. And so now the Kaisa has no way to get into this Targon's Peak, is going to be forced into that monastery if he wants to be able to draw. But again, if Kaiser has the challenge...
What's really tough here too is that, okay, let's imagine that Zane had Smokescreen, something that you can try to make a challenge into the set there.
Right.
Okay, then they tap their set and rebuff it with Arena Bar, and then what? You just like deleted a card in your hand to trade. Like that's so mediocre at best. It's rough.
Yeah, I mean, if he has exactly the smoke screen, at least the Kaiser survives the trade, right? Because
The Kaiser would with the on this turn, yeah.
yeah. So, I mean, I just have to assume that he's going. Oh, he's going to go right in there.
Cleave,
Going to use
probably.
the cleave just to go ahead and go for this trade.
Well, we can't do challenge in response because I believe that it is just an action.
And a second cleave going to come down as well, just to get over that set finally. So, I think at this point he's just going to recycle the rune, protect the set, buff it up next turn, and move on.
Okay. I guess it's back here now. Unlucky.
So yeah, I mean, Zane is going to be able to draw a card here. He's going to be able to get his second point of the game. Is going to be also able to ready 2 maroons. So very likely just going to drop that Ravenbloom student that I believe he picked up here, and that is not going to be the case.
Falling Star to try and take out the set now.
I like this a lot here.
Because we know that there's no buffs, right? There's no way to protect the, with Call to Glory or anything. So it has to be with those 2 runes specifically. Otherwise, you can get it. I think that's a great line. This is something that we were seeing a lot yesterday, where players were finding ways of activating the set's leader ability, forcing that out, and then just not having a follow-up to try and really take out the unit for good.
Right.
So making sure that you have a plan, right, was very relevant here, and that might just win the game on its own right here.
Yeah, I mean, one of the issues that I found with set in general is that once you lose your chosen, you are very far behind. So I think if this does go to a game 3 here, this last turn where that Falling Star was able to come down with alongside that double cleave really is the only thing that could have gotten over all of that there. So, I mean, very, very well played. I think Kaiser was not expecting that. I don't think many players would play around that either. So, I mean, yeah, this is very, very well done here. Kaiser is in a very commanding position now. He is going to be able to go all the way up to 4 points. Is 3 points ahead of his opponent now. And, yeah, I mean, Kiana is the start of something.
It's good. It's good. But on its own, it cannot... It doesn't do everything on its own. There was one card, I think, for the cost that could have happened to be able to protect it there, and it was unyielding, right? That out of the sideboard potentially could have saved the set, but without it, I mean, you double commit the cleave, but you don't really care. We have plenty of card draw. Kaisa's already picking up a card if we win. Cleave doesn't really get better, right? Like as a card, that one, you don't always have a ton of opportunities to use it because usually you're on the defense more than the offense.
Yeah, and this is one of those scenarios here where, I mean, look, a 3-point lead is a huge lead to come back from. That means that you have to hold potentially twice to even hope to get back into the game at 6 points and then close it out from there. But yeah, I mean, this Watchful Sentry is going to get taken out, which I don't think Zane minds at all. He's just going to draw an additional card off of that. So, yeah, doesn't feel bad about it at all. He's going to spend that buff just to be able to draw a card and hopefully find a few more answers. We do see a Showstopper in hand. We do see that Unyielding Spirit, but again, that set was already gone before he was able to find it. So, Pit Rookie in hand might be the play as well.
I think before we do anything, I would probably just rebuff Kiana before we give priority if we can.
Yeah.
Deciding on Kiana's ability. So the stack now, the chain now should be clear, I believe.
I believe so as well, yeah. So Arena Bar very likely going to just be used on that Kiana again.
Unless we're looking to put it on something else, potentially.
And I do see a Cythria as well now. He has a plethora of cards in hand, so, I mean... We'll have to find out how this goes here. Cythria in hand. Well, I mean, this is a very difficult set of turns to navigate as the Kaiser was able to retreat. Very likely going to be able to use her effect once more as well. And this Targon's Peak, I felt like, has been very strong for Zane.
Absolutely, absolutely. And ideally, I think if Colin can not recycle runes this turn to try and build up a little bit more of a larger individual turn, I think it would be ideal.
Mm-hmm.
That's not always an option, but if we can first mate Okay, this is okay. We can buff everything up with the arena bar. Pit Rookie coming down and really showing where it's at its strongest in these lists. Sometimes you do just run it out if you need a 2, but if you can save it a little longer, putting a buff on everything does go a long way, especially when we have the Monastery out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Pit Rookie is just one of those cards that it's good early, it's good mid, and it's good late. It doesn't always, it's not going to be exceptional.
It's not always 2 buffs every time, but it being so cheap, not having a power cost, like it's just it always is going to be at least okay, which is everything that you want out of a 2-drop. Like you want it to be pretty good most of the game, and that's good enough.
It's true. I mean, it's true. I think Noxus Hopeful really kind of fits that bill as well. It's never going to take over the game, but it's always going to do that thing that it does consistently, which is just provide that little bit of extra support. And I mean, I think the Lecturing Yordle also kind of fits that bill a little bit. I think a little bit less so because 3 is a little bit expensive for its kind of effect. Although the tank does sometimes come in a little bit, or a little useful. So,
and I know sometimes it gets sided out in certain games. If you are on the play versus the draw, because again at 3, sometimes it doesn't line up very well.
Absolutely. So Falling Star is going to come down here. It's going to target both the Pit Rookie and Cythria. So Unyielding Spirit going to be the response. And yeah, Zane's not going to feel good about that one there. But
I think you want to hit as many Falling Stars ideally as you can with that. Given that Falling Star is one of the premium removal spell that Kai'Sa has access to. Singularity obviously can still be rough. Hextech occasionally, but knowing that they're targeting the backline means that they're trying to set up a spot where this Kiana is taken out, but there's not really anything coming later. So,
right.
Also, obviously, Kiana having deflect, a little awkward. A little awkward with the reflexive triggers. You don't want to, scoop all your runes into the bottom of the deck, right?
I mean, maybe you want to lose. I don't know.
Maybe it's possible.
So, yeah, I mean, I think Zane, with that Unyielding Spirit here, is just now completely stuck on what to do. He did have a Hextech Ray to try and poke down this Kiana just that little bit further to be able to reach, but now with this Lecturing Yordle, he's going to have to send both the Lecturing Yordle and the Kai'Sa in and hopefully have, just hope that Kaiser doesn't have that Call to Glory, because if he does here, it is going to be a blowout, and I would argue the entire game after the fact.
Yeah, and here's a prime example of where Tank is just incredibly powerful in this, right?
Yeah. Again, it's just there to protect that Kai'Sa, get yourself that 6th might rather, and then just get over that little hump and really showcasing why Lecturing Yordle has been such a powerhouse and such a staple in this Origins meta. So now Zane just kind of figuring out what he wants to do with the rest of his turn. It looks like he has a Watchful Sentry and another 2 as well to develop. So considering his options.
I'm wondering how much we care about getting point number 6 here. Okay, Stupefy to cycle, draw a card.
Not quite anything yet.
I mean, I would think that we want to go up to 6, but it does cost us the Lecturing Yordle. I wonder if they're considering bouncing the Kai'Sa and then having the Kai'Sa get in there. But I think you probably just do the Yordle because you can always bounce that instead.
Right. I think I saw an Unleashed Power in his hand.
Interesting.
So I might have sided that in there.
I mean, that is a good sideboard card in this matchup for sure. It makes it tricky, obviously, to protect too much of your stuff with set when all of them are getting hit at the same time.
Right. I mean, he has to be afraid of a second Unyielding Spirit here, because if that happens, I think that, you're spending 7 ink just to do nothing. Going to be the game there. So, unfortunately, now that this Kiana is going to have to find another way to get a buff because she is readied. So now this Pit Rookie plus Cythria does have enough strength, or might rather, to get over the Kai'Sa, and then now the Kiana doesn't have enough might to get into that Targon's Peak very freely, so might have to use his Showstopper in hand just to buff the Kiana and give her that little bit of freedom. Yeah, I mean, can't quite see what he has in hand. We do see a Stupefy in Zane's hand, as well as a Hextech Ray. So if this Kiana comes in to the Targon's Peak or into the Kai'Sa here, it's going to be very difficult for Zane. He's going to be forced to use at least 2 runes to
Yeah,
deal with the Kiana.
you know, and there's some consideration too, because we have double student in one. Any amount of spells from the other side add up very quickly,
Right.
right? So you may not be able to really deal with both locations, both battlefields rather, at the same time. Now there is
There is a Fiora and a
Fiora.
Pit Rookie. So I wonder if he's going to send in his Fiora.
you could Fiora and then Showstopper, make it so that any spell is pretty bad.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong Showstopper here. So now,
So deflect and shield.
the issue is that Stupefy just takes away that deflect right away. But it does require that he recycles
Cycle
one
a
of the
rune. And this also, if we have a Call to Glory, it can still be cast. Which you have to consider in this, you know, if you're going to commit resources to this location, or if you just let them have it, recall your Kai'Sa. Oh, they don't have it. Okay, so they don't have the retreat.
No retreat here. That's a pretty difficult situation to be in here. So now Kaiser just deciding whether or not he wants to spend the buff on the Fiora.
I think,
Oh, you may spend a buff.
Yeah.
Wait, can you pull up the Monastery of Harana?
yeah. It just is, you may spend a buff.
That's crazy.
It's very good.
That is so
Makes-
good.
It makes Arena Bar and Pit Rookie quite a bit better. Now, I really quite like this play of running Pit Rookie into this location. You're forcing action without really having to overcommit. They have to do something. Otherwise, you just take out a student basically for free, right?
Yeah, I mean, right now it just feels like Zane is very quickly losing control over this game here. He will be able to potentially draw an additional 2 cards. There is that unleashed power in his hand, and Kaiser is fully exhausted. So,
Well, I guess this just takes out the Yordle currently.
right for the time being. I
Well,
mean,
it would be a Yordle and... Oh, these
And a
aren't
Sentry.
students. These are sentries. It would
These
be the
are
Yordle and
sentries.
a sentry. Oh, that's worse for him then.
much worse.
I thought those were students. Yeah, that's way worse, actually.
So now he's considering using the Stupefy just to be able to protect one of these watchful sentries
It's
here.
like almost awkward that it's a Yordle and not just 2 sentries there to let him have it. I believe that was no action, so I'll lose 2 and draw a card.
Yeah.
Which I think is okay, because you're not overcommitting. You're drawing the card first to know what the plan is for next turn. And
Does
now,
find a Darius.
now we can deal with the Kiana, knowing okay, next turn we have a Darius and that's the play.
Right.
Or next turn we know that they're tapped out.
No,
they
we
have the
wouldn't know
peak
that-
if they conquer.
Yeah, so if they conquer here, they'll get 2 more runes readied.
Right, so that's problematic. So if we want to protect it, now is the time.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the most difficult turns here I think I've seen in this entire tournament so far. So now,
'Cause this would be a good opportunity to unyield, if you can. But we need to make sure that they don't conquer this location in order for that to work.
Right.
And
So-
still have enough runes to be able to do that on the follow-up.
yeah, I like this a lot here from Zane. He's going to have to recycle 3 runes just to be able to deal with this Kiana, but at least this will deny the readying of these remaining runes here. So Hextech Ray is going to come down, and Kiana is finally going to get dealt with here. And while you destroyed your entire rune field or rune,
If you can save this location,
it brings
and-
you to 7.
well, but also if you make sure that they are not able to conquer it, even if it's a trade here, they don't get to untap anything, and you have a full turn to just Darius in, take out the Fiora. Fiora.
This ain't Shrek.
Maybe it is.
I don't know.
Retreat picked up after everything is gone. So yeah, no hold point, but we know that we have a couple Darius.
That's true.
So if we look here at Fiora, Fiora is a
5.
5.
She's
6
6
with
on
buff
defense.
On the defense because of shield. 7 is bigger than 6, if I remember correctly.
That is
So
math.
That is probably what I would do, if possible, in this spot, because it cleans up the board.
Okay, so he's
That-
got.
Is what we're doing here, it looks like.
Yep, there goes that.
So play any random 2. A unit is better than most. And then we just bash in. Considering going the other location, the other
Why?
battlefield, just to untap 2. But I think I would just take it out now, because it would lose shield. So if they buff it, it would just be +1. Right? So if they use Call to Glory, and then I believe that they would just trade. If that's what they have.
No, because Call to Glory she would still be mighty, so she'd still have shield.
Oh, you're right. She would. Well,
Yeah.
pulling it back makes sense. So it doesn't get taken out. However, up to 7.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the issues that Kaiser's been running into this entire game is just the fact that he's been forced to recycle so many runes to be able to deal with what's going on Zane's side of the field here. I mean, the fact that this Darius is on base right now, and the fact that Zane has the opportunity to potentially just unleash power, or there is another Darius in hand as well. So this is going to be very difficult to break. If you are Kaiser, you're 4 points behind. You are going to be able to catch up just a little bit here if you are going to be able to get rid of that Darius. Well, you have to get rid of that Darius, but yeah, I mean, there's just not enough is what it looks like in the gas tank as of yet. That showstopper is only going to allow that Fiora to just be on the same at the same strength as Darius, and it does force you to recycle yet another rune here. And I think one of the biggest issues that Kaiser's been running into is just the fact that he's been stuck at 5 runes pretty much this entire game.
Yeah, and that's sort of the cost of losing our set early, right? Again, that turn early on where Zane was able to use Falling Star and actually take the set out completely. I mean, that removed the majority of the runes and the tempo from actually using the set leader ability, right?
Right.
Because normally you gain tempo just because you're keeping that unit alive and then you don't have to play something again. But if you lose that tempo, then the recycle is very real. So ganking here coming into play
Is going to allow him to just protect this Fiora that little bit longer, too. And now he has a pit rookie that he can develop as well if he so chooses. And honestly, he just, I feel like almost stole the game in a way here. I don't think that he was supposed to be able to do this here. It felt like that was illegal almost.
The ganking, very, very good. Does not come up as much with Fiora as it may in some other cases, Vi, and I know that there's a few tricks with MF sometimes where that's also relevant, but we'll have to see if Zane is able to take over both of these battlefields on their turn. Because if we can, which is pretty likely, then this may just be over, right?
Yep. And so no, 2 runes are readied here. He might have a challenge available.
Did we not buff both with Pit Rookie?
No, pit rookie's only 1.
A Pit Rookie is only 1.
You're
Oh,
thinking
it
of
was
Kinko mode.
Arena Bar. Sorry, yeah. Before it was with Arena Bar, but we had already used it this turn.
So now Pouty Poro just going to be able to draw him an additional card for the turn, and now he has to figure out what he wants to do for the rest of his turn and to see if he has a way to deal with everything that is going on here. So challenge will likely be used here just to be able to poke out this Darius just that little bit because Darius needs to be able to find a second spell to play, or second card rather, to play this turn, be able to come out.
And we
readied.
have, we can just bounce this Poro to hand if we want. We can also just use
just smoke screening.
Ooh, smoke screen, pretty okay here.
I actually tend to like this a lot. I think you have to do it on the Fiora alone. Doing it on the first mate instead, just to give it -2, and then yeah, now 6 into 1 or 7 into 1. It plays around that challenge here. So instead, it is going to be a hidden blade, which means that this Darius lives for or does not live. So that means that Kaiser gets to live for just that one more turn. So hidden blade on the stack there. Wants to decide whether or not he wants to retreat it instead and then go for the win on the following turn here. And I think that is the correct line.
Pretty solid.
Nope.
I think drawing 2 cards is fine here. Thousand Tail, very good as a potential follow-up. We also have a world where we can let them get into battlefields and then potentially use the, board wipe ability and then just take it over the turn after.
Right. Yeah, I think Hidden Blade is just one of those incredibly powerful tools. It's a draw spell whenever you need it. It's a removal spell in a pinch. And, I mean, just showcasing why it's so good here. So, is going to be able to ready the first mate as well as get that point there. Going to put himself all the way up to 5. And now Zane, it just feels like he's slowly losing control over this game here. He does have a Cathian Rain as well as that unchecked power, which we had spoken about. So now Fiora just going to go right into that Pouty there. And, yeah.
For me, I think I bounce it back because it lets us channel an extra. I can see just letting it get taken out here too.
I think I like the retreat here. I think I like the retreat solely for the channeling here.
Yeah.
I think I'd much rather just have that extra rune available on the following turn. You're already kind of struggling to do what you want to do because you have so few runes available, and it looks like Zane does agree with us, so going
just
to go
use
ahead
it as
and
a
use
small ramp. I think that's fine, and Colin's not going to be able to really win this turn anyway. If Colin commits all of the runes this turn or the majority of them, we're pretty safe then to just kind of wipe the board and follow up with Thousand Tail. We may just do Thousand Tail next turn anyway.
Thousand Tail would be pretty rough.
Sure could be.
Yeah, so Arena Bar going to be used here. He's been talking about how Arena Bar is like the best card in his deck, and I mean, he's just showcasing how good it is right now. Honestly, this thing has been an absolute beast of a card.
Yeah, especially if you do have the ability to untap a lot of your things, which you can in this deck very easily with First Mate.
Now there is a Cythria as well as a second Arena Bar in hand. And then we see Showstopper and Call to Glory as well.
Could do the second Arena Bar just so that we can buff an additional unit, pull it back, get the buff on it. Lets us cast the Call to Glory. And we can still have something in there.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting take here. I think that is going to be that Cythria that's going to get developed here. I mean, he doesn't really need to spend any runes to use the Call to Glory, as that first mate is already buffed. So Falling Star, I think that is probably one of the best cards he could have found here. And now it's going to be up to Zane to try and clear the field here. I think he does have that opportunity to do so through this Falling Star. We'll be able to hit the Pit Rookie as well as Cythria and just clear them out for the time being. But again, you do have to play around Called Arms. So maybe the Falling Star does get a little bit negated by it. But I mean, if the Thousand Tail Watcher does come down in, after the fact there, I think that does the marked damage once the unit's shrunk kill it?
Yes, of course.
I
So
would think so, right?
damage clears after combat,
And end of turn.
and end of turn.
Alrighty here. So
It's really tough here, right? If we commit to doing, say, kill the board, which we could.
Thousand Tail Watcher does shrink Fiora past her mighty.
True. If we're able, okay, we really can't leave them with both units because then a big buff and then it's over, right? Because if we Thousand Tail Watcher, we're only really getting one unit in, taking out a battlefield. You do get to draw an extra card, which is nice.
Looks like he's considering all of his options here. It looks like he's leaning towards what looks like another Darius.
Could be Darius. It's a little cheaper. Like if we have something like Darius Kaisa, doesn't really do it. It's tough because we only really have the one accelerate. I don't think we can get both points this turn. We're really going through the lines of consideration to see if there is a possibility of getting both this turn, and I think it's going to be really tough. There's not that many ways to ready anything really in this deck outside of accelerate.
Yeah, absolutely. So considering the Thousand Tail Watcher here, I mean, he could also go for the unchecked power, but then he does just lose outright to it. So I think unchecked power has been one of my least favorite cards. It's felt really bad most of the time. And I mean, it's been sitting in his hand all game. It's the exhaust all friendly units that's felt really bad.
I mean, here it's also a massive overcommitment, and you're just dead then to what's still left in the base.
Yep.
So it's really, really quite tough. So we opt for Thousand Tail Watcher. We can go into the peak.
I like the idea of just using a falling star here.
We may be able to do both because if we take out the peak here, then we get to untap too as well. But I think I agree. We do have to do the falling star probably to not lose. Otherwise, there's just a little bit too much going on. We can allow them to hold up to 7, but that's basically it. There no more points can be made, or it's just over.
Yeah, and this is what I like here. I think you go if you're playing the Thousand Tail Watcher, you go in, you attack the Fiora, you force the set to use that recycle there, and then now you develop your falling star, are able to strip away both the Pit Rookie and the Fiora after the fact, and so now you can finally find some sort of footing back into this game. And
did we draw a card
breaking
for
that?
the...
I don't think he did. Yep, there's that falling star then. And then, yeah, I think it's just onto the Fiora and that Pit Rookie just to deny that 7th point, make it that much more difficult. He is already at 6, though, so he
putting
still
it on
can
the
close it.
Fiora is good.
Why? She's -3.
She's -3. Then it is great because it doesn't leave when it has the replacement effect of death. You're right. Then that would be good.
Oh, instead, opts to get rid of Cythria and the Pit Rookie.
It
Or
also
First
takes
Mate.
away a buff, which I think is interesting.
Right. I mean, I think that's probably a good idea actually. Now that we're like thinking about it here, just because the arena bars aren't going to be useful at the start of this turn here. So, and yeah, Zane's gonna draw.
They figured it out. It's fine.
Yep. Okay.
I don't know that draw matters at this point. Now
Not
that
when
we're
you're
tapped
fully
out.
exhausted.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Showstopper, very likely going to be the card played here.
Showstopper plus a buff. Yep, that'll do it. And again, I don't know, even if we leave something else, I think it's a similar outcome, right? I think it's possible that we could have taken the...
It should have been the Fiora
Fiora
and First
out.
Mate. Because Cythria wouldn't have been enough.
Just the 2? Well, that's assuming that they have nothing else, right? Which they could have very easily had another buff or whatever the case might be. But yes, it is interesting that they opted not to kill the Fiora. Again, it is possible that they forgot that it keeps the reduction in might.
That's probably true.
I don't believe that the Fiora
No,
would be
said
buffed.
so. So Fiora never actually dies. It's a replacement effect, which means that she still has the -3 there. So
Yeah.
it says if you you control would die, and then it says instead. So you just exhaust it and then recall it instead. So it's not the same thing.
Potentially playing around Call to Glory there, I suppose, but Call to Glory would have also saved the Fiora, so I'm not sure what that even matters. Like, it would have saved Fiora, but it could have saved anything.
That's
right?
true.
Like, all of the plays can't play around Call to Glory there, so that isn't really the consideration. I would assume that he just forgot about the -3 persisting through, because
Right.
it is strange, right? Especially if you haven't played against a lot of set.
Yeah,
So that makes sense to me, right?
Yeah, I think part of why Set is finding so much success here is legitimately the fact that Set's just a very underrepresented deck. I think it's very strong. It has so much proactivity, and I think orange is just one of the best colors in Riftbound right now.
Yeah.
I think for me personally, it's Mind, then it's Calm, and it might be Calm, then Mind, and then immediately after that, I would put it Body. And I think that's part of why Yi is so strong. I think immediately under that would be Fury. I think Fury is really good, but it needs a little bit of support, and I think Mind provides a lot of that support, and that's part of why Kai's is so good.
I think Kai's is good because it's able to leverage the heavier power cost, removal spells. Falling Star is a great card, but I think it's not very good in decks that don't have the ability to reduce the power cost, or ones that aren't playing seals, perhaps.
Right.
And right now, there are not a lot of Fury decks that are running a lot of seals, especially not the Fury ones.
Right.
Jinx probably is about the only one that I can think of that may be leveraging that a little bit, but it hasn't seen a lot of success because it's hard when your hand is kind of empty all the time to just be playing off the top.
Yep.
We are getting an interview here. They're bringing over the Set again.
He's been having a lot of popularity. Listen,
Has
when you bring a spicy list and you perform as well as he has
been
you
doing
get
very well.
attention. I mean, he's the first seed. He has been absolutely crushing this tournament here. And I mean, very, very well played here. I think just holding on to those Call to Glories for as long as he has just makes things so uncomfortable for your player, or for the enemy players there, because the first time you run into a double Call to Glory, game 2, that's in your head.
Yeah.
You're playing around that for the rest of the game.
Well, you have to. I mean,
and you have to.
It's effectively a free spell if you can consume a buff that is not in play at the time, right? It's somewhere in the base at another battlefield that they have to kind of always be aware of. All right, I believe that we've got our interview basically ready here. Just waiting for them to let us know that they're good to go.
Yep. Okay. Well, there they are.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you guys so much for watching this interview with Colin, who just won his top 16 match. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Colin Kaiser. I've been playing card games for a while, and with Riftbound coming out, I've been pretty excited to play a new one. I'm a League of Legends fan. Played it for a long, long time, too, and as a card game enthusiast as well, it was kind of the perfect fit for me.
That's awesome. Well, I'm sure a lot of people are excited to see a Set in top 8 now. Were you a Set player in League of Legends as well?
No, I did play top lane, though. I liked Alawi. I think was my favorite champion.
Well, you'll have to
Aurelia.
start playing them now.
Yeah, I think so after this, right?
Yeah, exactly. Can you tell us a little bit about your match?
Yeah, so that was into Kaisa. It was a pretty tough one. My opponent was very good and had some pretty fortunate draws that final game, especially triple Falling Star, the early double cleave. I was sweating the entire match, but I built my list to beat Kaisa. I knew she was kind of the meta threat, so that was my focus, and clearly it worked out. So.
Yeah, it's definitely working out for you. I feel like before this tournament, a lot of times people were playing like the Set Brawler, especially as like the chosen champion. Can you tell me about your choice to have Kingpin in your main deck, Brawler in your side deck?
Yeah, so Brawler is kind of the more powerful card. It's it gets to do so many crazy things, with removing the buff, going to 8, conquering, getting another buff,
Go to
doing all this
12.
crazy stuff. But sometimes all you need is just a very efficient threat. And the fact that Set Kingpin goes to 7 might with just a single buff is the perfect number. 7's what you're looking for into Kaisa because it trades with the Darius, who goes to 7. If you have another buffed unit, then he's 8. So now Darius can't even trade. And also, Falling Star doesn't answer it. So it just, for whatever reasons, the stats work perfectly into Kaisa, which is what we're all trying to beat right now.
That makes a lot of sense. Is there any other spice in your deck that you're excited about that you'd be willing to share with?
I mean, I've got a few spicy things. The Dreaming Tree is probably the thing I've gotten the most questions about, because people typically don't associate Set with a Dreaming Tree.
I can see
list.
that, yeah.
Yeah, but we started playing the 3 challenges just so that we could draw a card off Dreaming Tree, kill a Kaisa or something like that, because all of our units are so big, and it really helps with the deck. Cycling through, getting your important spells, all that sort of stuff. So it really makes it flow nicely.
That makes a lot of sense, and it seems like you get a lot of draw between the one that you pop the buff for a draw and the Dreaming Tree.
Yeah. We were actually on 3 different draw battlefields. We have those 2, and then also the Grove that says when you hold here. Draw.
Godwillow.
Yeah. But we play that one on the play because it's a lot easier to get in there when you're going first. So.
That makes a lot of sense. Are there any matchups that you really want to run into going your top 8, top 4, maybe even finals?
Oh yeah, keep sending me the Kaisas. Listen, Kaisa is the best deck, and they can still beat this set list, but it's what I'm the most practiced into, what I'm the most confident in. This is now my 2nd feature match on stream, 2-0-ing Kaisas, so hopefully I can keep that trend up.
Well, fingers crossed. Are there any you really don't want to look into or go into with the set list?
Yeah, Aurora is kind of our biggest thing. We're playing kind of a mid-range game and a little bit on the slower side.
Okay.
So we typically can't apply enough pressure to, score all the points before they start getting all the Aurora triggers, getting all the big guys out. So that's definitely our worst matchup. Outside of that, Annie can kind of be annoying, and there's definitely been a lot of them around.
Okay.
Just because of Rebuke out of the sideboard. So being able to bounce my set, it doesn't matter how big it gets. If they just return it to my hand, then it can be a problem.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well, thank you so much for this interview. Would you like to shout anyone out?
Shout out to Challenger TCG. That's my YouTube. I'll be posting plenty about this deck as well. And you can also find me on Metafy at Challenger TCG.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for this interview, and I really appreciate it.
We're back.
All right. Yeah. I mean, listen, I think that we had alluded to it earlier. We were saying that the set kind of looked like it was built to beat the Kaisa, and he literally just said so. So, I mean, I think the deck is very, very well poised. I mean, the fact that, he just mentioned that just being able to get yourself to 7, be able out of that reach of that double Falling Star, be able to trade with that Darius, as well as use the set to retreat him, or recall him rather. And yeah, I mean, the list looks like it's just playing incredibly well. I think Challenge is one of those cards that a lot of players have been overlooking, and I think a lot of players are going to be privy to the fact after this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Challenge out of certain lists is less popular. Let's imagine Yi.
Right.
A lot of times your units aren't as strong unless they're defending alone. So the Challenge it's okay, right? But until later, especially the ramp versions, until you're playing your bigger units, it's just kind of not the best card. So it's harder for it to sneak in, whereas Set here has got a 7 as early as turn 2. So we have these large characters. Dealing 7 to a unit is a ton.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's not easy. I mean, you could smoke screen and then Hex Tech Ray it, and then that would get around it,
That's
sort
assuming
of.
that
But
they're
then you
doing
have to have both
nothing,
of
like,
them.
it's
It's not
tough.
easy. It's not easy.
And it's got to be at a battlefield.
There's a lot going on for it to
And
be
then they can-
in a bad place.
And you commit all that, and then they can just, exhaust a rune and then, or exhaust their set and then dunk 1 rune, and all of a sudden it's still alive. It's a disaster. So,
Absolutely. So, well, with that, we'll go right to the BRB screen, and then when we'll be back, it'll be Ursa Day and Jeebus for the top 8.
all right, excellent. Yeah, hopefully they did. But
They're working on it. But hi, guys. Welcome back. And we just finished the top 16.
yeah,
We do have a graphic for what was in the top 16. The top 8 will be starting shortly here. If we can bring up that graphic. Thank you so much, Jibes. Obviously, Kaisa is around 50% here. But I think the most interesting part is in that top left corner. I think it's about one set, one misfortune, and 2 Annies making it into our top
Annies,
16.
yeah. Unfortunately, on the bubble was another 2 Annies,
Wow.
a Yi, and I believe another Kaisa.
That's crazy.
So unlucky. You know?
Very lucky, and kind of still, I mean, minus for the misfortune and set maintains the same
It's about
average.
pretty close, yeah.
But really cool to see. I absolutely love Annie, and I think she's got a great matchup into Kaisa right now, which I think is a lot of fun. It does look like we are going to be starting our top 8 here. It's at least 1 set player. Looks like we have 2 set players. I'm cool with it.
Yi, double Yi.
Double Yi. More of an interesting matchup for sure. It's a mirror match that
It could be, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a direct mirror either. You know, one of the things that I think has been kind of interesting with the Yi decks is that some of them are on Aurora.
yeah,
And
there's
not all of them are.
there's like a ramp Yi. There's also like an eggplant ramp Yi, which is a little bit different, and also the Aurora. And then I know the second place Chinese list at the National Open was what he called a tempo shifting Yi list, where he started game 1 as like mid range, had like Kiana, things like that, relying a lot on like eggplant and white flame, and then also still changed his deck into more of a ramp version where he was ramping up to not dazzling, but like the obelisk,
Oh, sure.
catalyst, aeons type situation.
Makes sense.
I don't. Oh, it's Annie. We just have it.
Oh, it's just not right. That
it's
makes
just not-
sense.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
They will get it updated for us shortly here.
Yeah, completely fine. It will be interesting to see what type of Yi we're gonna have here, though. I don't know if we have gotten to see the deck list at all for John Ball. Actually, I think we have.
It was on camera once, yes. So it was, I believe, one of the interesting cards that they've got in the main
You can see it
yes.
right there. Reversal.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, he's more of like a. Sorry about that.
No,
Like
you're
a
good.
lower Yi, but he's running mystic reversal in his list, which is really, really interesting.
In the main, as well as I know the primal strength. And one of the things with the primal strength versus mystic reversal numbers in there is that the players really need to decide what they're playing around when they're, making decisions.
Mhm.
However, you can get mystical reversal or the +7, and they're radically different outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
So they will always have to kind of play around it,
Yeah.
especially once they've seen it. You just never know which one is going to come down.
Yeah, it's scary. And even just having a one of can then make you say, are you going to be playing more of these? Because they don't know what's in the list. It's not an open deck list tournament. So we will be checking this, seeing how this plays out. But it does look like we are going wait, which one? I'm trying to figure out which one went first. I did miss that.
Yi went first.
Okay, so Yi went first, did Clockwork Keeper, and no send back, but doesn't look like they had anything on their turn 2. They took the Dreaming Tree and passed back to Annie. They do have four runes set up right now, but which could help them hold the battlefield. But it doesn't even look like Dizzy is going to be trying to take control of the Dreaming Tree this turn. Instead, he's going straight into Zon with the Traveling Merchant, and he's going to have that double discard and draw effect here. It does look like we have a stack deck to follow up, so we can try to find a card that is good with it. Oh, it does look like we had a sneaky deckhand at one point. Oh, wait, maybe that was from the discard. My bad. That's the discard. So we have the stack deck to help us find some more plans for this turn.
Zaun's really allowing a lot of card draw through the game one,
Yeah.
basically. You know, a lot of these Annie lists will, if they're running scrap heaps at all, will run them in the main deck, and then in the post-board games, they'll take them out. You know, they'll lead on Zons, they'll leverage the extra card advantage as much as they can, and then they'll sort of move into a different plan afterwards.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then late game, they have the exact cards that they need / want to do just what you're saying.
Yeah. So, Voidseeker coming down.
But we have a discipline actually that this Clockwork Keeper was already a 4 because we disciplined to draw off the Dreaming Tree after on stack with the stack deck earlier, and that'll bring this Clockwork Keeper up to a 6 out of range of the Voidseeker.
I can appreciate running out the Voidseeker. It does put us a little bit behind on runes since it was not effective. But it does run out a little bit more of the combat tricks. They're only able to get one of the draws off Dreaming Tree for those instead, which does limit the card draw some from the other side as well. Dreaming Tree, certainly one of the better draws available for Yi, especially in game one here.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like
we're charming the Traveling Merchant over. So the Merchant ability should activate first here before really anything else.
So we're actually going to flash back, which should be like a double move, kind of.
It will be a double move, and we will also, assuming that Flash worked, which it didn't, but we do get to still pick up the card from Dreaming Tree. And then we should have done the discard draw. I don't know if we did. Oh, it looks like they did. Kiana coming down.
I love Kiana. Kiana is such a strong orange card. I may be like a Kiana stan. It's like maybe my toxic trait in Riftbound that I'm a Kiana stan. But that deflect on a 4-cost unit with only 1 power, and then her ability where when she conquers, she draws or channels a rune is just so versatile.
Yeah, it's very, very strong. The fact that you get to pick, I think, is what's so nice about it.
Yeah.
Because you don't always need more runes. I mean, if we look here, they kind of desperately need runes that may be channeling rather than drawing. But if we're ahead enough, if we have enough cards, we just get that choice, which is great.
Yeah, it's really, really, really nice. And really just fits to whatever situation you need. Looks like it is back to Annie, and we have no runes up as John. So we don't have to play around any tricks per se from the player, but Annie doesn't have anything that's currently able to be ready and immediately go in. So they're going to need to develop their board a bit here. They do have cards like Sneaky Deckhand in the Annie deck. We saw one got discarded that can be immediately played up to a battlefield. But sometimes I worry that's a little bit too aggressive.
In this spot, it wouldn't surprise me if we see something like a Kaisa maybe. For 3, it is almost certainly going to be a Sneaky Deckhand.
Sneaky Deckhand.
Which also lets us discard draw. Because of the Zon Warrens. Sort of a Gust. Gust, okay. Not incredible here. Generally better in the Annie deck than most as far as main deck, because there's plenty of targets of your own that are okay to work with.
Ooh, Vi is down.
Vi is in. Which usually means that the hand is not stellar.
Or he's got 2 Vi's.
Or there's more than 1 Vi. Yeah, you kind of want to save one to be able to leverage, make sure that you can leverage the ability. Now, we know that Yi does not always have ways of interacting in base outside of, like, Charm. But we generally have some ability to protect against Charm.
Yeah.
Flash and Ride the Wind. We can just move it somewhere else. We can Fight or Flight.
Fight or Flight.
A couple of ways of interacting, at least, if that's the play.
Yeah, there's a couple of different options here. And even though we do end up playing Vi, because of an ability, we are up to 3 runes that John does have to play around on, like us, our last turn. I originally said I thought Sneaky Deckhand's a little bit too aggressive, but because we're able to develop our base, I don't really have a big of a problem with it as long as we have something for the next turn.
Yeah.
So Kiana looks like she is going to be taking out that Sneaky Deckhands. And we're going to be able to see that discard draw, but also Kiana's ability.
And we're channeling, which makes sense. given
Mhm.
that we went down so far early with the defies.
Yeah.
Find your center also helping to sort of rebuild the runes a little bit.
Yeah, to find your center is really nice. It does cost 3 at this stage of the game, or just like normally it is 3, but you get to channel a rune and draw a card.
I see we opted to discard it and pick up a
Oh,
different
we
card.
discarded it. I'm sorry. My bad about that.
That makes sense. I assumed it was being played because we drew a card
Mhm.
immediately, but it makes more sense that it was the Zon Warren. So Charm coming in to move the Vi to battle with the Kiana. And now we're going to see what options we have, whether we want to move it to the other battlefield, whether we just want to move it back.
It looks like Ride. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Or is
Ride
that
the Wind.
Gust?
That's Ride the Wind.
okay.
It's getting defied. So
Oof.
Vi is just taken out. Pretty brutal.
Yeah, very brutal. We saw, I think, John earlier, is, or maybe it was just a different E. I could be wrong on that, where the defies just do so much against these decks. Purple does have a little bit of trouble into Yi, but maybe it won't be hopefully it won't be too much of a problem for Dizzy.
Yeah, Annie has some play against them, given that the size of their characters generally matters a lot
Mhm.
less, depending upon how your list is constructed. If you're running a lot more of the targeted damage, it can be trickier. But fight or flight and things like that, flash saving your own characters, the actual battle outside of Vi, usually you can be okay.
Yeah. Only problem is Yi with the deflects and that Ride the
Deflect
Wind,
can
right?
be pretty tricky for sure. Ride the Wind obviously being one of your better cards. In this spot, if they have another deflect, it's a disaster, right? Because we overcommit
Mhm.
with the Vi,
Yeah.
and then if we get deflected again, Ride the Wind's gone. It's rough. I would not want to remove all of the Ride the Winds if we can help it,
Yeah.
so that we can get one back with Annie later.
Yeah, Ride the Wind Vi and it, with Annie's ability is like such a nice little combo. Annie has his ability where when she comes into play, you're allowed to select a card from your discard pile to put into your hand. And so you can kind of like save some of your spells in the discard pile to play whenever you want. And then Vi obviously does have to recycle cards from the discard, but then we can have that Ride the Wind, bring it up. We did recycle a couple of cards there. It looks like it must have been 3 since 9. Never mind.
Theoretically, with Vi, they wouldn't be random, because Vi's ability is just one at a time.
Yeah.
So you would, I believe, be able to pick the order.
He picked the order, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you mean like on the bottom
On
of
the
the
bottom
deck.
of the deck, yeah, because it's one, and then
Oh,
one, and then one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you can actually, if you're doing it well enough and you have a good enough memory, you can keep a reasonable track of where your stuff
Mhm.
is. Put the cards that you might want to get back to a little higher up. You know, with the stack decks, it's reasonable to dig. So another Scrap Heap discarded.
Ooh.
I absolutely love Scrap Heap, and I think it's only going to get better as a card when it's played, discarded, or killed. So if there's a lot more gear destruction
Mhm.
come set 2, which it's looking likely given that there's going to be so many equipments and so much more of that going around,
Okay.
play a card like this. If it randomly gets hit with some kill, gets scooped up with Destroy All Gear, something like that, you just get to pick up extra cards. Or in this case, with Zon Warrens or Traveling Merchant, you discard it. It lets you pick up an extra card. So it's turning that discard from a disadvantage into an advantage.
Yeah, it seems really nice for that draw, just like you're mentioning. We are going to see a Kiana come up from John against the Vi now. And that is a 4 versus a 3.
I would expect
believe, right?
Flash if we have it, or a Fight or Flight's fine. You move the Vi back, and you can actually just pick up an extra card, save it, just put it back in base. I'm surprised that we didn't. I suppose because we're so low on runes, we wouldn't necessarily have wanted or needed to actually hide it here. Getting to untap 2 with Annie, very powerful.
Yeah, for sure. That tap 2 is essentially reads as like a +2 on your own turn, it feels like.
That's really nice.
So he does have 6 runes here. There's a lot you can do with that, and he's just quickly glancing through his discard pile. I think he has 5 or 6 cards there that he could use this turn, but already having sent so many back last turn, it seems a little difficult.
It's hard. Yeah, you really don't want to keep recycling because with Vi, especially because you can kind of pull a Ride the Wind out whenever you want with the Annie out of the champion unit. If you can try to use the Vi combo as like a closer to go from 6 to 8 to conquer both battlefields, sort of like we did last turn with the ganking, it's really nice if you can. But that only works if you have enough in the trash to actually recycle. This is a really tough spot. Our hand is like all flash. So we want to get in and actually try and get some equity here, but it's scary from the other side. Like, we know they can't do reversal because there's only 2 green.
Yeah, you need 3, right?
You need 3, but there's still, you know, +7. There's still plenty of other smaller buffs in there. And you don't want them to be able to get cards for free either.
Yeah, very true.
And if you don't commit enough with Vi, you're having to waste other spells just to save your own character. That's pretty brutal too.
Very.
I like this actually. Sneaky deckhand.
Yeah, I like the play with Vi safe in the base here. So we do see another scrap heap getting discarded with Zons, your favorite.
Even better.
And that's going to be another draw, and also just another card in the discard pile for this Vi when it's time to maybe ride the wind, maybe just move up naturally. Who knows? But Void Gate. Oh my god, I just had a brain fart.
It's Void Seeker.
Void Seeker does come down, and that is going to try to knock out this Kiana, but a responding discipline that draws 2 will make this Kiana not just a 6, but an 8. Well, 6, and it when defending an 8. There we go. Sorry.
Yes. But it does have some damage on it now, which is of consideration. You know, if we don't care as much about this Vi, there's a world where we can try and just send it in. If they have another spell, that can be kind of tricky. Thinking about what we're doing with the Annie in the future, if we want to just fully buff Vi, keep just the Ride the Wind in there for later, and then try and take it out, I don't hate it. It may be problematic into like a +7. Because we may be overcommitting and then still not be enough.
Yeah, I could see that. We do have, what is this? 4 runes that we still have access to. So, I mean, that could be so much. Yeah, exactly. It could be Primal Strength +7, and that would
like
put us to a 15. Yeah.
So we would need an 11 just to trade.
I'm not sure we have 11. But yeah, just to trade, we would need 11
We
here
have
from the
8,
buy.
so it would be 11.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, we don't need to shuffle. We figured it out.
3,
Puts
4,
the
5,
scrap
6.
heaps up towards the top, I believe.
Yep, it is towards the top, but that officially means, I guess we left 1 Ride the Wind. Okay.
Yes. For Annie specifically. Okay, so they do have it, so we trade.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's a trade, but that is...
Should be a trade. Yes. Okay, so it's a
Uh.
trade. Not awesome, but I think it's worth keeping the Ride the Wind in there because it's too much of a disaster if we don't have it.
Yeah.
Especially given that we know that there's one sort of in the middle of the deck because we recycled it earlier. And the Vi is a lot less impactful now that, you know, the trash has been eaten twice.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't mind getting a couple out of the way here. We can,
Oh.
if we have Fight or Flight, I don't hate just pushing the Yi back.
Yeah, I don't have too much wrong with that. But
We could also flash. I believe that we have a flash in hand. We can save our sneaky deckhand with that.
that could be nice just to like maintain a base as well and could go into potentially the Dreaming Tree the following turn.
It's tricky because they go up to 6 if we do nothing here. We're going to have to save the sneaky deckhand somehow.
Yeah.
Nope,
And
apparently
nope.
not.
Okay,
Okay,
to
fair
the
enough.
discard it goes, and we're going up to 6 points now. We do still have 1 rune going into our next turn. So that could still be an on guard for this Yi to protect himself. It could be a Defy. Yeah, there's a number of options here.
In hand, do we have a Darius? We do.
Nice. So Darius just enough also to play a Hex or Cleave?
I believe he drew a Cleave this turn. So Darius
Okay.
Cleave should do
10.
just fine.
10 into 8, but he's risking that on guard. He should be a 10 versus, yep, now Yi is a 10 as well.
Yeah.
And both are going to get killed and sent to the discard pile.
Yeah, so the +2 coming in from the leader really making it tough here.
Oh, yeah. We'll have to see. I'm trying to think of what other interwin readies that Yi has, because obviously, I guess sometimes they play Confront.
Tasty Fey Folk.
Tasty Faithful can accelerate. That's true. And then Deadbloom always seems like he's an interrun ready, but it's only if somebody's in one of the battlefields, and that is not the case.
Okay, find your center for 1.
Yep.
Quite good.
Because we're at 5 points. So if those who don't know, Find Your Center is a 3, but when you play Find Your Center and your opponent is within 3 points of winning, which is 5 unless there's an Aspirant's Climb, then then it costs 1. And we are going to accelerate that Tasty Faithful, just like you said, up into Zons.
So if we have... Okay, stack deck is fine. We can play that. It is
Okay.
an action, interestingly.
I mean, nice to dig a little bit deeper, but we only have 1 rune left now.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to answer this turn at all. Like, there just isn't... For 1, we don't really have an out to that.
Yeah.
So it's trying to figure out what the play is for next turn. I wish we had a little bit more runes developed. So we're only going to be able to go up to 7,
Yeah.
which does limit us a little.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't feel great. We stack deck, and it kind of looks like we're not getting that last rune. Yep. We go on and finish off the Zons here, discarding a Pit Rookie and drawing a card, and no runes left up.
Okay, we'll see what we picked up here. We definitely need a unit right now. We do have... It looks like a stack deck that we could lead it off if we're truly desperate. We also have the Annie.
Mm-hmm. She is a 4.
It's
so.
usable, but it's not ideal.
Yeah, and what would she even grab really here that would help her when she's at a 7? We are going to play Kaisa. It looks like accelerated and sending back that 1 Chaos Fury rune.
1 Fury. We do have a Cleave in hand.
Okay. She draws off her ability. Will she cleave just for the draw is a question I have.
We might Ride the Wind.
Ah.
Oh, no, so it is...
Ride the Wind. For the draw still. Like
No,
to
this
push
is-
Tasty Goal.
Yeah, this is Fight or Flight, just to push it back so that they don't gain the hold point.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're in a position where Vi could theoretically close out the game if they don't have the ability to take both this turn. So we could Vi Ride the Wind, potentially.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I can see that.
Assuming that we have enough to be able to do that. But this is probably a Dead Bloom,
Ooh,
which is a disaster.
Dead Bloom is up. What do they have for it? It's an 8. Kaisa's flashing back to the base. There'll be a draw, and Tasty Faithful into the other battlefield will seal the game for John in his game 1.
Yeah, I think had we actually flashed... No, we never had any priority to. I don't think there was... Okay, we could have. There was an opportunity where we could have flashed, actually, on our turn. We wouldn't have been able to draw the extra card, but we would have made it so that Dead Bloom was not an out. If when we did the Fight or Flight, we just react to the Fight or Flight on the stack, we could have flashed. Which would have actually drawn us an extra card.
Yeah, it still draws you a card.
Yeah, because we hadn't actually targeted it with anything. So I think, assuming that we had enough for that, we may not have had enough that turn. We may have had to wait until the 2 untapped.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it was.
It's probably what it was. Yeah, we didn't have the runes. Yeah, so we only got them from the untap, which we just didn't have enough juice in the tank. So that's okay.
That is going to be a problem, and we'll have to see what they decide to do going into game 2. John seemed really strong, but it does look like he's already siding out 4 cards. I'm not sure where they are. 5, potentially.
Since Zon's is already
6?
gone, Scrap Heap is pretty common to
7?
side out. It's possible that John put everything in and then took cards out randomly, just so you don't have an idea of how many cards you're siding in. Hard to know if we're playing that kind of a mind game. Seems like he has a plan for Annie here at the very least.
Mm-hmm. It does seem so.
Annie likely siding out Scrap Heaps, probably bringing in some things that are a little bit better against larger characters, depending upon the list. Could be some unsummons. It could be some. It's hard to say.
We'll have to see here. What type of? I mean, a lot of times we're seeing Obelisk game going second game for Yi, but I don't know if that's what we're gonna see here this game. Rebuke.
Could be Rebuke. Rebuke is definitely very good against just like, tasty Fey folk and things that are just bigger.
Yeah.
And they don't really. It's like you commit your whole turn to playing one thing,
Mm-hmm.
and then you just bounce it, and then you get it back with Annie, and you do it again.
Yeah.
It functions as like a really inexpensive time walk a little bit.
Okay.
Because it can set some of these decks playing just a single bigger unit. They dead bloom for 8, and then you just like put it back in their hand. Then what?
That's true,
like
yeah.
That's their whole round, and if they can't actually gust it either,
Mm-hmm.
not gust, defy, because Rebuke is double. It's a 2 cost for 2 power.
Yeah, the 2 power is insane. But yeah, it does save it from the defy.
It will be interesting to see what the Yi chooses on the draw here for their battlefield. I would assume that this is going to be Arena's Greatest for Annie.
Mm-hmm. That would be, yep, Arena's Greatest and Obelisk. The 2 that we mentioned, Arena's Greatest is going to make them start at 1 point earlier. So just to note, it's not 1 point less you have to achieve, it's 1 point earlier. So that affects things like that Find Your Center. It's not like he needs 4 points to use it for 1. He's going to need to have 5. And then, yeah, Obelisk is going to start both players with 1 extra rune.
It's going to be a fast one.
Yeah, it's going to be a fast one, especially since they're going to start with bigger rune pools.
I would assume that Annie will do very well. Obelisk of Power actually not very good against Annie.
Mm-hmm.
They can sneaky deckhand turn 1.
Yeah, true.
Which that's a big deal. That means they're going to very easily be both gaining the point that turn and also getting the hold point. There's just not anything that's that quick
Okay.
out of Yi to be able to stop it.
Yeah, very true.
But the ramp does come down sooner. Dead Bloom can come down pretty quickly thereafter if you Obelisk on 1 into, or a Catalyst on 1 into just Dead Bloom on 3. That can be pretty rough too.
That makes sense. Yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, what ends up happening here, because almost I wonder, like, if we hit that Dead Bloom, was it turn 2?
It might even be turn 2.
It could be turn 2 here.
It could be turn 2 if they fully decide to commit into it with the Catalyst directly into that. That can be.
But even then, like, it does feel a little bit too late, just like you were mentioning.
But they've already gained a bunch of points. Like, if it's 2 sneaky deckhands, they're going to be at 4, and you can sup 1. They're going to be at 5
Yeah.
before you do anything, basically.
He just seems to move way too slow on this, so we'll have to see.
On the draw, especially, with the Obelisk of Power, I mean, it is the way that you can try and combat really aggressive starts with the Dead Bloom, but it definitely is not ideal. They can use their Yi, which is still in the deck, I believe.
Oh, wait, they haven't put the Yi out yet. They do have to put the Yi out.
They must be calling a judge because they presented with the Yi in the deck. Likely the solution is just to, since they haven't drawn their hands, just to go fetch the Yi out and then go again.
Yeah.
Luckily, they haven't drawn their hands yet.
Yeah, it's nice that they noticed it now before too late. Hopefully too late.
Yeah, it's really tricky because it is technically part of your 40 cards.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe that the solution, because it is just a randomized pile, the judge will go fetch it out. They'll shuffle a little bit, and then should be good to go.
Cool, yeah, and yep, there's that Yi. They did pull it out, and we are seeing the judge shuffle in the back. And then hopefully,
I believe it's because you had already presented your deck, so you don't really have the opportunity to go back in and do too much to it. They just want to make sure that it's good, good and
okay,
randomized,
makes sense.
easy enough fix.
Yeah, I think that's a quick fix, and we'll be getting into game 2 here. Yi is up a game, and Annie needs to take game 2 and 3 if they want to make it to top 4.
I would think that game 2 should be pretty favored. The
Mhm.
on the play game with Arena's Greatest is a lot easier for Annie than a lot of decks.
Mhm.
Sneaky Deckhand playing a big role there.
Yeah, I can see that.
Especially with some of these little bit slower decks that rely on ramping out extra runes. If you have just 2-drop into the Sneaky Deckhand, or in this case, because of the Obelisk, you can run it out even turn 1. You can be on the board at 5 before they do anything.
Yeah, it almost makes you wonder, like, if you're actually, even though you're on Obelisk, which obviously the normal game plan would be that Catalyst into Dead Bloom with Zonia's in an absolutely perfect world. But it doesn't even look like we're going to hit Sneaky Deckhands. So even though we've been doom and glooming over it, I think we're safe. And we're able, it's just is so nice that you get to untap those 2 runes, I feel like.
It is.
No matter what, like, you just get to use your entire rune pool every single turn, and Annie's just like, here's 2 more.
Yeah. Stack deck, very good, especially this early, because it lets you, if you don't have, a real reasonable play the following turn. We also have the Traveling Merchant, which is probably the best 2-drop in the deck, allowing you to really craft your hand. If you still have the scrap heaps in, you can draw 2 cards with it. And even if not, there's not always cards that are great. Does have the Catalyst on 2.
Catalyst on 2, and with that, we're able to channel 2 runes Exhausted and draw a card. Oh, no, it's just Drew. I don't know why I read that.
It doesn't get to draw a card
You don't
every
get to draw
time.
a card. Not every time. But you do get to draw 2 runes Exhausted. And we are at 6, which means at the start of next turn, we're going to be at 8.
Yeah, Kaisa, a good play in this particular turn. Given that we have 5, we can accelerate it. We can get into both locations. I would imagine doing Kaisa first, so that you can draw a card and then do the discard draw.
That makes a lot of sense. And we are going to bring Kaisa up and get that draw off of her ability. That ability is really nice just to have some consistency and keep drawing cards. And then obviously we do discard and draw another, which is going to be helpful to fill up that discard pile and make it where we can, boost Vi up multiple times. We'll have to see in this matchup really what is the better I name, Vi or Yi, even though they sound very different.
It is helpful to being able to get rid of, obviously we want a 2-drop on turn 1 every game, especially with an aggro deck like this.
Yeah.
But you don't need infinite Poros, right? You don't need infinite 2s. Once you've already gotten past that stage, it's fine to get rid of them. I would expect some sort of interaction spell here. It is probably going to get defied, unfortunately, unless it's Rebuke, which we can't cast. So assuming that they have Defy, it's going to be unfortunate here. We're just going to try and push it back. I don't hate pushing the Kaisa back either, but I think I feel safer putting the Yi back in base.
Yeah, it is nice to get pushed back to base, I guess, for Dizzy's side. I feel like this is why a lot of times we're seeing Yeez run that Vile Maw reason, or one of the many reasons, because obviously there's other reasons as well, but for multiple matchups, it's nice for for people against Annie who otherwise might be, wow, my God, words. It's nice as the opponent to Annie to have Vile Maw because they try to push you back because that's how they would say, like, get the battlefield for themselves, but then they can't because of the Vile Maw. There you go. Words.
It looks like John maybe missed the Arena's Greatest trigger, which is unfortunate. I don't know that it's really going to be that relevant here, given that Annie is already in a very good position to be able to close out in a few turns, potentially, already at 5.
Yeah.
I would expect to see the Kaisa also probably get pulled back to base here.
Let's see. Yep,
Yep.
we're going to see that retreat. Just like you mentioned, it does stop things like Dead Bloom from being able to be played
Mhm.
directly to the battlefield. But we do still have some options like Tasty Faithful, like we mentioned before. Though
One thing that I really like about Annie being able to ready the 2 runes is you can do things like ride the wind on your opponent's turn, because you basically always have those runes available,
mhm.
and gain points on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, I think that is so cool. When it happens to me, I think it shouldn't be a game mechanic. But when I'm watching it as a caster, I think it's awesome.
Yeah, it can feel really unfair, you know. There are not a ton of 1-cost cards.
Sabotage. So
Okay,
Ride
so we
the
did have to ride the
Wind,
wind.
Flash, and Stack Deck. And interestingly, Sabotage, really nice for Yi because it recycles the card, not discards it, which means Annie will not have access to it unless
Yeah.
there's a second copy in the
A
discard
little
pile.
brutal, actually, because we really would have, honestly, this turn would have been great to be able to run out the ride the wind once the Yi goes into a battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is an action, so you do have to wait until you have priority in a showdown, which, you know, there is a non-combat showdown when they go into a battlefield, so you would have had an opportunity to ride the wind. You just go to the other battlefield and take it with your Kaisa, draw a card, and then if they don't have an answer to that other battlefield, you just get another hold point. We'd be all the way up to 7, and we only have to deal with the 1 location. So
Yeah, it'd be crazy. And all you have to take is the other side.
I wonder what we're thinking about here, given that this is recycle. Like, it should be pretty straightforward. Like, Ride the Wind is certainly the best card. I mean, we are going to get to play the stack deck this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe considering whether or not he actually even goes into a location at all to give that priority.
Okay, Yi is up to the arena's greatest, like you mentioned, and presumably they don't have the ride the. Well, actually, they haven't been able to do stack deck, so yeah. So they don't have ride the wind now to do the exact play you're mentioning. Oh, 1, 2, 3.
So did we not stack deck? Interesting.
They didn't stack deck in response. We are going to be Tasty Faithful King. I'm trying to see if there's an accelerate coming down. It doesn't look like it, and so we're going to leave 1 rune up when we pass back to Dizzy. I wonder if that is a save for something like On Guard again.
It could be. I don't actually think that you need to take both points this turn. I'm not sure that it matters that much.
Mm-hmm.
Just even putting the Traveling or the Kaisa into the Obelisk here is probably fine. You can flash it back and save it, and then you just wait until the following turn.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially.
Yeah, potentially.
We'll see what we draw with the Kaisa to see if it makes sense to try and get it. I mean, if we just have Fight or Flight, which I know that we have from the Annie, we can just push their Yi back to base, and then the game's just over. Next turn, of course.
Yeah, of course. And then we do have we got the draw off of the, or maybe we chained it. I can't really tell. But we are gonna be able to stack deck. Look at the top 3 of our deck, and from that, pick 1 to put into our hand. Really cheap way to basically draw a card. And we're gonna spend another to do a cleave onto Darius. That's the second card this turn, so he is a 10 now, going into this 8E. Do we have On Guard? And that 1 rune being used to generate energy is going to be bringing that On Guard out, and he's currently a 10 now.
I mean, that's fine. They trade. Darius being 7+3. I think we're okay with that.
Oh, we're going to flash back, potentially. Oh, both to the base, and you will survive now.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm surprised that we didn't. I guess, again, we don't really need to, because we have, I think we picked up at least 1 Ride the Wind, maybe even 2. It did make them commit another card to just protecting the Yi.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly think because we have the Ride the Wind that I wouldn't have hated just trading there, move the Traveling into the location. I guess this plays around the Dead Bloom from last game a little bit.
Yeah, it does do a little bit that, and Tasty Faithful up. We're going to be charming someone forward. My guess is Darius, but we'll have to see. Yep, Darius is up 5 versus an 8 here. He does have 5 runes up. I mean, we could see Fight or Flight. We could see, a Rebuke is going to come down, forcing two power costs, and that's 2 purples, the only 2 purples we had, to the bottom of our rune deck.
However, this means that we actually go to 7
True.
because we have conquered that battlefield.
Wait, does that mean we go to 8 next turn if we don't get it back? Oh, okay. Well, now we have to get it back. Let's put it that way.
We can't actually ride the wind here because unfortunately we're out of
Purples.
purple. We have no chaos runes, so I believe that we just let that go. But this does mean that we are able to, depending upon what we draw, we have Ride the Wind. Is that Gust, maybe?
Imagine you lose the fight to Darius and then you have to pass and he just wins off that. That would have been so tragic. Luckily, we did have that Dead Bloom, though, but let's see what they have.
We know that there's a Tasty Fey Folk in hand, so we have to be a little bit careful where we're, or what we're doing this turn.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know if there's a Defy or not in this spot. If we had a Vi, I think we would just play it since we have a Ride the Wind in hand, but I don't think that we do. I think we're debating on Annie and what we would want to do with that.
Yeah, there's 9 cards in our discard pile. Is there Ride the Wind in the discard pile? I don't remember off the top of my head.
Annie can only get back spells, specifically. She's able to get 1 spell from the trash.
Yeah, it's really nice. I was just thinking if we had to Ride the Wind in the discard pile, then we'd be able to pull it back out.
We can't get Rebuke because it's double...
And double purple. And we just had to pay 1 purple, then, I think?
Yes.
Or she red?
Annie is purple, yeah. I would honestly get Fight or Flight potentially here if we're looking to just take one of these locations. Does just grab the Rebuke.
Interesting.
I guess looking to set up for the following turn.
I could see that, yeah. We have some time. John is only at 3 points, so well, Dizzy definitely has to finish the game at some point. He does have a couple turns to do so.
Rebuke is good here if we can cast it, but 1 Rebuke is not necessarily enough given that we can't really double cast it either. But we'll see. It may be enough if we can get enough purple runes. The problem is that Ride the Wind really doesn't work with Rebuke unless we get double purple again, which we may. I don't know what the breakdown on runes is in Dizzy's deck.
Right now we have 5 reds. I feel like I know they normally run a 7-5, but I
could be 7-5, could be 6-6. It depends on how much we know. You know, we're recycling an awful lot of purple. If we know that there's Rebukes in the board, it could be that we are aware of our restrictions and are playing 7-5 on the on Chaos. So then we just have a little bit more of them. Vi would be pretty clean. Still pretty hard to punch through that, but basically saying, I don't have any tricks. This is as big as I can make my board. What do you got?
Yeah, he's about to make him do it, but it looks like we're going to load all to one side now. Yi, Dead Bloom Predator, Tasty Fey Folk.
This is recognizing how good Vi is. So
yeah.
Can only really do 1 of our spells. We could send Kais in there to draw another card first.
Kais, oh yeah, you can put it into Arena's Greatest. You're correct on that. I was like,
we draw 2 cards actually. Because we're at 7 points already.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
So how much have we got in there? We have 8.
8, 6, 6, and 2 plus 1. So 12, 14, 8, 16, 17, I think.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
We can bounce 1. We can bounce an 8 back to hand. With the Rebuke. So then we have 13, 16.
8 back. Then we would have...
Because So Yi is 7.
15? Yeah, 15. Because 662 would be what we would have then, +1.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, he's only a 2. The pit rookie in the back.
Yeah. Payrookie's really nice. It's a very clean 2, and it does allow you to buff another friendly unit, which was the Yi in this case. Not always the 2 drop or 2 cost that you want on turn 1, because if there's another unit, then you're not able to put the buff on something. But it is really nice after that first turn.
Mm-hmm.
And push come to shove, it is still a unit to put down.
It is hard to just take and hold the other side because we've got the Yi that has ganking, and if there's a dead bloom, it makes it a little awkward.
Yeah, and right now we're only a 7, which does mean the Yi just ganks over as a 7 as well.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine feeling good about the only thing he needs is a charm or 1 trick when you're down a game
Yeah.
in top 8. When you're up a game, you can play around in your game too, but when you're down 1, it is not so the case. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think he has a Darius in hand.
Yeah, that's gotta be a Darius. That's 5. Yeah, that's Darius. Recycle 1.
Okay. So that's 7.
We gust.
Darius should be untapped here.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fine. They're doing stuff. Yep, and that is enough. So it's the 3 from Annie, the 7 from Darius is 10. Plus Kaisa is 14.
Yeah.
And they only had 13 because we were able to bounce the
Pit
plus
rookie.
the 2
Yep.
from the pit rookie.
So we are going to be going to a game 3 then.
I would assume that he verbally called it the Darius,
Yeah, that's my assumption.
but I'm not sure. They're talking to the judge right now.
Oh. Wait, what's going on?
They're talking to the head judge, it looks like.
Okay.
Not sure what about. Maybe he's just asking a question on how one of his cards would have interacted in a particular spot.
Who knows? Maybe they also didn't get. I mean, I don't know. Actually.
He has to go to the bathroom. Bathroom break. That makes sense.
Makes sense. So I guess we're going to a game 3 here. What do you want to see from the Yi to have to finish off the Annie in game 3?
So the battlefield matters a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I would expect the Mystic Reversal to be still in the deck
Okay.
and be pretty important. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
imagine Ride the Wind getting taken.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, you are the one riding the wind, and that can be a huge disaster. Especially if they're relying on the Vi combo somewhere later. That could be pretty tough. Really, the best way for Yi to win this is just draw more of the Defies.
Mm-hmm.
Defy is a very good card against Annie.
Okay.
Obviously, Rebuke plays around it a little bit. There's a few cards that Annie plays that are sort of the double power that are out of the range of Defy, but they're definitely playing some number of wind walls.
Yeah.
We know that they're playing a Mystical Reversal. The counter spells in this matchup end up being very impactful because Annie doesn't always do sort of double spell, especially on their opponent's turn.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're just untapping 2. Most
Yeah,
of the
very
things that you're
true.
trying to do cost 2.
Yeah,
You know,
100%.
Flash costs 2, Fight or Flight costs 2, Ride the Wind. Basically everything costs 2 that you really want to be doing on your opponent's turn to sort of get that extra value. And if they're able to counter it while still doing the game plan, then it's kind of rough.
Yeah, I can definitely see how that's going to come into play this next game. I'm trying to remember exactly which of the spells were in John's list, like between Wind Wall and the Defies. But Mystical, it'll be interesting to see what they do because obviously they're going to want to swap out the Catalyst of Aeons and cards like that. Since we won't be doing Obelisk this turn.
Right.
It'll be interesting to see what we see instead this turn. Hopefully, we'll get to see Kiana again, and some of these like smaller cards that'll help us defend off that more aggro play that this Annie is going to be doing into our game 3 here.
Yeah, being on the play matters a lot in this particular spot here, and how you have to approach the game.
Mhm.
Who's the beatdown, who's the control. Realistically, Annie's always going to have to be the beatdown just because their units are a lot smaller.
Yeah.
Do you care as much about your individual removal in this particular matchup? Not always. Some of the battlefield removal isn't at its best. Some of the smaller units aren't at their best, and you might need ones that are a little bit bigger. So they as long as they have a plan and you can work towards executing it, that's really the best that you can hope for on the draw. You do get the 3 runes. So again, Sneaky Deckhand from Annie is like your best play. That's the best thing that you can be doing right away. Because there just isn't a ton that Yi's going to be able to do to really stop that.
Yeah.
Especially because you're untapping too. If they develop a 2 on their turn 1, which is not that uncommon, a Poro or something, Pit Rookie just raw and try to challenge in, you may just have Fight or Flight, and then now they get an extra point, or they may have Flash that they're willing to use, and then they just take the point on the other one. So you can claw a few extra free points with Annie really early in some of these decks that, like Kaisa has answers. Kaisa can do Hextech Ray. Kaisa can do a little bit of targeted removal earlier on, where the Yi decks don't necessarily have those cards.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Versus, like, we have a bit more larger characters on Yi's side. You're going to want to actually deal in with fighting and getting things in like that.
It's like the only... I think Challenge is like the only thing that you can do super early. But I don't
You
even
could
know...
charm.
You could charm. You could charm as well. If you have something that's sizable enough. But definitely not if all you have is your small unit. You can do charm plus just like a buff. And, instead of committing something, you just like say, okay, I'm just going to deal with the board a little bit, set myself back a little bit on development, but then keep them from just steamrolling the game.
Yeah, that's true. Both players do have their legend this time, and it does look like John has saved his Vile Maw for game 3, which means Annie's going to have a bit of trouble with those, the Flash, the Ride the Wind.
What's nice
not
is
Ride the Wind,
Ride the Wind doesn't care.
Yeah, it's Fight or Flight that I'm thinking of.
It is hard to battle in Vile Maw's lair, but because he saved Dreaming Tree for last, you can really just kind of ignore Vile Maw's lair a little bit.
Okay.
At least as far as something to battle over.
Okay.
Sometimes you put the Sneaky Deckhand in there and you just don't care. He
Yeah,
dies.
for
you
sure.
collect your point and move on, which had been happening in the last couple games anyway. They are stuck there. But if you're just getting your point while it's open and then they, conquer back, whatever.
Yeah.
You probably weren't going to save just a 2-might character anyway, most of the time. Sometimes if you have Flash, you're okay, if you save a couple, but because Dreaming Tree is so powerful in this deck specifically, like Flash drawing an extra card, Fight or Flighting your own character drawing an extra card, Ride the Wind drawing an extra card. Vi doesn't care about Vile Maw's lair.
Yeah, for sure.
The Ride the Wind combo just does not care. You move it in and you gank over to the other one, just boom, done.
Yeah, or if you move a character up to Vile Maw, you're allowed to Ride the Wind across to the Dreaming Tree. It's just the more so those like defensive or pushing guys out of Vile Maw is not going to be possible.
It is very good against Annie for sure. Basically it's good against Chaos. Right?
Yeah.
It makes it so that is just shut down entirely. It is a safe place for John to also collect points, which does help too.
Okay.
Because, most of the ways that Annie deals with things are Fight or Flighting and saving their own characters. Well, you're just going to be very favored in that particular spot. You know if you put your Yi over there, he's not just going to get pushed out. Dead Bloom even better into something like that because it's just going to be good basically all the time.
Yeah,
Rebuke notably still doesn't carry. You just can send it back to their hand.
yeah, very true, very true. And yep, we are into our game 1 now, immediately into that Stalwart Poro. And that Stalwart Poro is basically a mini boss once he finds himself onto one of these battlefields. He'll be a 5 by himself.
5, yeah. A good start from both players. I certainly wouldn't have hated the deckhand if we had it, but this is a good second.
Mm-hmm. And Poro is up into the Dreaming Tree here. And quickly check that we do get that point, and we looks like we're thinking if we want to use an action or not. We do get our point, looks like, and it's going to resolve.
A bit unfortunate because you really don't want to be battling for Vialma's Lair if you can avoid it.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible that we would have wanted to ride the wind in that spot. We did not have any Chaos Runes there.
Oh, true. I always forget that purple is chaos.
We could collect our discard draw
Mm-hmm.
and go into Vialma's Lair and then just say that this Traveling Merchant is just never moving again. It doesn't feel awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It's difficult to battle against this Poro. 6 is a ton.
Yeah, this is a rough spot to try to battle into. Looks like we are going to be spending 1 for a gust.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
Bye. They can just buff it.
It looks like we're going to on guard up to a 5. So gust, I believe, is for a 3 or below.
Gust is specifically 3 or below.
Yes.
At a battlefield, notably.
Yeah, exactly. At a battlefield. So with that on guard, it is a 5 no matter what for the rest of Dizzy's turn. And now he has to deal with it because it did not go back to the owner's hand. That's for sure. Merchant is going to go to Vialma. We've conceded that fact, and we're going to have that discarded draw. Looks like we discarded a Flash.
Flash not at its best against Vialma here, especially when your only unit is over there. Just passing would be not great.
Yeah. And he seems to think that as well. We're thinking things through for a second here. We don't really want to pass with only 1 rune used. We don't even get our full +2 from Annie that way.
Yeah, you could use your champion unit and get the Gust back, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I would want to do it this early, but it is a possibility.
We'll see what they're thinking about. I would imagine that this single purple is something that they don't
Ooh.
really want to give up yet.
Yeah.
We do have Ride the Wind, which can't actually save the Traveling Merchant unless you ride the wind over to Dreaming Tree and then also flash it or something.
Yeah, I guess that's possible. That's a lot to do. That's a lot to spend.
It is.
And we are actually going to just pass back to John, who is going to bring up that Pit Rookie 2 versus 2 right now. Presumably, I mean, maybe he's willing to take the trade because it'll wipe out Dizzy's board, but presumably John does have a trick. But no, we're just going to go on and let that happen for, yep,
Kiana.
There's Kiana. Pretty nice, though, regardless, since Dizzy now just has no board currently created.
Is that Kiana pass? I think so.
Kiana pass with 2 up.
So I don't mind this if we have something like a Darius, one of the 5s that we're looking to try and get in with. It makes it pretty hard to battle against the Poro here, given that they can very easily have a lot of counter spells up in this spot.
Mm-hmm. I think we have 2 fighter flights. A cleave.
Could be cleave.
I don't know the other 2 cards off the top of my head. So if he does it one more time, we'll try one more time. I just keep missing the first card.
There is a cleave. I think there's a Kaisa. So we have Kaisa cleave in hand, I believe, which we can do. We can't Kaisa fighter flight. We could lead on fighter flight. Push the Poro back. I mean, the problem is that this Poro is like a disaster here. It's exactly what you want from Yi, given that it's so large for so inexpensive. We just dedicated no resources to this huge monster. I mean, this is the same issue that we were sort of running into with Set as well, where, for such an early game unit, the set champion is just, it's so big.
Yeah, it's gigantic. Let's see here. Ooh. Yeah, I can't really see. Set was absolutely gigantic. You even talked about it earlier. He reads as a 5, but in actuality is often a 7.
Yeah.
I wish I could figure out what he has exactly in his hand. I swear at one point I thought he had. Oh wait, that doesn't even make sense. Merfolk is blue, isn't it?
Let's see what they actually play. Yeah, I think so,
No.
though.
Let's see what he does.
Debating the lines, but doesn't seem to be thrilled with any of them.
Yeah, he really doesn't seem to be thrilled with any of them. Maybe he has literally 3 Ride the Winds in his hand.
And it might be 3 fighter flights.
Oh, that's what I mean when I say Ride of the Wind. I was meaning fighter flights.
That is is that an alt art Kaisa? Okay, I like
fighter
this.
flight, back the Poro.
Yeah, if we do have Kaisa, I think the play is to fighter flight here, and then if it goes
Ooh,
through, then we'll Kaisa. It looks like there's at least 1 counter in hand and a charm.
It looks like we have a Defy, a Discipline.
I think it's charm
And then
Primal
2
Strength.
No, it's got the arrows.
Oh,
Unyielding Spirit.
Unyielding. I'm not sure Unyielding is really that good in this matchup. Okay.
Okay, so Darius is up. It was the second card being played.
Okay, I'll mind this. You're right, it is Unyielding. I don't love Unyielding in this matchup as much. It's okay. There are not as many damage spells in these lists as there are in Kaisa.
Yeah, not as many. There were some spell heavy Annies in
There
the
are a
tournament
few,
earlier
yeah.
though.
That's true. And you kind of have to respect the idea that it exists, and some of them are siding in more than just Void Seeker.
Yeah.
Occasionally they have Falling Stars as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I have seen them with both. It looks like we are going to be putting up our Stalwart into Vilemaw. Yeah, Void Seeker feels really strong in Annie for sure. And sometimes you do have to call those Falling Stars. But we are going to go on, get that Dreaming Tree double draw. And Kiana is going to be a 6 here into that 5 of Darius. With 2 mana up, I don't think we're going to be able to hit the +2 of 2 cards, but it is a possibility.
We can try to save Darius here. If we have like a flash, we do have the fighter flights. I would not hate trying to fighter flight the Darius. It is going to get countered in this spot, but I don't know why we move him here if that's not the line. I guess.
Yeah.
I would have honestly liked to have seen us maybe hide one of them.
Yeah.
Because then that does let us play around 1 counter.
That makes sense. And like play it.
Or we still lose to 2, but that would let us play around 1. And we can also trigger Darius's ability then. Because we can cast 2 spells in the same turn.
Yeah, and then he'll be a 7
And
going
then he would
into
be
that
a
6.
7,
Yeah, that's a great point. But we did not see that happen, and Kiana does take the battlefield. We're up to 4 points now, and Kiana gets a buff from Pit Rookie before we end our turn with 2 runes up still, which means Dizzy's got to play around a couple of these cards.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disaster here. It's going to be very hard to move this Poro off that Vilemaw at all.
Disaster?
Disaster, exactly.
Yeah, we're going to need to... I think I do see a Ride the Wind now. Cleave.
If we have a Vi, we can try to Vi Ride the Wind.
Oh. Gust and Ride the Wind look so similar.
They do look very similar. He's played almost nothing this game.
Yeah.
Definitely another Defy as a possibility.
Something you got to worry about, especially with 2 mana up. And a Defy and an On Guard would both be able to be played in the same turn. Let's see. He's staring at his discard pile. Is he called discard pile in this game?
Trash. I
Trash
believe.
pile, my bad. Okay. Yeah, Defy is so scary in this position, especially if we have something to put in there. It does look like there's a unit, I feel like. Right there. The third card. Is it Vayne? No, maybe it's Vi.
Could be a Vi,
Or it's a fight or flight, and I'm just crazy.
or it could be a fight or flight. It could be Vayne. Vayne does see some play in the sideboard of these decks for sure. Could be a Kaisa.
Ah, it is Vayne.
Right, it's Vayne.
Vayne's an interesting one. She's 4, power 1, and she reads immediately as a 2, but just like the ADC she is in League of Legends, she comes in with Assault, and if your opponent has a battlefield controlled, then she enters ready. So she kind of reads like a I am ready 5 if your opponent has a battlefield.
Yeah, you can also return it to your hand when you conquer.
Yeah, which is really interesting.
So if you have a lot of excess runes, you can ready it more than once, keep sending it in. You can also protect it in ways that certain decks just can't interact super favorably with. Again, if you are, a little excess on runes, it has the ability to, you can cast it twice in a turn pretty easily. So
yeah, that's a great point. Looks like we're trying to decide if there's anything else we can do. We do have 3 runes up still, and we will have 5 when it goes to our opponent's turn. But Vayne's an interesting card in Annie for sure. My eyes are peeled for all the cards here.
I don't know if putting it back in your hand really makes a ton of sense.
It looks like we're gonna do it though. It's a 4 though, so we can't play it again this turn.
No, but you need to protect, you just don't have anything. If they drew something like a Poro here, that makes more sense.
But even then, they could have had the Poro stay in the Dreaming Tree, potentially.
You don't really need it in the Dreaming Tree. The problem is then Dead Bloom is a disaster.
Yeah, Dead
Then
Bloom, true,
They can
true.
just also Yi, and that's not great for you either. The Vayne, better on offense with the Salt. We have the ability, I think next turn we could maybe Vayne plus Annie Cleave if we really wanted to. That would be 8. Which matches Yi, which doesn't seem amazing. But if they tap out for Yi, there's something to be said for that.
Yeah, that's true. So we are going 3, it looks like. Oh, no, 3-7. That's going to be Master Yi is my guess. And, we can still take Dreaming Tree with Master Yi. Yep, we have Master Yi in the Dreaming Tree up to 6 points.
Up to 6. 6 is a scary number, especially, again, because this Poro is really hard to get out of Valma's lair.
Yeah, very good point.
Just untap. All right. I think we're going to try and clear both of these battlefields this turn if I had to take a guess. Which is not impossible. But it is certainly not easy either. 6 is a pretty scary spot.
Yeah, it's really dangerous. And even now, he's got to find a way to free up these 2 battlefields. If he can't free up both of them, John will win the game. If he frees up one of them, he can hold essentially for a turn. We do see that Vi come down.
If I ride the wind.
Yeah, it looks like that's what it's going to be. And we know that discard pile is kind of thick right now.
The disaster, of course, is if they have the Defy in this spot. You would think that they would have used it last turn to save the Kiana.
Potentially. And we've seen at least one.
And knowing that they didn't save it last turn means that maybe they don't have it.
Yeah, it's potential. But we do know, that's Defy, that's on guard. What exactly? How many do we have to send back? It is an 8 Yi and a 5 Poro right now.
So let's imagine that it's on guard and not the counter spell. Which really is all we can pretend that it is. I think. Because you can't really play around another counter. We're probably going to lose to that. So we would want to make sure that we're at least an 11, which then plays around the on guard.
Okay, that's a good point. And so we need to send back at least an 11 playing around on guard. 8 cards. 8. Yep. And I think we should have a couple left over for that, is my assumption. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Doesn't look like we have enough. However,
never mind.
We can grab the Cleave, play it on Vi. If we play Annie, grab Cleave.
But then we can't play Ride the Wind. Because Annie is 4.
Yep. Cleave is 1.
Oh, we already have Vi down. Never mind.
Yep.
My bad. I'm an idiot.
We can also have extra. I see. That would work. Just getting extra cards in there. One of the things that you can do is you can ride the wind to the Poro.
Mm-hmm.
You know, eat some of the cards,
Yeah.
ride the wind to the Poro, and then eat the ride the wind
Yeah, that's very true.
with the Vi. So it gives you a second opportunity actually to activate the ability once the combat is over. It's not like amazing, but Defy is a disaster here, of course. But again, I don't think that we have the luxury of playing around that in this spot.
Yeah, especially where we're at right now.
Okay, just decides to get rid of everything to keep the ride the wind, which I think makes sense as well. So this puts us up to 12. We go into the Poro first, which I think is reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No effects. Takes it out. We go up to 4. Conquer over
Ooh.
here. Go up, which makes sense.
Yep.
And then I would imagine that we just pass if we don't have any additional characters to develop. Though if we do have a flash, I wouldn't hate playing it here just to draw the extra card now so that Deadbloom can't just come in. Because we don't necessarily want them to be able to put the character directly in without us being able to interact with it.
Yeah, good point.
So you can move Vi with ganking.
Mhm.
And we were playing around on guard. But because Vi has ganking, with Ride the Wind, you ready it. So it is able to gank after the first combat is done. So very, very powerful combo.
Yeah, the ride the wind to ready and then ganking across is absolutely insane.
Yeah, Vi plus that is plenty. I don't know if he necessarily went all the way up to 12. It does look like we went up to 11, but we needed to get the Poro back in there because there were only 7.
There's
in
only
the
7
discard.
cards, yeah, so we needed 8 to get us to 11.
Yes.
So we are going to flash back the Vi.
Yep. So draws an extra card with Dreaming
Mhm.
Tree, protects the Vi a little bit from the potential for Deadbloom because once it's already cast, we can't not let them get into the battlefield, right?
Yeah, and then it kind of reads like I have something in my hand to stop you now, though,
Yeah.
because otherwise we're saying Tasty Fae Folk just loses the game.
We just pretend eggplants aren't real,
Eggplants aren't real.
right?
What do you mean? Do you think they're real?
It's
I've
not
never
real.
seen an eggplant
See,
in my life.
look at him. Look how cute he is with his little face.
He's adorable, honestly. But yeah, so we can have the 1 take to 7, but I'm thinking that accelerate could be a huge problem unless we have something in our hand. So first we have Void Seeker.
Which we know that that's actually not at its best here. We do still draw the card either way.
Yeah, and we're gonna use unyielding spirit.
So this is where the unyielding spirit ends up making that card not quite as good.
Mm-hmm.
Because it essentially gives them an additional counter spell. We do still draw the card because it only prevents the damage and ability. The spell and ability damage this turn. Decides to develop further with the Catalyst.
Interesting.
Plays
And
the
Poro for
plays
2.
the Poro. So the Poro is a bit rough for us here. Now we have to
Yeah.
assume that we're going to need to juice our Vi a little bit to get into the Dreaming Tree here.
Yeah, 3 versus 4. They can't win this way. As in, Dizzy can't win this turn either way. But we'll have to see what happens. We can give the Vi 3. So we only need 2 to be able to. No, I guess we need all 3 to be able to, because it's Vi's a 2 or a 3 actually at base.
Vi is a 3 at base.
Okay, so we would only need 2 to be able to beat the Pierogi and take Dreaming Tree. But
Hopefully we don't Annie and get back the Void Seeker and walk into
the second unyielding
the second one.
spirit. Yeah, that would be really dangerous. But as you mentioned, Annie is an option, and it could pull out a flash. It could pull out this Void Seeker sitting on the top of his discard pile.
Also Ride the Wind as well.
And the Ride the Wind, great point. So we'll have to see here, but
the fact that they didn't, that John did not Tasty Fae Folk
mm-hmm.
means they probably don't have something with Accelerate.
Yeah, agreed.
Not a guarantee, but they probably don't have something with Accelerate.
Yeah, I would even actually be as willing to go as far as saying like the Catalyst of Aeons kind of makes me think they don't have anything big in their hand
Like it
almost.
might just be another Catalyst in hand, and they're
Yeah.
just trying to get to the point where they can
Draw.
with it.
Because they had 8 runes. Of course, playing Dead Bloom to the base does not ever feel good, but like developing your board past the 2 and all you need to do is hold for 1 turn at this point.
Yeah, I think if you have the resources for it, you certainly just, instead of Catalysting, you just play an 8/8 or
Yeah,
an
and you
8
could-
might, right?
And you could play it up to the battlefield just to hold, potentially.
You could, yeah.
Not saying it's the best play, but there's. It makes me wonder what's in his hand, and it feels like it's not great.
Yeah, I mean, if it is, with these ramp decks, if you do end up with the double Catalyst in hand pretty late, it can be a little awkward.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting he left him in, assuming that they're on his main deck.
I mean, there's
think he
only
put him in.
so many cards that you can cut too, and sometimes the way that your draw is like, your hand is Tasty Feyfolk and Dead Bloom, and you
Mhm.
need to be able to get to actually playing those, but also not be super punished for casting one either. 'Cause
Yeah.
they all, especially if you accelerate Feyfolk, they all sort of, have 2 power cost, and that is one of the few ways that you can sort of keep up with that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so stack deck's coming down for our first rune on Dizzy's side. Gonna hopefully help us find a card that will be good here. I see a second Vi for sure,
And a Kaisa.
and that alt art Kaisa that you mentioned. I'm pretty sure as well. I can't see the third one though, but it does look like he's deciding between Vi and Kaisa.
A pretty big decision here. I don't necessarily know if we need a second Vi, only because we don't have that many cards in the trash anymore.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Yeah, Vi is just. I don't like. It obviously can get big enough for Pit Rookie, but doesn't feel like he can get big enough to finish off this game here in the long term. We do have a lot of runes right now for Annie. And by a lot, I mean in the context that it is Annie.
Yeah.
8 is a lot for her, I feel like.
It can be, if you play a lot of the cards that have power costs associated with them, you're naturally going to be going through quite a few of your runes, and especially with Annie untapping, you're going to do it on your turn and their turn. So there are certainly some Annie lists that play even lower than this pretty frequently.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want ever to be able to like double Darius in a turn,
Yeah.
or play Darius Vi, Ride the Wind, do 2 large things in a turn to be able to sort of push through the last bit of points,
They'll need more, for sure.
you sometimes need to do a little bit more. And the way that this game sort of shaped up, we haven't had to expend power the last couple turns,
Mm-hmm.
mostly because we already had the Vi in play. Like we already did the Vi Ride
Yeah.
the Wind.
Very good point. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure we're going to see it, but just as I mentioned, when you do double Darius in 1 turn, it feels illegal. The
It's
fact that they
crazy,
ready
yeah.
each other is hilarious. Because Darius can count as the second card. And it's kind of crazy, but let's see what they decide off the stack deck. We are thinking a lot about it. Top Cut is untimed, is my understanding. So they are allowed to figure out what they need to do here. Oh, no.
Realizing he's maybe a little bit short, still trying to decide what to pick here. Ride the Wind doesn't exactly save what we're trying to do in this spot, because we can't deal with the Poro. Like, there's a world where we can ride the Wind and go up to, like, 6's turn to
Kaisa.
hold. So we did take the Kaisa, which I think makes sense.
And we decide Accelerator for 5.
Which also makes sense to me. And then I think you go there and draw a card first.
Yep, that looks like what he does. I didn't see the exact card he grabbed, but technically, shouldn't we have Vayne in hand still?
It's possible it was discarded earlier to
Ah, yeah.
one of the like traveling merchant or something. I would think that he was in hand, but
It was this game though, right? Or am
I
crazy?
think so. Yeah.
Okay. So those are the 4 cards in discard.
Like, I think if you consume them all, you go up to 7.
She's enough to knock out the pit rookie at
Yeah.
base. It is enough also to deal with 1 discipline,
1 discipline.
1 on guard.
With Vi, the interesting thought is that you have to do these before you go into combat, because once you're in the showdown, you no longer have an opportunity to use the ability.
Exactly. So he did send all back, which does put it on 7, and the pit rookie gets killed.
Okay. So this is a spot where Dead Bloom is pretty scary still. I don't think that we have Flash. We'll see what John actually has here.
Yeah, John does have to take out both sides now, because if Dizzy holds just on one side, we're going to 8 points, and that's going to be game.
Yeah, he could win in this spot too by taking over one of the battlefields and then just Dead Blooming the other one.
Yeah, that is a potential.
So if we have Fight or Flight, I think we have to use it now. If we have something like, say, Ride the Wind, we could move Kaisa over to defend.
Great point.
I do not like just letting that happen.
Oof. But maybe we're
But they
trying
may
to...
not have they may not have another option, you know.
Yeah, it's very true. And it looks like we hit that Dead Bloom. He does have Rebuke here, though.
Rebuke is a good answer.
He's rebuking, or trying to rebuke at least. Do we have Wind Wall? Nope. The Dead Bloom goes back to hand. And what can we do with the last 3? I mean, maybe you could charm Kaisa over right now is one answer. Because you're a 5 as this Poro. It's a 4. And that's
That'll do
game.
it.
And he wins it. And he's very happy about it.
Yeah.
We're so back. Annie's so back.
Charm, I think Charm would have had an opportunity to have the Poro take out the Kaisa, but it looks like he didn't have it.
Yeah, great game by Dizzy. He kept his head even in a really stressful moment.
Yeah.
And he was able to take the win. So fantastic job by him.
Yeah, Rebuke, an incredibly powerful card out of the sideboard for Annie. Sometimes it makes its way into the main a little bit.
Yeah.
You have to be a little bit more cognizant of your runes when you're playing it, because obviously the double chaos cost is very high. But a card like that, or I've also occasionally seen, the Zonite Bouncer with a similar, literally the same effect, but this one's a unit.
Oh,
This one
very
can't
interesting.
Can't be windwalled.
Okay. So it's like the Riptide Rex of hand bouncing.
Yeah, so it is a similar effect, but it plays around a little bit more of the counter spells. But a mix of the two I think is really nice. The first Rebuke is incredibly nice because, again, you have Annie, you can get it back. So having the 1 copy, especially with the stack decks, like you see these Annie decks, they can rip through their whole deck. You can see all 40 cards every game.
It feels like it some of these games. But yeah, Annie's like just one of those cards, especially with Traveling Merchant. You see that Zon's in the deck. Obviously, they have a lot of... I think we also saw Dreaming Tree with Annie. Like, they have a lot of draw.
Yeah.
There's so many cards they get to go through between stack deck, Kaisa, so forth. And they really get to use that with the Vi and put it back in their deck.
Yeah, the recycle, a lot of these decks that dig really deep through their deck don't always have the ability to recycle. Kaisa can go through a lot of cards.
For sure.
Once.
Once.
It's sort of a one-directional thing, because Vi is not at its best in a deck like that because it's a little slow. It's slow and predictable. You're able to get in once, and then that's it.
Yeah.
But the ganking, when it's good, is great, right? And with Ride the Wind,
Oh, yeah.
it plays, the Vi plays like Mundo. It's just this massive, here's how big my trash is. This is how big I got for a character to just bully everything that you've got in your battlefield. And then you're just like, okay, now I do it again with the same amount that I already used. Going from 6 to 8 with the Vi combo is like comically easy. If they don't have a hard answer to it, and there's not that many answers to it either, because you're doing it all at base. So a lot of a lot of the better removal and things that can interact with it that are damage based are all actions.
Yeah, it's a good point. That's a great point. There's really, once she's set up, it does feel like that. She's like a little temporary Mundo.
Yeah.
It works for a little bit. Your discard pile is now gone. But it just does so much. Remember the first time I played against an Annie list. I think I was like on Arya or something like that. I just never had the pieces I needed. It was like I would try to charm someone up. They would just ride the wind over. Take like it was like I think 5th point. They go to 6th point. No, it was like opposite. Sorry, 6 goes to 7th, and then they would just ride the wind back.
And then,
And kill me.
it's over. Yeah.
It's over. And there's just so many ways you can use that, like ride the wind. If there's like an open battlefield,
Gaining points on their turn, like
exactly.
unreasonable. Becoming an attacker instead of a defender by going to the other battlefield so you can cleave.
Yeah.
And taking a point on their turn that they thought was safe,
Mm.
like taking a battlefield and then like untapping and you hold point too, is just it's such a huge swing, and it keeps your unit alive too. And that's it. Just everything about it, like very very good for the Annie player moving into the top 4 here.
Awesome. Yeah. And with that, let's go chat with the Annie to find out exactly how they were able to do it.
All right, guys, and I'm joined here with the winner, Annie, making it to a top 4. There's been a lot of Annies at the top tables. Last one standing. How's it feel?
Wow, being the last one standing, it's an exhilarating feeling. Like, I've actually never been in top 4 of any major before, so this is just incredible. I got to give a shout out to my wife and my son for supporting me in the hobby. I mean, sold out. He basically innovated the deck, and I've been reading his content, his guide, and he really kind of helped me get to the point where I am mechanically and just as far as knowledge goes. The deck is so fun, but the lines, like, it makes your brain explode. I put hundreds of hours probably into the game, at least probably 50 on Annie. So I've really been going all in on this. So
awesome, man. Yeah. So did you? How'd you get into Riftbound? Did you play League of Legends before? Other card games? What brought you here?
So I played League since like season 3.
Okay.
I am not good at the game still. I think I've peaked in plat. I'm a mid and ADC main. Looking forward to Irelia. That's like one of my favorite characters. I got into Riftbound because I love Riot's IP. I think it's like the best. I used to be a big Blizzard fan, and I'm much more of a Riot Games fan now.
Right.
I play Legends of Runeterra a lot. The last game I played was Battle Spirit Saga, which crashed. So I haven't gone to a major like this in a few years. So, yeah.
Fair enough. And are you local here to Atlanta? Drive out here? How'd it go?
I am not local. I'm actually from Palm Beach in Florida. I flew from Florida to here, and Atlanta's a cool city. I like it a lot here.
That's awesome. All right. And so what would be your hottest Riftbound take?
My hottest Riftbound take. Kaisa is not tier 0. That's my hottest Riftbound take. I think that Yi and Kaisa are both on equal standing, and I actually think Annie, played in the right hands, is tier 1, maybe tier 1.5. I love the deck. I think it's amazing.
Okay, great. And then for this top 4, are you afraid of the set player? Who's the matchup that you want to avoid the least to be able to at least get to that finals?
What are the top 4? Set and 2 Kaisas, or?
I believe so.
I'm not sure about the set. The list is kind of interesting. I did see he's playing 3 Arena Bar. He's playing a very hold heavy deck, and I'm not sure if I could outpace him. So I do want to avoid the set player. I have a lot of reps into Kaisa, and I feel pretty comfortable in that Kaisa matchup. Contradictory, I think that it's not a favorite matchup for Kaisa at all. I think it's pretty even. That's my take on that. I probably want to avoid the set. Yeah.
Fair enough. All right, and then I know you gave a shout out to your wife, but any other shout outs you want to give before we send it off?
Absolutely. All my friends, Waffle, Nick, St. Clair, Angel, all the Kingslayer guys are pretty cool. I've been hanging out with them while I'm here. My buddy Zach, just all of my playtesting crew. Thank you guys so much for helping me get to where I am. My friends, my family, thank God. I'm just very blessed to be here and to come this far. And shout out to Charlie's. Really cool place, yeah.
Awesome. All right, well, with that, we'll send it off, and thanks.
Thank you very much.
Wow, what a great interview. And so much excitement to be here, so much excitement to be in top 4. And Annie, a set, 2 Kaisas. I mean, maybe we expected the Kaisas, but I think that's an awesome spread today.
It's not too bad. We had almost as much representation of Annie, at least at the X2 in general, because a couple of them missed. I mean, that's 4 Annies within striking distance of actually being in the cut.
Yeah.
That's pretty good for a deck that really, especially in, the Chinese metagame, didn't get a great time to shine. I mean, there was a few Annies here or there, but it was kind of unexplored.
Yeah, for sure. I'm interested to see, how it continues to grow, because I would love to see Annie and Set do well, and maybe we'll see them more in Houston.
Hopefully. And, the early tournaments sort of this weekend between this and the Star City event that's going on as well, I think that there's one in Europe too, are really going to dictate a little bit of how the early metagame might shift around for Houston. We may see new tech. We might see a bunch of this set list that is maybe iterated on even further to, fight how people are going to be adapting to that sort of deck. And it'll be interesting.
It'll be interesting for sure. With that, I think we are going to be going on the BRB screen, and we'll be seeing you guys soon for our top 4.
Alrighty. And now, the top 4.
Back again, 4 different decks.
Yeah, actually a really good split for the top 4.
Yeah.
Set, Annie, Kaiser, Yi.
Yeah. We just saw Annie, and we're going to see him again. This time against Set. So this was kind of what they were hoping to not see the most. And we'll see if the interesting take on Set here with the king.
Pin. King Pin.
Pin. He'd king. See if he's able to get managed with fighter flights and flash and such, or if that's just not enough. I mean, I think challenge is going to be one of the biggest sort of payoffs here, because you can pretty cleanly take out basically everything out of.
Yeah, I mean, Darius is your only real threat, but that's only on attack, so.
Yeah. Vi is like the only thing that you can't like really do that with, but it'll be interesting.
So does Vi's recycle? You have to do that individually, right?
You have to do that individually, but there's also not an opportunity to cast challenge.
Right, because it's an action on a reaction.
It's only reactions that they're able to do that with, not anything other than that. Well, that's the wrong scene. Let's go to gameplay instead of just ourselves again.
That was an exciting switch.
Transition back to us. Yeah, so the only thing that works is actually reactions, right? And it's reactions and things that are actually at base, right? Because you're not necessarily going to be in the battlefields at the time,
Right.
when you're setting up the Vi combo. You can recycle 1, and then you can do it again, and then you can do it again.
You just keep doing it. And if you have a Karma, you buff your whole board
Because
with the Vi.
Vi's abilities just recycle 1 from the trash to gain 1 might.
Pretty good.
Hidden Blade is good against Vi. That's certainly true. It does not beat it necessarily, but it is good against Vi. You can always flash it back and ride the wind again as an option.
That's true.
But Hidden Blade
And
is
when your
certainly,
opponent uses Flash, you cry.
unless the
unless
thing about Hidden Blade is it does save battlefield, so there are a lot of ways to be able to protect it. Facebreaker is also good, yeah.
But I don't think he was running Facebreaker.
Not necessarily. I didn't actually see it.
So now the
Yes, they could respond to Vi, but they would have to have a reaction because otherwise you're not in a showdown, right? So the only thing that they can do is a reaction.
right now, if challenge was reaction speed, that might be a little bit ludicrous, but it's not. It is action speed, so you can only do it in showdowns. It is a very, very strong card, I think, in a list where you're, generally speaking, always bigger than your opponent in terms of stats. And then Karma, like I said, with Vi is like a cute little trick there where you can just buff your whole board by recycling all your cards.
Kind of cute. Hiddens would be able to be reactions. So if you hide Hidden Blade, it would be a reaction. However, if we read Hidden Blade for the 3rd time here, it says kill a unit at a battlefield. So that would not prevent you from doing that.
You can retreat and still get the draw, right?
I don't believe so. I'm not actually sure.
Well, because spells don't fizzle. Like how Voidseeker, if you were to deal 4 and then they retreat it, you would still draw.
You would still draw. I suppose you do as much as the card says, so I suppose that's true. That would make sense to me. All right, well, let's get started here. Looks like the
Pit Rookie is going to get slammed down right here.
Yeah, we're starting with Dreaming Tree and Zon out of the Annie deck.
Yeah, I mean, the Zon makes a lot of sense here for Annie. You just want to be able to sift through your deck, find the right cards, and put cards into your discard for the Vi for that ultra late game scenario where you can ride the wind and then gank over.
I believe it's set Annie Kaisa Yi, if I am reading it correctly. It is Kaisa versus Yi on the other side.
Yes. So Lee Sin going to get thrown away here. Not going to be able to find any value right now, and it's going to be a bit of a lot more time before you really get to see that good value here. So for going to get exhausted, potentially just going to be dropping down that turn 2 set. Looks like it's going to be Kiana instead here. Just another very efficient unit, 4 cost, 4 might. Does require you to pay 1 power, but whenever you conquer, you may channel a rune or draw a card. Very powerful effect.
Kiana's very good. The deflect also very relevant on a card like this.
Yes.
So here comes a Kaisa. Kaisa's going to be pretty nice. Able to take out the pit rookie pretty cleanly.
Going to be able to draw a card as well, and then after the fact, you might, you can draw, then discard, then draw, or you can discard, then draw. So
we have a scrap heap. We're going to do that. Perfect. Scrap heap. Been very impressive out of these Annie lists, of course.
Oops. Yeah, Scrap Heaps is just one of those cards that I think is going to continue to find utility. The closest card that I could think of in Magic is Ichor Wellspring. But it's just better than that.
Yeah, it's very good. And I was talking with Ursi a little bit earlier about a card like this. I think it's only going to get stronger. Obviously we're getting some equipment and such in the next set.
Mm-hmm.
If we're seeing more card draw than we are now, we see some, or sorry, not card draw, but gear removal, right? We may be seeing more scrap heaps just hit the field and then be removed with that. So we're just moving that back to our base with Fight or Flight, discarding another scrap heap.
Yeah, I think Scrap Heap is just generating so much value here. Going to be able to use that Fight or Flight to draw a card off of that Dreaming Tree, and then immediately after the fact, get to discard that Scrap Heap, draw 2 more cards on as well. And, I mean, this is just a lot of value here. This Showstopper is going to come down, going to bring Fiora all the way up to 5. And he did miss his trigger for the Annie there, but I don't think it is too relevant. Oh, no, he didn't. He used his Fight or Flight already.
Used that, yep.
Yep, still the same turn.
I'm surprised if that was the play that we really wanted to make. We could have, in theory, hidden it as well. But again, that does recycle more runes if that's the play. So, Showstopper obviously being very, very strong in this matchup. And really, the deck, it's basically a Showstopper deck. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been one of the most powerful cards in the entirety of Riftbound right now. I think a lot of players didn't really value the movement of a card like this until they saw it played, and they're like, oh, wait.
Yeah, I mean,
that's legit.
I think of this card a lot like how Annie plays the deck, but the opposite, right? This one is moving towards the battlefields as opposed to away from them. But this card and Ride the Wind have very similar type of effects, right? You're able to sort of cheat the idea of your characters being limited to whatever speed they normally go at.
Right.
No acceleration. You're just working around that. And adding the buff is even better, in a deck like this, because now we have the ability to protect it with our leader. We can use it to draw an extra card sometimes with the Monastery when that's out. We can, use it to cast the Call of Glory a little bit cheaper than you would expect.
Right. And then the other thing too is that it's in colors that aren't necessarily known for movement. I mean, you do have First Mate, which can ready things. Body is known for being able to ready, certain characters, but it's not necessarily known for immense movement. And then Showstopper kind of shores off that weakness that I feel like Body and Order kind of have, in that it's very slow in what it wants to do, even though it is so proactive. So Darius is going to be the response here for Dizzy. He's going to be able to put it down. He does have 1 mana remaining, probably going to drop down a Cleave, bring it all the way up to 7, potentially even 10. Not sure if he's going to buff the, the Traveling Merchant.
almost weirdly surprised that we didn't. I guess we couldn't buff the other one. So we could have theoretically buffed the Traveling Merchant, right? Because it goes to 5.
Right.
I suppose because Kiana doesn't have. Yeah, Kiana doesn't have any real way of protecting it. We could have just cleaved the Traveling Merchant, gone in for the Kiana, right? Because it's 5.
Yep.
And then use the Darius on the Fiora. I suppose this does play around call, right?
I mean, I think the other way around also played around call.
Oh,
Always.
sure, because you go for the buff first, and then. Yeah, I suppose that's okay. Because it also makes it so that the leader ability, like you can only do one because we only have one buff, so only
Right.
one thing is happening. Either you save something, or you don't. Right? You can save it with the buff or save it with that.
Right. I mean, and the thing is like, even if you did that, right? So if he uses the Call to Glory, if Fiora's at 5, she goes down to 4, and then she gets the +3, right? So she'd only go to 7, and then you just draw. Then he loses the Fiora. He can't protect it, and then the Traveling Merchant can just take out the Kiana anyways.
Yeah. Interesting. Honestly, we could have even drawn an extra card with the Traveling Merchant then, because you send the Traveling Merchant in first, then cleave, draw the card. Interesting. What an interesting line that could have happened.
All right, so now it's going to be back on to Kaiser here. We don't really quite have an idea of what he has in hand. It looks like he's got a Cythria, a couple other things here, and while Dizzy's flicking through his cards, I did manage to see what looked like a glimmer of a fight or flight, so he might have that second fight or flight available here. Now, that said, this Kiana is still just sitting in hand, or on field.
Yeah, fight or flight really awkward against this many deflect, especially with Fiora sometimes having it, It was a little awkward last turn. None of the spells felt particularly great.
Yeah, and I like this a lot here from Kaiser. Just understands that it's going to be incredibly difficult to defend against any player. I mean, that's just the fact of life, it feels like. Just such an aggressive list, able to be so proactive in terms of just being able to conquer battlefields here. So it is going to be up to Dizzy to try and figure out how to best navigate these following turns, as this Darius very likely going to be forced to just go back to base, not going to be able to hold a second time, especially not in that color pairing. Maybe if you had, maybe it was calm, red-green, then you might have some hopes of protecting it. But right now, it just feels like that's all you got to do. Just bring it right back to base, and then hopefully find something better to do on these following turns. I would like to see him use the Traveling Merchant on the Dreaming Tree, or just send it to the Dreaming Tree, because
put Kaiser in there. We do have another Darius as well.
Yeah,
so that's what we picked up instead.
Yeah, I mean, he's already gotten 2 points off the Traveling Merchant.
I would assume that there's another Vi in hand, given that we got rid of one.
Yeah, I think it's a very last card in his hand there. But yeah, I mean, I think he's just holding on to this Merchant a little bit longer than he should, to be honest. I feel like you just go for the point while it's available. Bring yourself up to that point lead here while it's, again, available. Your opponent's fully exhausted. He has no interaction. So you do have the opportunity to get this point here. You get to also get the move trigger, so you can discard another card and find just a different piece that maybe is more useful in this matchup.
Now, we can untap the Darius as well with whatever we play here. We do play Kaisa, not opting for acceleration, which I think makes sense. It doesn't really do anything to accelerate it. I don't mind putting it somewhere, but I think it's completely unnecessary. It makes it awkward if you have Flash, if they have something to do with it. Like, even if you have Flash, it doesn't really do a whole lot for you.
Yeah.
It forces them to move to a battlefield, but like if Flash is the thing that you're using to save them, like they're going to come back anyway.
It looks like that is going to be that Vi that you were talking about.
Okay, so it does just play the Vi. So we just run out everything that we've got here. Say, please don't have challenge, I guess, and then say go.
Yeah, now, unfortunately, I do believe that we did get to see a challenge in his hand. So Kaiser going to draw an additional card. He does have that Zonite Warrens to be able to have access to. Might be able to just utilize that. Just to discard a card, hopefully find something a little bit more useful than what he has in hand, depending on whether or not what he has is useful or not. So, going to be able to peek at his opponent's hand finally, just be able to see what is going on. And there is that Fight or Flight, as well as a Scrap Heap and a stacked deck. I feel like the Fight or Flight is the card that's going here.
I would guess that's the case as well. Almost interested to know why we didn't just Fight or Flight the Traveling Merchant now to discard the Scrap Heap.
Because he's not in a showdown.
Is it not a showdown? That would make sense. That's what we were talking about earlier, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, this is a difficult scenario here for Kaiser. I think he's just writing down all the things that he can because he's got all the time in the world to do so. So
I suppose it's just Flash. Yeah, that's right. Flash would have worked. This does not. Again, we could have hidden this. That was an option that we had last turn as well.
that actually might have been a pretty good play considering all of the options he had available to him.
Puts us a little low on runes, perhaps, was the consideration.
I think what he was thinking there is that his only interaction is the fight or flight, so he's just going to play the Vi and then use the fight or flight. But I think that you kind of underestimated the value of the stacked deck. I think I would have rather used the stacked deck on my turn and then just readied the 2 runes rather than play the Vi.
Sure.
Because you do leave yourself susceptible to a challenge here on that Vi, and if that does happen, I feel like you're in a pretty bad spot.
Yeah, I don't know. Not playing around challenge, I think, is a little unfortunate here. Given, I mean, maybe he's not thinking about challenge at all, and that's why we're considering it. But you really don't want to lose Vi for free if you don't have to, and making it vulnerable in that spot just really isn't stellar in my opinion. But it is what it is.
Yeah, so he's just going to use stack deck just to be able to find something for the next turn here. And then that looks like that Kiana is going to be able to get that Conquer off. So he'll decide to use the Kiana draw first, and then he'll decide whether or not what he wants to do with the rest of his hand here. So going to discard another Arena Bar. Interestingly enough, he was utilizing it so much in these previous games that I expected him to just want to have at least one onto the board, but I guess because of how Annie works, it just feels a little bit too uncomfortable.
Don't necessarily have the time here either to pay 3 for an Arena Bar and just like put 1 buff on.
Right.
It could just be because we've been on the back foot a lot this particular game that we just haven't had the opportunity.
That makes a lot of sense to me here. So, I mean, now in response, though, this set and this Fiora is going to be able to get buffed here, and because that Kinko Monk came into play, so does Cythria. So now Fiora is going to go right into that Traveling Merchant. Set doesn't really have to do anything as of yet, but he will be able to clap back after the fact. So it looks like there is not a challenge in his hand. Otherwise, I feel like you just kind of have to challenge the Vi. You don't want to let it get all of that recycling off before you attempt to challenge here. So not sure why he's recycling the rune. There it is. There's that challenge that we were talking about. It looks like Fiora is going to be the target here.
Yeah, so does end up having the answer to the Vi here, which, again, very awkward, given that now we just don't have a Vi at all.
Yeah, and I think one of the most interesting things about the challenge here is the fact that it's on the Dreaming Tree. So once he used that challenge, he was able to draw a card as well because Fiora was chosen. So,
and if that's a Hidden Blade, then this game is probably over. There's really not a lot of hidden cards in this deck.
Where's the hiddens? Okay.
And we don't have a ton of great ways of dealing with this massive board. And also a Hidden Blade as well. Because we just, knowing what we had in hand, I don't know if we really have enough resources to work through that.
Yeah, and especially because the fact that this set here is an 8 with tank.
Yeah, it's very, very large. We can potentially just deal with the other battlefield, but I don't know how we get around just like hold in this particular spot without a Vi.
Yeah, I agree with you here. And this is what I was talking about, right? Is like he did not respect the challenge there, and then I feel like this challenge just severely punished him, much more than I think he was willing to admit. And I think now that he's just going back and rereading it, he's kind of realizing the misplay that was made there, potentially, or there could be a card that he was just playing around that we didn't quite think of yet.
I know that there's only one Vi left in the deck because he discarded one earlier, which is really awkward. In the same way that you ideally want to keep your Annie as safe as you can for as long as you can in the champion zone, right? The champion unit. If you don't have a backup Vi, if you don't want to have one in hand, like, you're missing out on that element to try and both clear the board or have the ability to finish out the game. And since our opponent is already at 6 points, we need to make sure that we're removing as much as we can. This would be the turn where it would be at its best. Unfortunately, because we know that there's a hidden blade there, or a hidden card, if you will, that may be a disaster if we don't have an additional Vi plus, like, flash Ride the Wind. Like, we would need all of our runes plus all of that, and I just don't see him having it. We have another Darius. I mean, there's a world where we can get in there coming in for like 11 that sort of plays around the hidden blade a little bit. Well, because
It was a little rough.
I mean, it would be both of the Dariuses, and
The
then
set
one
plus
of
the
them goes
Kiana is
away.
already 12, and then the
It
Cithria
is.
does make it all the way up to 14. So double Darius would have to come in just to be able to clear the field, and then not to mention if there's any sort of tricks that are available. It's kind of
Both in
game
over
over.
here before we play anything.
No, I don't mind this at all here from Dizzy. I think this is a pretty smart line. I think you just accept it, take out the Darius, let him draw the card off the Kai'Sa, just because it's that little bit smaller. And then, you still get to protect all of your dudes. Your set might exhaust here. I don't know that you protect the Fiora. I think I'd rather hold on to the set than the Fiora.
Sure.
But obviously Kaiser is in the top 4 for a reason. So if he's like, you know what, I kind of want the Fiora over the set, I could totally reasonable to see that, just because that ganking has come in handy for him several times.
Decides to take out the draw. Okay.
Looks like the Fiora is just going to get recycled here. So set is vulnerable.
A little vulnerable, perhaps.
It's going to be up to Dizzy to try and find a way to remove the set while it is available to be removed. One thing that I think is very interesting about his list here is that he kind of only sits at around 5 to 4 runes most of the game. It's felt like there's been quite a few games where Colin's just been stuck at 4 to 5 runes pretty much the whole time, and then still picks up the win anyways.
Yeah, I mean, once you already have all of your units in play, or a huge chunk of them, you can kind of just not play stuff anymore. You just don't really need to most of the time. You just recycle your runes down, but you're keeping, every time that you keep a unit alive, it's like having an entire unit played, essentially. So it feels very high tempo to be able to do that.
Right.
We could ride the wind, I guess. I don't know how well this line does into Hidden Blade.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm a fan of that at all. I think he still needs to find a way to deal with this here, and I think he's kind of agreeing with us that Ride the Wind doesn't really do anything, and then if there's any sort of trick, which we assume that there is because of what we assume is Hidden Blade in the battlefield.
Just passed.
Yep.
I'm not sure what we have for our interaction here, but we'll have to see what this looks like. I mean, we'd only be holding up to 7 from Annie's side of things. There is a hidden card just below the
Cithria.
Zon battlefield. It's below the Cithria there. That upside down card is likely a hidden blade, or whatever hidden card they have, but I don't know how many.
There's
they're
Face
actually
Breaker
running.
as well, but I don't.
I don't know if
Remember.
he certainly doesn't have Facebreaker in the main if he has them,
Okay.
and I don't believe that he was running Cub, so it's most likely Blade, basically.
Yep. So he's just gonna send both of them in here, leave both of his characters or all of his runes readied. Um, and yeah, I mean, this is a pretty tough situation to be in here. You don't really have too much interaction, so potentially just gonna use Ride the Wind to protect his Darius, just bring her right back to the base. But instead, going to attempt to Ride the Wind into the set. But what?
So he's moving into the other battlefield to be an attacker over there. And then I think we're going to Ride the Wind the other one in to the other battlefield.
Oh, I see.
Because you can't go to the same battlefield twice, basically.
Right, right. So just going to use that primal strength here. It is actually going to put him right at 15, so just barely out of range there. And now, I mean, that double Ride the Wind play might have been game losing here, and it looks like he's just ready to scoop it up. So
Well, I don't know what else he had in his hand in that spot. That's what he had. So a bit unfortunate there.
good attempt, but unfortunately, yeah, just that the primal might was in hand, ready and waiting. So gonna be able to take game number 1 is Kaiser, and I mean, it's just so far, it just feels like this set deck has been unbeatable.
It is a very good deck. I know that there are additional sideboard cards that are very good against set here. The ability to send a card back to hand instead of somewhere else is very powerful, especially when they're getting so low on runes consistently. As we noticed, like, okay, so in that spot he primals something, and then you rebuke. Now it goes back to hand instead of to the base. And if we're down that many runes already, like it can be a bit of a disaster, right?
Absolutely.
So that is a way that you can
mitigate.
a little bit of what's going on here. Now, I can't imagine that we're going to be siding in the brawlers out of set. We're going to probably leave the orange in the board, not for this matchup. Again, I'm pretty sure that that's mostly just for the calm matchups, so that you can keep up with the larger characters.
Yeah, and all the combat tricks, really.
And all the tricks, yep. Annie almost certainly going to run out the Arena's Greatest here for the extra point. Have a better chance in game 2 on the play to just try and close out quick, and then in game 3, see what we can do. Similar to what we had last match, where you take the game, we can get a little bit of points a little bit faster, and then kind of go from there.
Guess he's going to the bathroom. Now, if I'm the set player here and I know I'm on the draw, I think Harana, Monastery of Harana, is probably my best bet here.
Yeah. Monastery.
Oh, you clicked on the wrong one.
I did click on the wrong one. I don't know how. Yeah, the Monastery being entirely one-sided makes it much better on the draw in a matchup like this, where you don't care quite as much about your opponent getting any advantage out of it. You get to be able to grab extra stuff, extra cards when you need them, assuming that there are extra buffs. There may not be as many opportunities for extra buffs if we're not able to get the arena bar down,
Right.
kind of like we had before, but they may be just big enough that that doesn't matter, just like we saw there.
Right.
A little bit of buffs seem to go a long way in this deck because the base might is so high, especially coming out of the Kingpin.
Yeah, I think one of my biggest issues with Leona has been the fact that, there's not enough stun units to really utilize her legend.
Sure.
And really, most of the buffing units kind of belong to body, right? That orange color rather than that yellow. And Leona has a lot of tools in her toolkit. I feel like she's still just missing a couple of pieces to really be a viable and top tier list.
Sure.
I think that the buff, like just being able to buff all of your units passively with other effects, seems like such a strong ability. But again, there's just not quite enough in the gas tank as of yet for that Leona deck to be able to do so. But Body has all of the buff units. It's got Pit Rookie, it's got Kinko Monk, it's got Cythria, it's got no, I think that's all of them actually. I think those
Yeah.
are the main ones.
An arena bar, of course.
And Arena Bar. Thank you. That's what I was missing. Yeah. So just so many different tools to be able to buff your units and just make them that one bigger passively. You don't think it matters that much, but going against it and just seeing it in action, you realize that it is an extra stat is a lot.
Well, also when they can be used as resources for other stuff, you know, being able to cast Call when you're fully tapped out, very, very nice. The ability when we do have the Monastery out to pick up some extra cards, keep the cards flowing. You can be a little bit more aggressive with how you're trading out. Exactly what we expected for the battlefields here. So we do have the Monastery, and then we also just have the Arena's Greatest.
Yeah. And again, the Annie player wants the game to go quick. The set player doesn't really care the length of the game. He just wants to be able to go over to the top of the Annie. And in game number 1, that's exactly what happened there. Just too many stats on the board, couldn't deal with what was going on. And Set just kind of doing exactly what Set does, which is he kind of flexes his muscles and then everyone's like, oh my God, you're so hard. And then they give up.
Yeah, there's a world where every time that you're on the play with Annie, you basically run out Arena's Greatest. So your game 2's a lot or game 3, depending upon if you won game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Because really, you just want to close out that game as quick as you can. You get the most advantage from it, and you just try to close. If you start with a 2 leading into like the sneaky deckhand, you just get in and out and done.
This is true. All right, so Kaiser just gonna show that he's drawn 4 cards. Sneaky Deckhand, I think it was one of my favorite cards. First off, I love the art. Whoever did the art, I'm not gonna attempt to say that name.
Dao Trong Lee,
Okay, he I think you did it.
looks right to me.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say you're right. But yeah, no, seriously, beautiful art. I love Gangplank, and it just kind of like alludes to it. It's a Bilgewater, it's a pirate. Yeah, it's just really good. And then also, it kind of feels very thematic to how the card art looks, which I think is very unique for a flavor for a card.
Yeah.
Usually, the card art kind of is the card art, and then the flavor of the card resembles what the theme of the card is supposed to represent, not necessarily the art.
All right,
Like Pouty Poro, he doesn't look like he deflects things. He just looks like he's a little upset.
a little chubby, it's all
Yeah.
right. Starting with a 2, very important in this matchup.
Absolutely.
Very important in every matchup, especially with Annie, though. When we're on the play, we really want to be able to close out the game sooner than later. So you want to be getting your points in really as quick and often as you can. If we have the deckhand here, I would not be shocked if we use it. Just go up to 3, make it so that it's really hard for Colin to actually just get in and slow us down. 'Cause,
Right.
There is likely not going to be able to take both unless we have Showstopper specifically, and we have answers if they're tapped out for Showstopper.
Right. And I think one of the biggest issues that I have right here, if that sneaky deckhand does make its way onto the field, but it looks like it's not going to be the case, Kaiza is going to be the response here. So thankfully for him, he doesn't have to worry about that. But if that sneaky deckhand did come into play here, really, it's almost guaranteed that at least one of them would have hold. So that sneaky deckhand would have actually just been worth 2 points for 3 mana. And that
Yeah.
would have been absolutely devastating, especially because that extra point that both players already have. So Dizzy would have been up to essentially 4 points on turn 2. And
Yeah.
that's problematic.
It is problematic, and it definitely one of the best follow-ups to your first turn 2 drop.
Mhm.
Obviously, we didn't have it, such as life. You have it as often as you can. Sometimes you just don't. So this is the Fiora into likely the Showstopper if we've got it.
Yeah, I would like to see a showstopper if it is at all possible here, but It doesn't seem to be in hand. I think it's Primal Might, Challenge, unsure. I think it's Arena Bar and then Pit Rookie.
Okay. And I believe that the Sabotage is in the back there. Was
Sabotage.
the card in the back, yeah. So Poro trades. They decide to save it with their set, which I think is fine.
Yeah, I mean, I like this a lot. You know, you're just using your rune, using your runes as just a removal tool. I think a lot of Magic players would be happy to just sack a land and destroy target creature. So
Yeah, it's not too bad. But really, the Poro had already gained a point. That's what you want out of most of your cards in
Yep.
Annie. If you can get more than one, you know, rebuy it and get them back in, that's great. If you can't, it's okay.
yeah,
You'll
I mean,
survive.
I mean, really, you know, the game is just about getting to 6 points as quick as possible, and then just playing Vi, and then riding the wind and ending it.
That is a good way to do it. So Kaisa comes in. We do collect a card and a point. Pretty good. Classic Kaisa maneuver. We're going to do stack deck. See what we're working with here. If you're glut on Ride the Winds, it's not unreasonable to Ride the Wind Kaisa to the other battlefield and pick up another card. If you you know, have additional units to play, now's a good time to run them out. Another Kaisa would be okay too, especially if you have Flash. Double Kaisa, collect your extra card draw, and then flash them back on their turn.
I mean, yeah, looks like he has a flash. I couldn't quite see what the other two cards that he was considering.
Trying to make a plan here with those three cards. So there's a flash in there. It does look like a Ride the Wind, and maybe that was a Rebuke.
I think that was a Rebuke. Yeah, it looked vaguely like Rebuke.
Rebuke is really good. It's a little awkward against Fiona because
Fiora.
This one's Fiora.
There's no
Whatever.
Fiona in League of Legends.
That's what you think. Maybe there is. You don't know.
Maybe there will be in the future.
Could be. Fiora, of course. If you end up having to use that, you dunk 3 runes is a lot. But
yeah.
if it protects your board, you know, sometimes it's okay. If we have flash in hand, almost certainly coming down next turn.
Yeah, I mean, we know that he didn't take the flash
Fiora,
thing.
that's what I'm... Yeah.
Oh, Fiora and Leona. Yeah, I mean, I just thought that you just, like, were a big fan of Shrek.
Shrek's okay. You know, it's all right.
Did you see all 3 of them?
I don't even know.
Shrek
If I'm
1,
honest.
2, 3, yeah.
There's only one. Sorry.
There's a lot of Shrek fans that we just upset right now.
Good. So we'll see what we're playing here.
I think it's a Pit Rookie. Yep.
Pit Rookie makes sense. Get the buff now so that it actually has the Mighty to start before you really do anything.
Right. Just gonna send it right into the Kaisa, try and force some sort of interaction here. So might use that Rebuke that he has available to him. And it looks like that is going to be the case. So he's gonna have to tuck a 3rd rune for that deflect.
Don't love this.
That feels real bad. I'm not gonna be. I mean, you know, granted, he is gonna be able to go all the way up to 6 points with this Rebuke because of it. So, you know, all things considered,
I'm
not a
surprised.
horrible
I know that we
situation.
were holding the 4 up for Primal Strength. I'm surprised that we didn't Sabotage before we played Pit Rookie.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen that instead. Actually, I think that would have been much better. But yeah, that Primal Strength is just going to come down now, and so now at least Cithria can get rid of the Darius, and then Cithria can spend her buff to draw a card. So at least he gets to refuel his hand just a little bit and cycle through that Primal Strength, get himself that point, and deny that 6th point that Dizzy's trying to get to here. And yes, while he is only at 4 runes, he is at 5 points, and now this Kaisa will be able to retreat safely, and then just go ahead and be on the attack on that following turn.
Yeah, there's even a world where you like ride the wind over and take it out, draw another card, get the other point, go to 6. Goes a little low on runes. We go back to 3. That's a possibility too. And then Kaisa would actually be safe. I mean, it doesn't really matter if Ride the Wind is the play. The consideration, I think, is Flash, either Flash or Fight or Flight.
Right.
Because if you use Flash or Fight or Flight here, hey, Medina, appreciate that. Thanks for the good 25 gifted. Blowing it up in chat. That's great.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Yeah, if we wanted to actually take out the other battlefield, we could have flashed, brought it back, and then challenged in directly. Well, thanks so much for the kind words.
Very much appreciated, man.
All right, so we're paying 2 here. I don't hate Ride the Wind. I don't mind just playing another unit. A couple of traveling. This lets us get back up a little bit on our runes, since obviously we went down pretty far to stow the tempo that Fiora was about to gain.
Yeah, that Fiora, I think, was putting a lot of pressure here on Dizzy, and I think he realized that. Just to stave it off with that rebuke is going to stall her out for at least one more turn because of it. So now this cleave is the only viable option. Vi is the only one in hand. He is going to put it in the discard. It is actually supposed to be recycled, so hopefully he does fix that here shortly because that is relevant to
It is very
his
relevant
list.
here. The judge is watching, so is likely going to tell him here. I can see him between the two. Kind of does this a little bit on the camera.
Okay.
But hopefully they do catch the sabotage. It is very relevant for Vi.
Okay. Maybe. All right. I'm gonna go get the judge. 1 second.
We'll go let him know real quick. Not that big of a deal, but it is relevant, and it can be relevant later. Debating, I think maybe on playing the Fiora back out here. All right, got it squared away, not a big deal. Nothing has really happened since then, so. All right, so plays the Fiora back directly to the monastery, and then just says go with 2 up. No orange runes at all. No body.
No challenge available.
No challenge available. No, a lot of things actually. Hidden Blade, notably, probably still an option. Facebreaker if they have it. But it does limit the amount of reactions coming out from the other side here for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the big issues that Dizzy is facing here is how do I deal with this Fiora? So just going to send in the Traveling Merchant and hopefully make the trade. Understands that he just needs to find the right cards, doesn't really necessarily need these Traveling Merchants, just wants to use them while they're available here. So just going to use that Call to Glory while it's available. And now this put rookie is going to last for the turn, which means that neither this Kai'Sa nor this Traveling Merchant really has an opening into this turn anymore to be able to take any of these battlefields because there's still those 2 runes available. He still has several cards in hand as well. So very risky play to go for. And I think Dizzy recognizes that.
I mean, sometimes with the Traveling Merchants, you're just using them to discard draw and then and bait something out. And we did end up baiting something out here a little bit, right? We're able to get Rebuke. Ooh, we get Rebuke back? Okay.
So just going to use the Rebuke to get rid of this Fiora. Use that Kai'Sa to draw an additional card. Yes, it does keep you on 5 runes on that following turn, but he doesn't have many cards in hand, so not very many interactions available to him. This does mean that now this Kai'Sa can get in and draw him an additional card, hopefully find him a little bit more tools
Very true.
On this following turn. As well, it is going to bring him all the way up to 6 points, and that means that on the following turn with that Vi, if he does find that Ride the Wind, we'll be able to close this game out.
Rebuke demonstrating why it is very powerful in this, especially alongside the Chaos Annie. Just being able to bring this back, use it again. I don't know what else Colin has in hand that can interact in this spot.
It would have to be Facebreaker.
It would have to be Facebreaker, Hidden Blade, I guess.
Hidden Blade would be the other one, but I don't think you'd want a Hidden Blade with your opponent just that far ahead of you right now. Yes, you're at 4 points. You are going to be going up to 5 points, but there's just going to have to be an entire turn cycle before you actually are able to interact with your opponent here. So while this Pit Rookie does have +3 for the turn, it does mean that it is going to go back down to 2, and that's his only unit on the field.
Currently, yeah.
So unless he has a Lee Sin available, which I believe he discarded it, it might have been the first turn or first game. I think it was.
I think if
for the
Dizzy
Zon
wants,
Warriors.
I don't hate discard draw with the Traveling Merchant, just moving it into the location.
Monastery?
Yeah, just moving it into the monastery if you want if you need the draw, right? Because we know that his hand is pretty mediocre, right?
Yeah, I mean, a sneaky deckhand at this point, it really isn't doing much. So
Right. So I think you move the merchant just to do the discard draw, and then we'll see what they're doing. Obviously, double orange makes sense this turn, given that we didn't really have any.
well, he has all of the order runes. There's no possibility.
Right. There is a lot that can happen in this spot. There is a challenge, which is very good. There's 2 of them, actually. And we know that there's not going to be any rebuke from the other side.
Yeah, and there's not going to be a cleave either as a response because you're not in a showdown. So that is
Right.
another thing that you'd have to worry about,
So it
as
doesn't-
well as they'd be defending rather than attacking. So looks like this Fury is going to come down here.
I would even probably just do the set leader. It's a
Oh,
little bit
okay.
bigger. The Fiora's kind of past its prime a bit, I think. And we have multiple challenges here that we can do.
Yeah, the issue with playing the set here is that it is at a battlefield, which means that Hextech Ray is available. So that is
There
something
is
to
a
consider.
Hidden Blade in hand as well, from what I can see. So that card in the front is Hidden Blade. So there's a lot that can be done this turn. So opting to try and fight the Annie in the back. Okay. Pulling back, and then... Okay, and then just passing it back. Going up to 7 here for Annie.
And Dizzy does not find any purple runes here.
I mean, that's to be
That just
expected.
completely cuts off the Ride the Winds.
We know that 6 of them are on the bottom, so that is 100% to be expected.
5 are on the bottom.
No, because we played.
Oh, that's right. You played Annie.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's true.
so that's where we know where they all are. So
Yeah,
does
this
get-
is a pretty tough situation then.
does get to discard another scrap heap, or is that just another
It's a sneaky deckhand.
another sneaky deckhand?
Yes. So, I mean, he can go ahead and try and develop the Vi for this turn. But, I mean, I think after game 1, it feels incredibly risky to do so. Because if Kaiser does have that second challenge available to him, that could just be the entire game. That's kind of what happened in the first game there, was that
I don't think you need to
it
play.
was fairly back and forth, and then the Vi got taken out, and then there was really no hope for Dizzy to close out the game.
Yeah, I don't think you need to Vi at all here. Realistically, it's fine, I guess, but you just don't need it out. It just doesn't need to be there.
Yeah. No, I like the Annie a lot here just because it's in the base. So it really does have that opportunity to interact with the set, which just makes things so much more difficult to defend.
Yeah.
And he wants to be able to hold on to that point because he needs that extra point right now. So, yeah, I mean, Dizzy doesn't have too many options available to him. I like the Vi right now. It is going to be big on the following turn, which is nice. But there is going to just be exactly Ride the Wind available to him on that following turn. You said that you saw a Hidden Blade, which means that he does actually have the answer. So things are going to get a little complex here.
It's certainly an answer, but being at 7 makes it a little tricky because if you overcommit your answers, I mean, 6 to 7 is pretty tough here, right? So if you ever hide the Hidden Blade somewhere and only have 1 unit, if it gets fight or flighted, then you have to use the Hidden Blade either on your character right then or not at all.
Right. Yeah, I just don't think you can hide Hidden Blade into a Chaos deck. I think Chaos just has so much movement capabilities that it just feels incredibly risky to do so. Through the rebukes, through those fight or flights that we had just mentioned, it's incredibly difficult to hold onto a point with just one unit.
Yeah, I really don't know what we're looking at casting here. The only thing that I would really not hate is if we do, if we still have the voids in, right? If we do Void Seeker and then respond to a pump spell with Gust to bounce it to their hand, I wouldn't hate that. But if we only have Void Seeker, I don't know if I love that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he cares too much about losing a pit rookie either. So exactly like you called it here is that Void Seeker. So if he does have the Gust, that will be the response back. So it's going to be up to Kaiser to try and figure out what to do here. I think you're okay with just letting the unit go. I think you
Sure.
need to figure out
A future plan.
a future plan. Exactly, yeah. So Kaiser limited on options, but not out of this yet.
Yeah, if we're able to hold Gust back, it is pretty nice. Because it's being able to remove something off the field when you're trying to, maybe clear out everything can be pretty nice. Now, it is only at battlefield, so we can't protect, say, the Vi at all with it. But
Yeah, I mean, I see a pit rookie in his hand. It looks like there's a challenge there as well as a hidden blade. I'm not sure what the first card in hand is, nor am I sure what that second card is right under that pit rookie.
I
and
believe that is the strength that he's had in his hand basically all game.
Primal Strength. Didn't he use it earlier? He used it earlier on
Did he?
the pit rookie. Yeah, so there's that challenge. And that Vi is going to get taken out.
Okay, unlucky. Not really, because we knew that he had. Basically, this has been the answer constantly to deal with this Vi that you just run out raw.
Oh, right.
It doesn't mean that we don't have another Vi in hand though, and maybe baiting out one of the removal spells.
So instead, just going to drop down Fiora. Has no defensive abilities, was what it looks like right now. So this pit rookie, very likely going to be the card that's coming down here. I think he's just reconsidering, making sure that he doesn't need to use this hidden blade this turn here. And I think that's fair to say.
I think if you pit rookie, you have to hide the hidden blade. Otherwise, you just lose straight up to the Vi combo.
He killed the Vi.
Another Vi combo, like out of their
okay.
out of
From
their
hand,
hand.
from hand.
Yeah.
Sure.
So he does hide the hidden blade.
So it looks like that's a Void Seeker in hand. Yeah, I mean, the set is really annoying to deal with here, and Dizzy just needs to use the Kaisa, I think, just to draw 2 cards on that empty battlefield while it's available, and then hopefully find something a little bit more useful to do. Because right now, you're just not breaking that wall. He is going to be able to go all the way up to 7, and then if you leave that battlefield open, game's over. So need to at least just find something to do, and being able to draw 2 cards here, I feel like is very powerful.
Yeah, Fiora being able to gank a little awkward. Because you can't just set up in the other battlefield and wait, because they can move over. Showstopper also a consideration that you have to work around a little bit, because if they have it, obviously they can retreat back, move over. So that is a possibility that is of concern. I mean, I'm not sure that we're beating that line anyway. Right? If they have that, that means that they can move basically everything over to the battlefield at the same time, or, in a row, right? They move one and then they move the other one, and that's problematic.
Okay. All right, and so now Dizzy's just really thinking through this turn here. I think he kind of sees the writing on the wall here. Doesn't really understand how he's supposed to get himself out of this situation. So just going to use that Kaiser like we had talked about, just to be able to draw 2 cards here. And Kaiser really just putting the pressure on. And I do see a Fading Memories that he just managed to pick up, but it might be a little bit too late here, as this Fiora is going to be able to get that point. And it could just be that Yeah, I don't know what to do with that.
I mean, Fading Memories can take out the set without really the ability to protect it.
Right. So it can take out the set, but it can't take out Fiora because Fiora can just eat a rune and then be fine. But she would still have temporary.
She would have temporary. I mean, it would be.
You'd have to buff her every single turn for the rest of the game to keep her alive, but you would be able to keep her alive.
You could technically keep her alive. I don't know if we necessarily would want to hit Fiora anyway, just because we would have to
Recycle a second rune.
We'd have to recycle a second rune, which I don't know if we can afford to do.
Yeah.
The awkward part is that if we do Fading Memories, that we do not have any more chaos available because we got rid of so much of it earlier.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty difficult turn to be in here. It looks like he's just going to spend his 5 or 4 runes, just use that Fading Memories and pray to the gods. Nope. Instead, cycling. Nope. Okay.
I mean, we can add another unit and try to hold. That's an option, but I don't know if that's really a winning line.
I think he's considering how the Fading Memory works, because the reason why you'd want to do that, right, is just
so that
like
she can't gank.
It's not that. Well, yes, but I meant the protection against the Fading Memories is just because you have a showstopper and you just want to use her instead of the set.
Sure.
I'm not sure why you would pick her over the set, but that is a possibility. So
Yeah, because it just puts her back at base.
Yeah.
I mean, the temporary is very powerful. We can do. Well, if we look at Set's ability, right, it does exert them, right? Because it recalls it, so it's exhausted.
yes,
So it's interesting. I can see what the consideration is if we want to get rid of 2 runes and make it so that the Fiora is just kind of trapped in limbo forever if they want to save it.
right.
Then we're still in a spot where if they have Showstopper, it's a bit of a problem.
So
Talking it through, but definitely not lightning fast. All right, so here's our Fading Memories.
all right. So the Fading Memories is going to come out, and unfortunately, guys, I do have to head out. I got to catch a flight. So thankfully, we have a better caster, Ursi Day.
All right, Ursi jumping in. So we do Fading Memories, the Fiora, opting to just Hidden Blade the Fiora here.
Ooh, that's interesting. By going in with that Hidden Blade on his own character, we are going to get to see 2 more cards. And I was trying to watch from outside. Did seem like we were kind of low on hand cards. Maybe I was wrong with that on the smaller screen. But getting 2 more cards is going to be really nice for Colin. Does look like he's going to move Pit Rookie up. Oh, with Primal Might.
So we have to have something to answer this for Primal Might.
Void Seeker.
We cannot respond with Void Seeker in the way that he wants, right?
Yeah, so his actions, what I think happened is he got his Primal Might and then he Void Seekered, so the damage ended up like equating.
Sure, that would make sense.
Yeah, but I see what you mean, because if he'd been able to react to it, he could kill it before it was able to get bigger. But instead, we were able to clear out the battlefield on that top battlefield and play another unit, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to take it for the win just this turn.
So the trouble here for Annie is that we have so few runes to work with
Oh, yeah.
that it is going to be very difficult. I mean, okay, if we have the Vi combo, so if we have Vi and Ride the Wind, we've got it this turn. But if we don't have Vi, which we lost one earlier for free to challenge again,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a bad matchup for Annie for sure, but Annie does seem to have been pulling pretty strong here, but showing that entire hand. Oh wait, do we have a sabotage or something, or did we?
I
Scoop.
believe that he scooped.
Okay, yep, that's gonna be a scoop, and just like that, Colin is gonna take the top 4 with a 2-0.
You can Vi ride the wind with 4. It is actually just 4 runes.
Yeah, so Vi costs 2 runes herself, and then Ride the Wind is 2 as well. You pull her up into one of the battlefields, and there was an open one up top, and it would ready her, and then she could gank down to the bottom. So it would just be 4 runes. It'd be a lot of your discard pile, but if it's your last turn, who cares?
Yeah. So if we had the full combo there, it would have worked. Unfortunately, we lost our Vi earlier, which unfortunately meant we didn't have it in that spot. Usually, if you can, you want to try to protect the Vi as much as possible, so that it does not, get taken out by something like a challenge. But unfortunately, we didn't, and they had it, so that was it.
Yeah, sometimes like we are able to do that Ride the Wind combo without Vi, but it doesn't seem like that was going to be the case, at least at the end of this game.
All right, so that was it for the top 4.
Top 4, yeah.
I believe that it is going out of the finals. They may draw, which is possible. They may just split. If we do get a finals game, then we get a finals game.
That'd be really cool.
What is the other finals player? That's a good question. I will look.
Luckily, Jeebus actually has access to finding this out. But yeah, I think Colin has done such a great job these last 2 days, kind of like Steam, really just calling the meta. He said that he really built this deck to deal with Kai'Sa. And so there's not as much as you might have expected here. And it was really able to just kind of hit the matchups that it wanted to. And do we know what the next matchup would have been or would be?
The other player is Luna on Yi, I believe.
Okay, so Luna on Yi. I wonder what the decision will be here to do, but fantastic job, fantastic end. Kind of sad to see Annie go that way, but Set is a champion of the people. The champion we thought we needed, no, but the champion maybe we need, yes. Is that the correct saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think that's the saying.
I don't know, it's tough. Annie needs to have the cards line up in a pretty specific way. The sabotages main and some additional ones coming out of the sideboard certainly hurt Annie more than a lot because it doesn't go into the discard. It's not an actual discard spell. It is a it recycles it. So
Yeah.
there are certain cards that you almost want or need in the trash so you can get them back. And you lose a Ride the Wind, you lose a Flash, and that can be a little too much if you don't have enough cards otherwise. And it seemed like one of the reasons maybe that they ran out the Vi and it got taken out. Looking at their 7 cards or whatever left in their hand, they really didn't have a whole lot going on.
Yeah, that's very true.
As far as additional units. I mean, I know that we discard drew Sneaky Deckhand like 3 different times. So that was like all that we were drawing as far as units.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah, if we had even been able just to get like 1 unit ready in base, we could have at least then promoted it, taken a battlefield. And if it's big enough, transfer it down. But even then, the sets in Colin's list are gigantic.
They're huge, yeah.
They get even bigger with more buffed units around them. And I don't think there really is a unit that could have dealt with them other than Vi in the Annie's list.
You can kind of do like a double Darius kind of situation, or if you can cleave it up a few. That
yeah,
can be
I mean,
okay.
you could double cleave, but you're definitely not going to double Ride the Wind your Darius in.
Probably not.
Yeah, that's a little bit too much to ask, I think, of Darius.
It's a bit of an ask. I mean, he untaps himself once. That helps.
Yeah, that is true. That is a fun part of him.
But yeah, it's pretty tough. You want to be able to pull off the Vi combo. The Hidden Blade being hidden when it makes it very challenging to try and get in there.
Yeah.
And we were so low on resources from really the tempo play of the double Rebuke.
Yeah.
I mean, we put 5 Chaos Runes on the bottom. That's a lot.
Oh, that is insane. That's
over
just so
2
much.
turns. It's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. I think it was right at the time,
Mhm.
but it set us a little bit, just a little too far behind
Mhm.
for the last point.
Yeah, it seemed like we were so close. We had that 7th point, I felt, for like 2 to 3 turns.
And we drew a bunch of extra
Uh,
cards. I mean, if at any point we drew a second Vi, you know,
Yeah.
we were probably 20, 22 cards into the deck. If we draw a second Vi there, we might be having game 3. But
And that would've been crazy.
but sometimes that doesn't work out, and you just have to work with what you got. So I don't know if we're going to get an interview.
We are
prior.
not
I
going
don't
to get
think
an
we are,
interview
because I think we
today.
were sort of tearing some of that down a little bit. However, yeah, if Annie has Gust in that spot, like, it might have been really good, given that it doesn't have a power
Mhm.
cost, and it doesn't matter if they're primaling it. It's a reaction. We can just
Yeah.
bounce it. You know, it's probably one of the best cards against like small
Oh,
Mike
yeah.
character plus primal. You're just like, no, it's gone. You know,
You think you're primaling. I'm gonna gust before it does.
yeah, and paying 4 plus a power is a lot when they just paid 1. So
100%.
Gust could have been a way to run away with the game there. Again, they didn't have it, so we will. I think the MF. Yeah, we do have all the top 16 lists, I believe, and they'll be out. I think after the event. I'm pretty sure the topdeck.gg, once the event is fully submitted and over, all the deck lists that were submitted, I think they can make them live,
Awesome.
from what I understand.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. I do think we're going to be going to a BRB screen here to see exactly
What's going on?
what the top, if we're going to have a finals or not. But we will see you guys again, even if it's just to say, have a great night.
Yeah, we'll be back in at least a couple minutes once we know what the situation is, and then we'll go from there.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for watching the stream so far, and we'll see you guys shortly.
All right, we're here.
We are back for the finals, and I am so excited to get to watch this. It is going to be Set versus Yi. I'm not sure if we have which type of Yi it is. Is there any chance you could bring that up on your phone?
Luna's not playing Aurora.
Okay, not playing Aurora. So this is going to be a really interesting one. We do see that Vile Maw coming in from Luna and a Dreaming Tree start from Colin. So this time it is Set with that Kingpin, chosen champion, and Yi obviously with Master Yi. I don't even know what his undername is because I don't even know if there's a second Yi. There probably is.
There
but
is a second one. He's green.
just no one uses them.
It's because he's mediocre.
Because he's mediocre. Yeah, I can see that. And also just a worse art.
Yeah. He's a little sad.
He's a little sad.
You know, a little more going on. A lot better words entering ready, which
Two
is
of my favorite words.
essentially what you're already doing with all the accelerate cards anyway.
Yeah, that is true. But let's see who's going for a second. I think we are seeing our mulligan here, so I'll just mention it again for those who are new or who are tuning in. Riftbound has a really interesting mulligan. You draw 4 cards in your starting hand, and you decide to mulligan 2. Those 2 go to the bottom of your deck, and you draw the next 2 cards in your deck, and then you begin. So even if you were to say to draw into dead cards, they're going to be cards you see either way. The only thing is you're never going to see those 2 cards on the bottom of your deck again.
Yeah, I believe that Colin would get the choice given that he was first seed.
Ah, makes sense then. I do think he gets first choice, and I will not be surprised if he chooses to go first.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, it looks like I'm thinking Cythria. I swear I saw a Call of Glory, but I just want to say I think Cythria is such a strong 2-drop, and it is also probably the best 2-drop for him to play.
It's a really good start, right? Because it just is better every other turn when it's already down.
Yeah. And the other 2-drop option basically is going to be, I mean, you have Pit Rookie, and then I think you have, he has a Poro as well, the yellow Poro, I believe.
Yes.
But the thing is Cythria will rebuff herself every single time you play another unit, I believe it is. And so the thing is that from here on out, it's going to start getting buffed, and that's just so nice. And we can really start capitalizing on that since this is a set deck.
Yes. Now, starting out with Dreaming Tree, which has been pretty common for Colin all weekend.
Okay.
Vile Maw's Lair, I think, is probably the location that does the least. And we know from Luna's side that we are on the draw, right?
Yeah.
Because we're a lower seed. So you're basically saying, okay, this is an on-the-draw game that we know about. We're going to play a location that is less useful later into a spot where we are already a little bit behind because we're on the draw.
Yeah.
Or going second, I suppose, in this game, since you always draw on turn 1 anyway. Because really, I don't think that there's that much moving in and out of the base in this matchup anyway. A little bit, but not a ton.
Yeah, I don't think it's too much. And I also just think Yi, looking at battlefields, oftentimes it's very nice to characterize them. This is the one that I'm going to play on my first game, one that I'm go first, and one I'm going to play when I'm going second. I know there's some that have been choosing to use Vile Maw because against some of its worst matchups, Vile Maw doesn't do anything for those deck, at least is net neutral for a lot of its matchups.
Yes.
So in this case, I'm not really sure how exactly Set deals with it, but going second or first is not the worst thing here for the Vile Maw, but we did see that turn 2 Kingpin Set come down from Colin's side, and it is not buffed, even though Cythria is.
True, but it still has tank, which makes it quite large.
Yeah, and it is a 6 since it's a friendly unit at the battlefield,
Correct,
is it?
yep.
My only thought with that is because the Water Wielder, Wielder of Water
Wielder
is
of Water.
4 attacking because of his ability. And so he's a 6 here as Yi, and this Charm Over is going to be one of those rare opportunities we get to kill the Set before he actually becomes too big to kill. We do see that Call of Glory to try to stop that, but we are going to defy the Call of Glory as well. Yeah, Call of Glory is so strong, especially in set, because you can actually use a buff as a cost, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah. So it gets moved over, and now that we are the defender instead of the attacker, we're getting quite a bit more buff this particular turn, enough to deal with the set when it's alone and has no buff himself. So it is essentially just -2 when normally we'd been seeing it with a buff on it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, I think, dealing with it early like Luna did is the best play before it can get buffed, before we can start using that set ability to keep it from actually going to the trash.
A really good way there of leveraging the Defy, knowing that the only card that they can really cast is a single Call to Glory. There's just nothing else for what they had with one buff that they
Yeah.
can really deal with. So that lineup makes sure that you're able to kill that set without much effort in that spot, which is really nice.
Yeah, I think that was a great use of it. We do see a Fiora come down. Also to Dreaming Tree. I think it's really interesting that Colin's deciding just to stack one battlefield.
It's the only one that says draw a card on it. So
I guess it's not the worst. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. But we will have to watch out to see if there's any buff for this Fiora, because when you get it to 5 might, it becomes mighty. And then he has Deflect. It has Ganking, which means it can hop over to that Water Wielder and Shield as well.
we have another call in hand. I'm not sure if we do. If we do, that's a way that we can consume the buff, make it mighty this turn, draw an extra card, and then make sure that it's able to kind of survive most interactions. You know, knowing Yi is only really effective on the defense and not the offense, they really have to make sure to be aware that there are buffs that can happen, but it's more limited trying to kind of rumble in.
Yeah, it's a good point. Wow. So we're going to go in just to take out the Fiora, it looks like, with that Stalwart Poro, so that it can't get too big for too long. We used a Discipline, we got that 2 draw, and we're actually going to spend that last 3 instead of developing our base to use a Find Your Discipline to develop our runes in our hand.
It's kind of interesting because we're not really that far ahead here either, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because Colin went first, we're up realistically on points.
Yeah.
Because we've both basically been holding a single location.
Yeah, it's a good point. We're not too far up, but I do think that we haven't seen Colin this much on a back foot with his, like, at least like his champion, like chosen champion. That being said, during my interview with Colin, he did mention what he didn't want to run into was Yi. He specifically mentioned Aurora Yi, but I do think, you know, there is some similarities between different Yis.
Yeah, what's nice about the Aurora Yi, I think, is that it's not that different than just kind of a traditional Yi. You're just kind of not really running the Wheels of Water because they're just a little bit of a bad hit from Yi.
Or Kiana's.
Or Kiana, but a lot of the other stuff is still there. You know, your payoffs towards the end, the defies, the find your center. A lot of that's still kind of there. So it's more what stage of the game are you more concerned about? And I think usually with the set Kingpin, he's kind of okay in the mid game, but just the fact that he did, you know, play it directly into the battlefield and then lost it, ends up feeling really bad in this spot. And I think that's where he's fallen so far, or what feels like so far behind here.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we are going to see that Luna's going to actually prioritize drawing a bit more. We see a Clockwork Keeper, and they're going to recycle one of the Calm runes to also draw another. And we see 2 Zonias come into play, which is kind of crazy. We don't have too many units being developed compared to the 3 from Colin's last turn. But Zonias is essentially, right, just those same units again. To some extent.
It's okay. Set's been able to do this the whole time. Not worried.
Yeah.
You know, not too worried.
Very good point.
But this does make this Wielder of Water, like, literally unkillable.
It feels like it.
So, realistically, it's probably just planning on sitting in this layer, which is good because it can't really go anywhere else. For the rest of the game is kind of the plan.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to have a problem doing that. And Wielder of Water, I kept saying that I felt like Stalwart Poro was a little mini boss once he got in the battlefield. He's 5, but Wielder of Water is a 6. I mean, he does cost 1 more, but he too is a little mini boss. It looks like we are going to do a Kiana 5 versus the 2, so it would be able to kill the Wielder of Water. There is 2 runes that Luna still can use. But I think the max is going up to is probably a 4. Am I incorrect?
Yeah.
So it looks like actually she's just going to pop Azonias with its death. Obviously, you don't really get a choice, but
Yeah.
it is going to get popped.
Which does let us sort of sneak in to gain an extra point there,
Mhm.
which given that we are at 4 going into 5, I feel like is worth just trading a challenge for Azonias here.
Okay.
And again, Yi is a little worse on the offense than the defense. And by a little worse, I mean dramatically worse, especially for Wielder of Water, right?
Yeah.
Another set coming in. Again, still not buffed. If we can buff it, I think we probably would want to. We are putting likely Hidden Blade
It looks like
or
Hidden
something
Blade.
else hidden, but I don't even know if he's really running much else.
Mm-hmm.
So we sort of suited all up here. So we do have this to put the buff. That's great. Honestly, I feel like we're on the play of just we're protecting the king a
Yeah.
little bit.
Playing Protect the King. We are going to be going to 9 runes here for Luna, though. So that is Dead Bloom. That is Yi plus, well, it's kind of Dead Bloom plus Trick. Yi plus 1 to 2 tricks. There's a lot of options we could see come into play here, and I'm interested to see what they decide to do. I do think I see a Charm in hand. And a couple other pieces as well. But once set is buffed, he's a 7 even by himself.
Yeah. Right now, in the Dreaming Tree, sitting at a 9.
Mm-hmm.
Counting the 2 others plus himself. Deadbloom can't quite deal with that. It doesn't really look like there's a whole lot in hand to interact with this. There's only 3 cards for Luna here, and
Yeah.
none of them looked like units.
My thought is like maybe we have Yi from the Chosen, or maybe even
Sure.
Water takes the Vile Maw. You charm over the big guy. You're an 8 to a 7. You still have 1 more rune up technically,
I suppose.
but it's so much they have to do.
You could put Yi directly into Vile Maw.
Yeah. It looks like that's what we're gonna.
Also, we do have
we're
a
going
Deadbloom.
Deadbloom. We're going
We do
Deadbloom.
have a Deadbloom. Okay.
And the 1 is being spent here to do what? To play on guard. So it's a 10
Okay.
here. That is enough to kill the set 1 time, but it can be saved. And obviously, Deadbloom does die.
Pulls a set back. Zanya's the Deadbloom. Okay.
Mhm.
So we're everything recalls except
Yeah.
for the other 3 units
Yeah,
that are
the
still
3,
over
yeah.
there.
Did we get the dog?
Clockwork can come in to try and take out something.
Pit Rookie is the only thing. Oh, I guess
They could
Cytheria.
ta-
It
they
does
could
say
take
out
out Cytheria,
Cytheria.
which is nice because it does remove a buff as
Mhm.
well. And I think it's fair. It's not like the Clockwork is really getting any better.
Yeah. And it's a reoccurring buff compared to the
It
Pit
is,
Rookie.
yes, which I think is
big.
problematic given that, I don't know how many calls are left
Mhm.
still, but making the buffs a little more challenging is still fine.
Yeah.
Oh.
And there we have the monk come down, which means Set is once again going to be buffed. Ouch. This is going to be a tough spot for Luna.
Monk, very, very powerful.
Yeah, that buff 2 friendly units. I mean, Pit Rookie's already pretty good. This is just double that.
Yeah, I think I still like Pit Rookie as a unit more,
Mhm.
only because missing your turn 1 2-drop is such a disaster in a lot of games, like all of them.
Oh, yeah. You can't replace Pit Rookie with Monk
But
at all. For
Really
sure.
good supplemental. And we know that this deck plays pretty low rune count.
Mhm.
So just like, here's your 4-drop, puts a bunch of buffs on, and now we can just work with what we already have and not worry too much about it. And it's sizable on its own. Being a 4-might just base is still pretty good.
Yeah, it's really nice. If I remember correctly from the deck tech yesterday, he doesn't really run anything larger than 4 or 5, other than Lee Sin, which is a 6 in his
Lee
main
Sins,
deck.
yep.
I think he might have a couple bigger ones in his side deck, but main deck, Lee Sin's the biggest thing he has at a 6.
Yes, the side deck I know has a couple of the Brawler,
2 of them, yeah, if I'm right.
which may be coming in this matchup. Now, I know that the ability to combine, like multiple buffs.
Mhm.
You just keep eating them
Yeah, actually.
with like the arena bar and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
In combination with just then Showstopper, you
Yeah.
can really punch through some of these huge walls that
Mhm.
the body decks, the body and the calm decks can put up.
Yeah. And he generates his own
And he
as
makes his
well. When
own.
you play him or conquer him, he generates another.
Yeah.
So sometimes, I mean, obviously probably make that often, but I could see like eating 4 buffs in a turn, I don't think would be that insane to think.
Yeah, and still adding up to one that's still buffed at the end.
Yeah, it's crazy. So it does look like we drew off of Clockwork Keeper. I just don't know what we do here. This is so sad.
The Hidden Blade makes this really tricky
Yeah, agreed.
because we effectively have 2 turns to figure out a plan to deal with that, because we are behind in the race, which is just hold. So we're, from the Yi perspective, we have to come up with a plan for what we're doing, not necessarily this turn, but between this turn and next turn.
Yeah, there is. So White Flame Protector is a pretty common card in
It
Yi.
is.
If we can get rid of the Hidden Blade, because obviously Hidden Blade literally can kill anything, White Flame Protector could make this Dead Bloom a 16, and the set's only a 9. So I'm not
True.
saying that's the only answer, but I think White Flame could be a part of the larger equation.
Double Charm in hand might be enough to help move a little bit of this out of here,
Yeah.
because we're basically setting up the bait of the 1 charm, deal with Kiana. If they do something
Oh.
about it, we can actually just, let's say that they save it with set here, then we move the Kingpin over
Oh yeah,
and then just deal with the Kingpin directly.
exactly. I think that'd be a great way to deal with it. He's debating it. He picked up the buff for a moment. He is going to Call of Glory though instead from the pit rookie. This Kiana is now an 8 versus a 6, but we have 6 runes. We have a way to do. Not saying we have a way, but we have the runes to pay for something to deal with this if we have it.
A little awkward here if this Kiana actually is able to win this
Yeah,
this showdown.
Then he just wins.
Then he just wins on the hold. So
This would be tragic.
uh-oh.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Dead Bloom's gonna have to go up, but the might stays, does it not? And now you have to take both sides.
It does.
Yeah. So it's like, I mean, it's an 8 versus an 8, but yeah, I mean, you can hold to 8, and so that would. I'm saying 8 too many times right
If
now.
we had more runes, but yeah, Luna scooping it up here. I think it was a reasonable way to try and attack that.
Mm-hmm.
If we're able to do the double charm and then use the Dead Bloom to try and get in there, like there might have been a spot where we could have, I don't know, maybe found another Defy,
Mm-hmm.
use that to deal with the Hidden Blade, and then like spread out the combats enough that the Dead Bloom plus the Yi are enough.
Yeah.
We may just not have had enough time. Because if you wait another turn, they may buff enough that they, let's imagine Showstopper. You just Showstopper to the other battlefield, and
Yeah.
then maybe it's over too.
It's definitely rough, and now Colin's gonna be able to side in pieces of his deck that he might have like specifically put in for Yi. I think that is what Set Brawler is for, potentially.
Probably.
Maybe not this
That would
Yi,
make
but a
sense.
Yi. And it looks like Luna is going to be side decking out some pieces as well. She's going through her deck and hopefully going to set it up to be able to win the next match.
I would imagine we'll see things like Windwall,
Mm-hmm.
depending on what they are actually running in their sideboard.
Okay.
There's certainly some cards that are not at their best, depending on if you're on the play or the draw, too. We know that we can go on the play here, so that is going to dictate a little bit. I know that there's Sabotage,
Mm-hmm.
which can be very good in these as well, because you can sort of preemptively deal with some of the bigger spells out of set. I mean, if you take a Showstopper, like, that's just a huge game.
Yeah, that's a good point. I did see the choice of God Willow here. It looks like we took out the Wielder of Water. we don't have Aeons in, and we don't have the Unyielding Spear, which makes a lot of sense, obviously.
That does make sense, honestly.
It makes sense in this case. But I don't know if which of those were in the deck prior. I know obviously Wood of Water was, but wonder what they decided to put in. So he is putting that set upside down. It may very well be Brawler that's going to be his chosen champion this game.
It could be.
Let's see here.
I'm gonna look.
What's up?
I'm just bringing up the deck list.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Just so we have a rough idea. Don't necessarily need to give all the goose away. So there's an extra white flame in the board. So there were 2 in the main, so that definitely would have worked. Rune Prison's probably a card that could
I think it's a good one.
could see some play here. Unyielding Spirit, certainly not for this matchup.
Yeah, not for this one.
We definitely saw the Sabotage.
Okay.
An interesting list. Very focused on just kind of getting into a battlefield and sitting there.
Which I think is a good game plan
I
in this setting.
I do think it's a good plan as well. Leveraging Kiana and like the Dead Bloom White Flame Tasty Fey Folk.
Yeah.
And then just some of the more powerful and inexpensive spells in the game for these colors.
Yeah, in this case, Luna did choose that they thought Dead Bloom is they're going to be their 8 cost. 8 cost is the correct one? Yeah, 8 cost. It is 3 Dead Bloom versus 2 White Flame, but maybe that's changed after the side deck.
It could be.
Because let's see here. So we are going to be choosing Godwillow, like I mentioned. Godwillow is a really nice going first deck for Yi. Yi loves holding, regardless. He loves being able to use his defensive +2. And so if he can get into Godwillow, he can start drawing, and that draw is so important to get an advantage here. Colin is playing his buff Monastery of Hirana, which does only let you draw if you have a buff to spin. Do they have Pit Rookie? That's what I was about to check. They do have 3 Pit Rookies in Luna's deck as well.
A little bit
so
of buff.
We get 3 draws.
Could take advantage of it a little bit.
We get 3.
Not a 0 amount, which
Exactly.
is certainly good enough.
Very different than some decks. It does look like we have our 2 in Luna's hand. I saw a Poro. I saw at least 1 Zonia's. I think I saw a Discipline, but I'm not sure on that one. And then I cannot spot Colin.
So notably, we are running the
Brawler.
So we are running Brawler this time. Not actually a lot of cards on the sideboard for this matchup. Now, it is possible that Colin brings Sabotage in, not necessarily knowing that there's Aurora in here or not. I don't know if they've seen each other's deck lists.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they've seen them. That's a good point. Yeah, I think
it's possible to bring in Sabotage. It's not a disaster if you do, because it can just draw a card. It's not the worst card ever. It's not great, but it's not the worst card ever. The 1 Sabotage is probably fine, and the 2 sets, the main deck is probably fine here most of the time.
Yeah, that Cytheria is going to be really nice. I do think I saw a Primal as well in his end. In their end. Let's see. Cytheria is just so nice getting that buff every turn. You can use it for Hirana. You can use it for Call of Glory.
Unkillable Poro here in the most obnoxious battlefield possible for the unkillable Poro to be in.
Yep, and immediately a hold. That's going to be our first draw off of Godwillow, and we're just going to be able to capitalize on that every single turn now. In some matchups, that would be a huge swing. I don't know how much it is with the set, but I know in some matchups, starting to get those draws can sometimes win you the entire game.
It can be tough to get him out of there, too. I mean,
he's a mini boss.
Given that Luna is on the play here, if we just pick one of these battlefields and hold it forever, they're going to be favored.
Yeah, I do think Colin can't do that same game plan as last game where he just grabbed a battlefield and held it because, as you said, Luna will end up winning if that is what we do.
Yeah, but we have a new plan because we have the different champion unit, right? So because we have the set Brawler, it is a little bit bigger, has a bit better built-in protection because you can guarantee that it always has a buff.
Yep.
Basically to start, and I think he's just going to run it right out.
Yeah, at first I was like, oh man, set Brawler, you can't even play it on turn 2, but guess what? When you're going second, you have 5 runes on turn 2.
True.
Okay, so we're able to hold again. We get another card. We decide to use find your center. We're just not hitting units, it feels like.
But we have the Poro. Maybe it doesn't matter.
Maybe it doesn't matter.
You know, we're already doing the thing where we gain a point and draw
Draw
a card every turn. For right now, that's fine. I mean, the deck list plays pretty high cost overall. So, I mean, we are in the market now. Tasty Faithful could come down. We could play Yi if we really wanted. We have some options.
Yeah, for sure. Man, we're drawing so many cards off this God Willow. We're going to spend another 3, but for what do we have? Wielder of Water? 7. That might be Yi. Or an Accelerated Faithfolk.
Looks like we're going to go with Yi.
Yep, it is Yi, and we can take that. Harana from Cithria, more than likely. She is a 1. There's no buff on her, and he just lets her go to the discard pile.
I think it's nice because you're getting rid of the reoccurable buff, which they can keep kind of getting card draw.
Yeah, 100%.
Which, you know, you kind of want to slow down a little bit if you can.
Not only the card draw, but the other thing is like if at some point this set came into a battle, Call to Glory can be any buff, so he could still make the set bigger with a Call of Glory without popping the buff off of set that would then put him at risk of being knocked out.
Yeah. Does look like the other set is in hand as well.
Ooh. And at least 2 Call to Glories at that.
We're
Oh,
at
I see
8.
Showstopper.
Could take out the Poro here.
We have a pretty nice hand, it feels like, looking at this. It's like 2 Call to Glories, an Arena Bar, a Showstopper. I think that's a Cithria, and the other set, Kingpin.
All right, so it does take it out. So slows down the card draw a little bit. Gets the buff back, which is, again, very powerful and why the Brawler can be so good. Basically always rumbling in at least 8, as long as you're a little conservative with your buff.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, and
Cithria
we...
and the
Kingpin.
set. That's a pretty hefty battlefield.
That is not good for Luna, I feel like. We definitely need to take back that God Willow. We don't want them to be drawing off of it, but we do currently have 7 runes?
We have 7.
What else did we spend a rune on last turn?
Shouldn't we be 1 higher, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, unless we spent one that I missed.
Oh, we did. We hid a card.
We hit a card. Yeah, we spent one. My bad.
We did spend 1. So we spent 2 last turn. That's why we're in the same spot.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I was like, yeah. It's probably Zonia's is my guess. But
Charm seems very strong against set. Typically wanting to just like suit up a location and sit there, and this makes it very hard. We may be able to get a little bit of buff on this set. He might just let it go. He was considering using Call while still at the location, I guess.
Yeah, it seems like that. I also saw. Oh, you meant. Seems like he's thinking about something using his hand. He definitely had 2 Call to Glories. He could use Cithria's buff for that.
But I don't know if you really even want to do that, because then if they have discipline, you just get blown out even worse than you're already getting blown out here.
Yeah, the only problem is what if we have another Charm? I'm not sure we do, but yeah, I definitely think Charm is really good at pulling some of these big guys over and making them, making yourself be the defender as Yi.
1 more Charm isn't so bad. It's not great because Yi has ganking, so
yeah, we can still hop over.
You move it over and then move again. Like that can be pretty rough. The only unit that it's really going to be able to kill is the Cynthia. You can protect the set almost certainly, but it does not seem like that is going to be the case. He does have a buff, opting to just stay for the hold.
Let's see, and we pass, which gives them the draw off the God Willow. Set is up to 7 runes here. And we have 1 up, which could be an on guard. Or Defy.
Could be an on guard. It could be Defy. It could be both.
Yeah.
You know, whichever one is more relevant at the time. The Yi is already kind of enormous on its own.
Yeah, it is I mean, with the buff as well, it's a 9 right now.
Yeah.
Luna is great for the camera. They're showing their hand the whole time. I'm very happy to see their hand.
Luna, a very experienced player, generally Magic, I believe, but also a local.
For some reason, I thought they were Hearthstone.
Things can be two things.
Yeah, they could be two things, but I thought I saw it on her Twitter last
All right,
night.
so Set moved back, ate the buff, and now Showstopper coming in. Now Luna debating what we want to do with this. If there's a second Showstopper, we just lose Yi if we counter here. But we may lose Yi if we don't counter, so it's kind of a tough spot.
Ooh, 3. What is 3? First mate?
It could be
it's
first
Arena
mate.
Bar?
Could be first mate. Could be Arena Bar into first mate to make it a 12 and then get it in there. That would work.
It would work.
That would lose to, I don't know what we hid. It's Zanya's, presumably, right?
I assume it's Zonya's, yeah. I actually don't think they have first mate in their list. Oh, they do. They do. I checked. It's open in between us on the table.
Yeah, I'm assuming something to ready this to be able to continue rumbling in here, and possibly something to give another buff. Couple of ways to do all those things. Given that we are untapping it first, it's probably not Arena Bar. Some of those may have come out.
Yeah, I thought they had one in hand, though, is why I mentioned
be.
it. But I could have missing it. It was like the top corner. So we ready the set. We are going to rebuff it with Pit Rookie.
Okay.
Pop the buff, so it is currently a 12, I believe, into the
is.
9. We are popping Zanya's.
Yep.
And that means he's going to retreat or be recalled back to the base.
Yeah, so, I mean, we take it. That works. We get our buff back. So this is what's nice about the Brawler is you get in, you brawl, of course, and then you're still okay to do stuff later.
Yeah, and that, I mean, the fact that it generates its own buff at play and at Conquer, kind of crazy.
And we can choose to remove a buff from, I believe, any location to draw the card if we want. So we can stack it in such a way that we get our buff on set, and we just remove it from Synthria, send it back, easy.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to have the buff anyway. We play plenty of things.
Honestly, I definitely agree. Freeing up Godwill though for Yi is an interesting choice to me, but maybe we just don't care about it anymore.
We have a lot of units in play,
And cards.
and now we have a lot of cards. Maybe we don't need the card, and we're not winning that combat anyway.
Yeah, that is true. That is very true. Maybe we just want to keep a wide board.
Yeah, Yi does get to keep the buff. Zanya's, all it does is replace the death effect. So it does get to live and keep whatever was on it. Even if that is the temporary that you give it sometimes from temporal, that works too.
Yeah, even
Kind of
temporary
amusing.
disappears. Or
Stays.
is kept. Yeah, there you go,
temporary
sorry.
every turn forever. Okay, so decides to do this. I'm thinking we just move it back and we're okay with that. It's yours now.
Yeah,
So
and
does put us a lot farther behind in points. They can go into the Godwillow and then deciding to draw the card here.
I like it.
Love it.
Do I actually like it?
You love
I
it.
don't care. I'm happy about it though. I like the draw. I like what we drew.
Do we need the card? Maybe, maybe not. We
That
have a
one,
lot of
maybe.
cards, but I don't hate getting the draw in when we can, because there's not really that many turns left of the game.
Mm-hmm.
There could be as little as one. And
Potentially.
we got another Zanya's here. The rest of our hand is kind of mediocre. It's just like a bunch of on guards, or are those a bunch of?
So they decide to recycle for the Zonias.
It could be a bunch of disciplines. It looks like a bunch of just like green buffs, and then
It's on guards and disciplines.
It's
Yeah,
just on guards and disciplines, and then like a find your center.
I think so actually. So I don't really know how floating would work after you pass. I don't know if they floated their energy or not, but they did. Decide to recycle one to the
so
Zonias.
your energy pool clears twice a turn. It clears once after your draw step, I believe, and then once at the end of turn.
Okay, so that it should be cleared now. And we're going into Colin's turn, but we have 7 runes up on Luna's side. We definitely have to account for that. Trying to take these battlefields back, which at this moment maybe we're saying, did I really need to back out of both of them? Well, not both of them, but the one of it.
We'll just assume that whatever's in hand is plus like 12 or something.
I mean, Primal is +7.
But Primal is individually just way bigger than that. But we only have 3.
Yeah, we're using 3. So we have 3 left after Monk. So now we can't use Primal. There's an option for we've already used 1 Glory, or was that last game?
We definitely have at least 2 in hand still because we've used none of them. So we are coming in currently for 8 against.
Was it 8?
Also 8.
Yeah. Okay, 8 versus. Oh, sorry, 8. We bring that discipline up, so we are now at 10, and we get to draw 1 as the.
But I think we're actually weirdly okay if we lose combat if it's just a trade, because we have a bunch of things and they have just Yi and nothing.
Yeah, Call to Glory now up to 11.
Just casting it here to keep the buffs.
Another discipline to do the second Call to Glory. So we are currently at 12.
Chain's getting big.
He is currently at 14. I think the chains are resolving in between because I thought I saw her draw, but maybe I'm wrong on that. So we go up to 14. He's at 15. I think we have on guard, which makes us more. So
They're writing it down just so that we know.
yeah, I appreciate this a lot. So he's at +4 already. He's an 8, +11.
So now they are resolving them because we already had the 4 from earlier from the buff. So we are resolving them so that we actually know what's going on before we get lost in the sauce here.
I appreciate this a lot.
Luckily, Call to Glory doesn't do anything other than just give a 3, so we can just add that in.
We're getting the on guards.
Okay, 3, 3, 3. That's a 6, so we're at +10.
14 versus
Also 14.
14.
Because they both just buff for 6.
And now we technically have an on guard, which could make us win this matchup. The crowd goes wild. Please on. Are we go? Oh, we're on guarding. We're officially a higher. We're officially a 16, and we beat the set who has no buff. Sorry, I'm really excited about the set dying.
The set is going to be able to take the other battlefield for free now. I mean, free. Free is relative, right?
Yeah, I mean, he
But the
Scoop.
set can gank over, and then that's because they can't. They're tapped out. So, or sorry, the Yi can gank over. So even if you take
Yi,
the other, if you take the other battlefield, the Yi has ganking. It holds, and then you gank over, and then it's done. So
Yeah, it makes sense. So we take game 2 by Luna, and we're going to game 3.
going to game 3. There was a lot of cards drawn to be able to set that up.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't have a lot of units to work with, so we had to work with what we could. The charms were very good.
Yeah, I agree.
And I feel like charm against set is really quite powerful.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Kingpin definitely not great against moving away from all the things that have buffs on it.
Yeah.
Has he had a buff on this set at all?
No,
in this
well, he
matchup?
did game 1 at the end.
At the end.
At the
But
end.
In all the mid-game areas where this
He's just not getting them
he's
right
just
now.
not getting a buff on it, and that's really problematic. I mean, could we have moved more units there to beat the Yi? Possibly.
I mean, yeah, I mean, possibly for sure.
If
but
if you assume that they're getting +8 or whatever, and you want to just jam everything over there, maybe. But then that also doesn't win if they have, say, they just let Yi get taken out, and then they protect the other side. And then they, dead bloom or whatever. It's hard
Yeah.
to know. Because you don't know how much you have. Because if you can't take the other the other battleground, that's bad too.
mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
Because we're only at 4 is the problem in that spot, because they were already at 6 and we're only at 4. like we just don't get all the way up to a spot to win where they still can be in a spot to win.
Yeah, we're into game 3 now. We do choose Obelisk here on Luna's side. I'm not sure how the ramping game goes for Luna
I think it's
versus Set. Do you even want to?
I think you do. I think it's more favorable against Set than something like Annie.
Yeah, but Sets can be very aggro as well.
It can be, but the Dead Bloom on turn 2 or turn 3
Mhm.
with extra backup, of course,
Yeah.
is much more impactful in this, where Annie can be already big or push your stuff back. The Set really doesn't have anything but numbers.
Yeah,
They don't have these super tricky, move your characters around too much. The biggest that they've got is Showstopper, right?
Yeah, very true.
Where I'm coming in a little bigger right now. So going to the Tasty Fae folks and the Dead Blooms, the White Flames a little bit sooner, certainly I think can be valuable, especially when you know that you're on the draw. There's a reason that we set this up for the game 3, right?
Mhm.
Is we know that we're on the draw, and having 4 runes on your first turn makes a dramatic difference in how you can play a ramp game, because playing the Catalyst on 1 is just wild, right? You're untapping with 8 already.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree that untapping 8 your turn 2, especially into Dead Bloom and Azonias, is like game breaking. It just feels interesting in Luna's list because they can't side in but 1 Aeons according to this.
Are there no other ones?
No, that's what I checked
Interesting.
earlier. I was like, surely they're elsewhere. Maybe they're not running Obelisk, which I could have looked if I'd like scrolled up, but I didn't. And I was like, this is like a really interesting.
I mean, Kiana on 1 is probably also pretty good in this.
But it's like
matchup.
the opposite game plan because if you go down 1, it's just like the opposite game plan is the only problem.
We're reading Arena Bar.
Arena Bar.
What does that do?
Let me tell you. All you have to do is exhaust Arena Bar. You don't have to pay power. You don't have to pay energy.
It only
and
buffs
you get,
exhausted units, though.
Which all your characters come in as.
All
They
the
always
time.
become as.
Mhm,
It's fine.
mhm.
It's fine. Surely that's enough to offset the buff.
So easily has Catalyst on turn 1.
Okay, who cares?
Yeah.
You don't need 3 catalysts
You know what?
if you only have 1 in your side deck.
It's worse if you have 3, because then you might draw 1 later. Like, I don't
Yeah.
want it later. I only want the 1.
Yeah, exactly. You only want the 1, so who really cares?
The numbers in this could be wrong as well, so we don't know that
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
There could be some in the
That
list.
could be true, yeah.
I didn't count everything. We're going off of what we have access to. So maybe our numbers are weird. We'll see if Luna casts another one, then we'll know we're not looking at the right information. But if you're gonna have it when it matters and not when it doesn't.
100%. 100%. And I wonder if we'll be able to see Dead Bloom. Sadly, this is the moment they're not showing their hand. They were doing so good last game.
Gotta keep the cards close to chest. So here, we actually are able to get set with a buff on it because we have Arena Bar, and it's just ready. There's no Dead Bloom this turn because, I mean, they could play Dead Bloom, I suppose.
I don't think I see it, sadly.
They have Charm.
They do have Charm. But there's a buff out, so it doesn't really...
It is less good, certainly, because of the buff. You end up, because there's actually a buff on the set this time, you end up overcommitting into it.
You could, yeah.
If you try to move it around to do that. Now, this looks like it's probably Yi.
Does look like
Probably
Yi.
coming down on the...
I'm guessing Godwillow.
I'm guessing the Godwillow as well. Weird. You know,
Weird. It's
Yi-
almost like it's the one
Yi
that does
looking to
anything.
be in the Godwillow? I don't buy it.
Honestly, I'm not even sure that Battlefield should be called Godwillow. It's probably supposed to be like God Yi.
Yeah, right. Yi just, I'm surprised he's not on there, just hanging out with the Thousand-Tail Fox.
Honestly, it could literally be its splash art, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. We're going to get an alt art one later where it's just Yi only. He's just hanging out in the back.
They've started making alt art Battlefields, but only so far, I think, in the worlds. Yeah.
The 3 different locations in like major Chinese cities, I believe, right?
I wouldn't be surprised, yeah. Honestly, I'm going to have to start playing those 3 Battlefields and only those 3 Battlefields so that I can have matching alt arts in all 3 Battlefields.
They do look really nice.
Ooh, Call to Glory already, but that does mean we're going to be popping the buff, I think. Oh, no, we spent
We're just playing it like normal.
Okay.
You now.
Are we in 11? 5? 8? No. Okay, sorry. You were 10. We're at 10, I think, here with as Kingpin. 10 and 8.
That would be 10. We're rumbling in to start with 10. This is what we got. You now, make them make the play first, because then we can't be countered if they choose to buff their unit. We can just play something now instead.
Yeah, and we're 10 versus 10 here. I wouldn't be surprised
We'd
if
both
both
save
sides
it, and then, Zanya's for everybody. Whatever.
Sonya's for everyone.
Whatever. Fine.
Technically, they both paid 1 power, just at different times.
True.
But sadly, now Arena Bar
Can buff it up.
can buff it up again, which
Probably
seems
should.
totally...
Showstopper may come in instead.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know if I
possible.
love Showstopper, but I don't hate it either.
Mm-hmm.
Getting into the God Willow, again,
It's
Yi
really
is a lot
nice.
worse on the offense than the defense,
Mm-hmm.
just because of Yi's actual leader ability. Giving the +2 on the defense is what is essentially making it do everything here. Now we get to Arena Bar them both, which makes the set even larger. Set now representing 7, 8. But
That's
then
crazy.
we also have the additional 2,
And I think a Hidden Blade.
and if it's a hidden blade. So now one thing that's really awkward is Charm makes this super bad, right?
Yeah.
We have the counter for the hidden blade as well. If Luna moves into the other battlefield and then Charms set over,
Mm-hmm.
it's just dead.
Yeah,
It's
and
just straight up dead. That's brutal. Unless we have another call, of course.
the only thing is I think this is supposed to be righted again. I'm pretty sure this gets unexhausted when you conquer.
It should. It looks like he forgot.
But my only point to say is even when we charm over,
It should be
it
ready.
should. Yeah, I think he got it.
I don't
but,
know if it's an option. It's when you conquer ready me. It's
yeah,
not a
I don't think it's an
choice.
option. I don't think so. Is it then? Is that not a trigger if it's a win?
That was the head judge talking to him, so
Okay.
it is. I don't know if that is one that can be missed. That's the head judge that's talking to them right now.
Okay.
So we will find out what the ruling on that is prior to going to the next step here. So I think they're rewinding it a little bit, making sure that that's ready with the information before Luna commits to the battlefield. It may not change anything really, but it does look like the charm is in hand.
It does feel like if they let him do it, it's going to change. It not maybe not,
It will
not their
change
game
the
plan,
play.
but like
The-
would
the-
have been.
Yeah, of course. Ruling is that the opponent chooses. I think they're double checking on that. Okay. So we go in, get the point. Can gank over. May not even do the charm play here. Runs out a couple of Poros. The Poros are actually really nice with the charm later as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, picks up 2 cards because we are in the God Willow.
Yeah. It is a God Will gets that extra draw, which is going to be nice for set. Well, that's what he has. He only has 5 runes here. But that is enough to play some more sets, and we are going to see Brawler come down, it looks
Brawler
like.
comes down. Now, I don't know if we're actually winning this race for Colin here because Luna's going up to 3. So this is the same situation that we were in sort of last game where we're just a little bit behind that play, with this play, right?
Does feel like it. We're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 runes here. And he is currently at 9 plus 5, 14, 16. Ouch.
It's a lot. Now, Charm can mitigate a little bit of it, right? You can pull the set out. You can pull the I mean, either one of them really. You probably honestly pull the Brawler out.
Yeah.
And you can start removing some of them. You can always gank over there.
I don't think, but you probably don't want to
But
like
that seems-
sacrifice your Yi like that.
Well, you don't necessarily need to sacrifice it, right? If you're able to remove enough or buff enough, you have the counter in hand. We can get rid of the Hidden Blade because we do have a Defy. So if they're relying on a Hidden Blade to sort of protect over there, it's possible that we can work around that. Just decides to pass. And again, we don't need to make those plays just yet.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly because we're still currently winning this race. They have to do something, and then we can make those same sort of decisions.
Yeah, for sure. And we're passing. I don't know. I think both sides have passed now a couple times. We have, or maybe we're still at the 10. Oh, did we pass back to? Okay, it's still set side. Okay, still set side.
Probably has.
We're getting big. We're 8.
Okay.
We used it and spent it as well. And I'm assuming we're gonna have something to bring it back
Showstopper,
up.
Maybe buffing it again, potentially.
Potentially. We're gonna play Pit Rookie to the God Willow. It'll buff the set again. This right now he's a 12. Well,
With a buff
11
on
with
it.
the buff. Yeah, 11 with the buff.
13, right? Because he's a 4 base. He's a 4 base, so 4, 8, 12, 1 with the buff, and then we ate that one as well. So it's a 16 currently coming in for against the Master Yi.
Yeah, and Luna's Master Yi will go to the trash, sadly. Even though Luna has, I think, like 10 runes up, it does seem there is no tricks.
I mean, Luna has some stuff to play, but none of it is units at all. It's literally 2 charms, a Defy, and an On Guard. So there's really
Oof.
not much left in the tank.
Mm-hmm.
Realistically, even if that charm play had worked, I don't know if those draws would have mattered a ton because there's just nothing there. There's no, you double charm, that's your whole hand.
Yeah.
And just playing 2 or 3 extra units on the other side every turn is just, you just end up falling way too far behind.
Yeah, fantastic job, though, by Colin. That is game 3, and that means he's officially the champion, I believe, of the entire tournament.
They did split in the finals here. So we were mostly just playing for glory a little bit. So they were making sure that it's a good game for everybody. But yeah, there wasn't really much left in that game. Luna a bit too far behind, not really finding any units at all. Like there was just nothing left. Sometimes you have to hit the chat generally mauls for no reason.
Well, they were competing for a champion art, which was really cool.
Yeah, there is some stuff on the line, just not the money itself. So
Yeah.
Realistically, I think they both played good games. I mean, I enjoyed watching them, and the set runout was very good. We've talked to Colin several times this weekend, and he's had good plans going into basically everything.
Yep.
Running something a little bit not abnormal, I guess, but a little different from the traditional set list that we'd been seeing, with the Kingpin instead of the Brawler as the primary, at least. So having that more aggressive start, I think, really matters.
Yeah, I think his aggressive start was really good, and I think he had like a fantastic meta read on like the room. Aurora Yi's not been like super popular. Aurora in general has been super popular in North America. There's not as many Yi players since Proving Ground's been lower.
To get.
Yeah, like not even possible to get. And he knew that Kaisa was probably Kaisa and Annie. I kind of thought there'd be more Teemo, if I'm being honest. I literally saw no
There was
Teemo.
a little bit yesterday, I think, but not. I think it's a tough deck to play.
Yeah, it's a tough deck to play, but it has a really good matchup into Kaisa. How he built the deck has a really good matchup into
Absolutely.
Kaisa. and it has a good matchup in Annie as well.
Kingpin feels like it just bullies Kaisa.
It feels like it, yeah.
All of the numbers on like 7 is just nothing in their deck is good against 7 might at all.
Yeah, it's I mean, like you basically have to like draw a Watcher. It feels like, or like have smoke screens.
It's 2
or...
things every time. It's always a 2-for-1, and then you just bring it back to your base. Like that's miserable in the deck that's trying to 1-for-1, 2-for-1 grind you out. They 2-for-0. Like what is a 2-for-0? That's terrible.
Yeah, it's not good at all. And like even like normally when it comes to like Zonia's, Kiana wants to be able to like do enough spell damage between Falling Star or the Cathian to be able to like double kill. And at 7, you're just not doing that.
Yeah, it's impossible to really get any good value when they can also just bring it back with their leader power. They just it's so brutal. The 7 is such a key break point against Kaisa, I think. And there's just not a lot of things that super favorably get to that number for so cheap.
Right? I agree.
He's getting that for 4.
4 is insane.
Pretty consistently. If you arena bar into that, like what's the plan? What do they do?
100%.
Nothing. And you're guaranteed to have it every game because you can have it in your champion unit slot. So very, very well navigated, well built. A good run all weekend. He played really well.
Yeah, he did. I'm really excited to see this result as well as the other results that are happening in North America this weekend.
North America, I think there was one in Europe this weekend too.
I think, yeah, and one in Europe. And I'm sure it's going to really affect the meta coming into Houston, which is only 2 weeks away now.
Yeah, 2 weeks away. 20 Lore will be back at CCS in 2 weeks, actually, for the Lorcana CCQ, the 25K here.
I'll be playing in Houston.
You'll be playing in Houston.
I'll be playing
That's
in
exciting.
Houston. I took the Friday off from work.
I had already committed to the CCQ long before they even said that Riftbound was a thing.
Not a true Riftbounder.
Well, I will be casting that, so that should be fun.
Shame.
We'll sling some princesses for a weekend. It's okay.
You'll sling princesses. On the other hand, maybe a small girl throwing a bear. You never know.
Yeah.
I could also be a tiny
show them your Tibbers. If they don't know what it's up, they just get them.
No one plays Tibbers.
You should just play Tibbers. It's so good.
No one plays Tibbers in their deck. There's also I could be the little mole that throws mushrooms.
You could be Teemo.
Even though no one showed up this weekend as Teemo, and I was prepared for Teemo, mind the way. It was actually insane.
Would have been great. And nobody...
They let me down.
I tried to get somebody on camera that was playing Teemo.
They let me down.
And you know what? They weren't even here. They were somewhere else.
They let me down.
Unlucky.
But maybe I'll be the mole that I wanted this weekend.
You could be. I mean, what's really cool about the Houston event, that's the first North American one where whoever does the best with each leader gets some banger metal promos.
Which may be one ofs in the entire world.
Because
my understanding is, and I could be wrong, this is my understanding though, is that you'll only get the medals. I could be very wrong, chat. If I'm wrong, like, don't hold me against.
Just say stuff. They
if
don't know.
If you go to Bologna and you get a one of that I said you weren't gonna get, like, don't quote me. Don't quote me.
This is absolutely factual.
No,
100%.
I am not legal advice. My understanding is they'll only be giving the medals out for the ones of the current set. And because it is the only one of this set in North America, it'll be one ofs in English.
So the only... Because I'm pretty sure that it's just the leaders of that set.
Yeah, that's
so
what
whatever the 16.
I think plus Proving Grounds, but
maybe plus Proving Grounds.
I think plus Proving Grounds.
That'd be the only way to get a foil Annie.
That's kind of sick. I mean, you might get him in Nexus
It has
Knights.
to be Proving Grounds because somebody played Garen and they got like
they
got like 500th and they got it because that was the 3-7 record was plenty to be the best Garen in the room.
Exactly, and because of the next one, Bologna and Las Vegas, which got announced this weekend, they have been announced as set 2. So they may be one ofs. I don't know, guys. Who's going to get the Garen in North America? That's all I'm going to say. Can you get 500 and is 501st worse or better? 499th place.
I don't know how many they had. 2,000.
499th place.
They had 2,000s. Probably like 300th or whatever would be about
We're
the
not
same
doing
record.
proportional. We're doing like better placement.
Better placement.
Because like second place in like a tournament that's 8 people, then you would have to you would have to get first to be better no matter what. My point is
if you're not first, you're last. So
that's toxic.
It is a little toxic.
That's toxic.
Yeah, it is a little bit. No, it was a good event. Very fun. And I don't know. I am excited for more Riftbound.
Me too. Even though you're not going to be there.
I will not be. Yeah, it'll be sad.
You
But
do whatever.
Orlando.
Orlando's going to be really, really fun. I'm really excited for Orlando as
Orlando will be
well.
cool.
I'll also be there for Orlando.
Well, then I will probably see you in Orlando because I will be there.
Very exciting.
I'm pretty sure that I'm driving from here to Orlando and just never going home again. I just live
Oh, you mean in 2 weeks?
in 2 weeks. Yeah.
Okay,
I
I was
just
like-
live at 20 Lore now forever. So that's
I support it.
just-
I
That's
support
how
it.
it is. But yeah,
Okay.
thank you everybody for watching. I think we have to go pack up everything ourselves because everybody else had to catch a flight.
Yeah,
So,
I do want to give a huge shout out to 20 Lore, though, for doing so much work this week, and all the judges for doing such a fantastic job.
Yeah, I think they were doing a great job.
They did a fantastic job. Also to all the players who played this weekend. Huge shout out to Luna and Colin for doing a great job.
Yeah.
But huge, huge, huge shout out to the players and the judges this
Yeah, it
weekend.
was a really fun event. Everybody seemed to be having a really good time, really enjoying Riftbound. The dealing, the trading, it was nice.
Mhm.
Good for a new game at the very least.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
Well, thank you guys so much for
yeah,
watching.
thanks for watching.
And they'll see you in 2 weeks for Lorcana.
See you tomorrow. No, goodbye.